Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Beast Transform Quirk. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku always seemed to get along with animals. Whether he was pushed in a stroller through the park by his mother, much to the seeming delight of any dogs that would lap at his feet they passed, or the picnics with the Bakugo family that drew the attention of nearby wildlife, animals loved him. Inko easily grew accustomed to the sight of Izuku being accompanied by some sort of animal whenever he left the house, varying from local strays to overlooking pigeons, but even that couldn't prepare her for the surprise of Izuku's quirk coming in. It's quite the mystery mutation, given the lack of animal-based quirks in the family, commented Dr. Tsubasa, writing something down as he glanced at Izuku. Inko looked back to her son who was still in awe at the discovery, his form shifting back into that of the rabbit she had found with him, and darted around the office in celebration despite his mother's protesting. We can set him up for quirk counseling as soon as you'd like, I'm sure there's much to learn about his. The doctor turned his gaze back to the brown rabbit, big green eyes staring back. Have you thought of a name, Midoriya-kun? He watched as the rabbit morphed back into the young Izuku, his mother hurriedly reclothing him as he grew. Animal form, he shouted with a wild smile. Much to the horror of the daycare teachers, Izuku adored his quirk, which led to the carers chasing the rabbit with his discarded clothes. It must be a side effect of the quirk, commented the counselor, examining the brown fur growing from Izuku's ankles, or a drawback depending on how you would like to view it. It's sore, Mom. Izuku winced as he wiggled his toes. Inko gave his shoulder a comforting squeeze. Midoriya-san, would you say Izuku-kun's rabbit form was an approximation or a direct clone of the rabbit you saw with him when the quirk manifested? Inko shook her head. I couldn't be sure, I only saw it briefly. All I can offer is that there's similar coloring, possibly the same pattern. His quirk may have another aspect we've missed. When would you like the next appointment? The quirk seems to be altering the bone structure in his legs. They gestured to the X-ray on the left. This is an X-ray of what the leg of a child Izuku's age should look like. They pointed to the next, and this is Izuku's X-ray. The bones in his toes are elongated, as is the heel, both may be responsible for the pain. However, they pinned a third X-ray to the screen. This is an X-ray of a common hare's leg. Even Inko could see the similarities. Izuku wrote down everything in his notebook and attempted to sketch the X-rays. I've spoken with several of my colleagues for a second opinion, but we all come to the same conclusion. We believe that the more Izuku uses his quirk, the more it begins to mutate his human form. We can continue to monitor it and offer medication for the pain, but it's possible that more mutations will express with continued usage. Kaken, look, called Izuku, tugging on his best friend's sleeve and pointing into the forest. What's following us now, Kuzo? Huffed Katsuki, following Izuku's finger. It's a deer. Izuku replied, voice softer as he pulled Katsuki towards the trees. The stag stood proud, antlers stretching towards the treetops, fur a sleek, soft brown. Its gaze trained in on the green-haired child. Whoa! Katsuki whispered, having learned to be quiet around animals after the younger boy broke into tears whenever Katsuki's loud personality scared off any animals. It's huge. Shoo! Hushed Izuku, the small rabbit ears atop his head twitching. The boys continued inching toward the stag. Izuku reached out towards the animal with the hand that wasn't clutched to Katsuki's sleeve, flinching slightly when the deer huffed. The small hands of the child couldn't reach the deer from their position, yet the stag stepped forward, bypassing the boy's hand to sniff at his hair. With the stag bent down, its antlers were dangerously close to the boys. Katsuki, being the smarter one, dared not move. Izuku, however, lifted his head to sniff the deer back, giggling when its wet nose brushed his cheek. Izuku brought his previously outstretched hand back to rest on the stag's jaw. The animal twitched but made no move to bolt. Izuku felt something more than the warm fur of the gentle giant. For a moment he thought he could feel the soul of the stag. He could feel its heartbeat resonating with his own. The feeling was not new to Izuku, It's what he had felt petting the wild rabbit the day his quirk manifested. So he pulled on the gold smoke he saw surrounding the beast once more. Whoa! Zuku's got a deer! The deer jerked and bolted back into the forest, the point of an antler catching on Izuku's developing ear. What the hell extras? Shouted Katsuki, back to his regular volume as Izuku clutched his ear, a small trickle of blood forming. As Katsuki argued with the two new boys, Izuku reminisced. Where he had previously felt the pull of his rabbit form, he now felt something else beside it. Ignoring the small throb of pain from his bleeding ear, he pulled on the new presence. The golden shadow of the stag that stood next to the rabbit in his dreamscape. He felt the familiar strain as his bones shifted and rearranged themselves, accompanying the subtle ripping of his clothes. He watched his fingers meld together as fur sprouted from his arms before the sudden weight imbalance forced his arms down into a quadruped stance. He brought his gaze up, meeting that of Katsuki and the extras. Now Katsuki may have called Izuku's quirk weak but cool when the nerd had turned into a rabbit in his bedroom, but seeing Izuku turn into the huge deer the extras had scared off, that was cool. Whatever Inko was expecting at her door, it wasn't Mitsuki's boy riding a giant stag covered in shreds of ripped clothes. "Andy, look, Kuzo can be a deer," he called, and sure enough that was the shirt she dressed Izuku in before he left with Katsuki for one of their adventures. And that was without the overly familiar green eyes the stag bore. Inko would really have to invest in some sort of quirk-safe clothes for the boy. So when he reverted back to human from the deer, he didn't possess any of the rabbit mutations? Inko shook her head. No, he looked like he did before all the changes. The only thing I noticed was that his nails were a darker shade, but that didn't occur with the rabbit mutations. The quirk counselor pondered several trains of thought. The resulting mutations to his human form post-shift may relate directly to the animal form he held before. Clearly he's able to copy the forms of animals he encounters, so what's to say he can't gain different post-form mutations from the different animals he transforms into? It's not a transformation-type quirk, Izuku piped up, pausing his note-taking. And it's not a base mutation quirk, it's an emitter, he said with a smile that pulled on the bandages over his right ear. Oh, the counselor questioned with a raised eyebrow. Elaborate. Izuku halted under the focused gaze but continued with a soft encouragement from Inko. WL transformation class quirks don't need an outside source to enforce the T transformation, but my quirk draws on the forms of animals that I pull from, which classes it as a transformative emitter. The counselor sat wide-eyed and smiled. Have you considered going into quirk counseling? Izuku laughed and shook his head roughly. I'm gonna be a hero. Izuku, now 11 years old, listened. He closed off the senses he could and let the large rabbit ears take in everything. He could hear the calls of cicadas outside, the soft buzzing of the all-might lamp, his mother's footsteps. He counts them until he hears her bedroom door close and begins taking off his pajamas, sans the skin-tight green shorts he wore under everything. The shorts were a gift for his 5th birthday, woven with his DNA and able to fuse with his forms for a seamless appearance. It saved him being left naked after shifting, which, in turn, saved his mother from many phone calls from his schools over the years. The habit of going out at night to wander in his various forms began soon after. Izuku pulled out his phone. Besto furiendos. Ikuzo, going wandering, for all. 21-23. Kaken, don't stay out too late, nerd. 21-24. Kaken, Auntie is starting to see the bags under your eyes. 21-24. Ikuzo, yes, Kakon. 21-24. Katsuki learnt about Izuku's wandering easily. He simply asked why the nerd looked so tired, and why some of his post-animal forms were more mutated than they were last time, and Izuku just couldn't lie to his best friend. After being interrogated, Katsuki had simply said to not stay out too long and to tell him when he was leaving and when he got back. He'd long given up on attempting to tell the boy what to do. And so, crawling through his ever-open window, Izuku shifted into his crow form and flew into the night. With a bird's-eye view, he begins his search. He'd made friends over the years, each recognizing a certain form of his. His first stop brings him to Hosu, scouring the back alleys. Finding the scarred one was never a guarantee. He was lucky to have found him the first time. Izuku landed on the edge of a roof and let out a series of caws. Learning to mimic the calls of his forms took a while, but once he got a knack for it, it came easily. That you, Beastardy Crow? Yeah, it is. Where are you? Izuku flapped his wings and hopped about, trying to spy where the voice came from, letting out another caw. An arm raised from behind a dumpster with a whistle, and Izuku dove down immediately, landing on the shoulder of the man slumped against the wall. Izuku pecks at the white roots, Tuya waving him away. Yes, I need to dye my roots, F off. His tone is harsh, yet he strokes his hand along Izuku's wing gently. He leans into the touch. Tuya then digs his hand into his ragged jacket, pulling out 2 letters. Think you can handle 2 today? Izuku nods his head and nibbles at the man's burnt ear before clasping his beak around both letters. I'll be here, he sighs, jerking his head up. Go on then. Izuku takes to the skies, knowing exactly where to go. Izuku found the white-haired boy crying in an alley, hugging his smoking arms to his chest. The crow landed in front of the boy and cooed softly. The boy looked up with a scowl. The F you want, crow? Izuku pecked at his toes. The boy waved his arms at the bird. Beastardy Crow, he shouted before hugging himself again. Izuku struts forward and rubs his head against the boy's ankle. The boy meets his gaze, bright blue eyes staring into a jade-eyed crow. Izuku coos again. The boy huffs. Stupid crow, smartest bird be yesterday. And Izuku learned a story. After all, who would a bird talk to? The next time Izuku went looking for the boy, Tuya, he brought a sheet of paper in his beak and a pen clasped in his talons. The F you want me to do with that, Beastardy Crow? He'd huffed. And Izuku pecked the top of the paper. He'd had the foresight to start the letter for him. Dear Mom. It had taken some persuasion, several months of persuasion, yet Tuya learned how stubborn the crow was. And soon after, Tuya would ask for more paper. Izuku brought him one of his notebooks. Rei Todoroki woke to a familiar tapping on her window and a smile came to her naturally. She almost ran to the window, seeing the familiar crow tapping its beak against the glass. Unlatching the window and lifting it enough for the crow to fly in and perch on the end of her bed. It shoved one letter to the side and picked up the other to pass to her. Mom. Receiving her first letter from Tuya had made her burst into tears, as did each successive one. She could already feel them building in her eyes. She opened the letter under the moonlight, stroking the crow as it preened. Izuku may care greatly for Tuya and may know most of his trauma, but he never read any of the letters past who they were addressed to. Tuya's mother, whose name he never learnt, was the first he delivered a letter to. Once the boy had relented and actually written the letter, he had pointed out the window of the hospital to deliver it to, refusing to see her himself. Clearly the boy hadn't been expecting to get one back, and the two began exchanging letters through Izuku. And after a year, Tuya gave another address. Izuku circled the large house before perching on the correct windowsill and beginning his tapping again. Shudo was finishing the wrapping of another training burn when he heard the tapping and let a small smile come to his face. He let the crow in, letting it perch on his shoulder as he moved to his desk where it dropped 2 letters. One simply named Shoto, in the familiar messy chicken scratch of his brother. On the other he saw Tuya, written in his mother's handwriting, and chose to ignore the familiar pang in his chest. His mother was one subject Tuya wrote to him about, the older brother urging him to write her a Dimon letter and the BSTRD crow will get it to her, but couldn't bring himself to. He sighed and scratched the crow under its beak, a spot he'd learnt was its favorite early on, and began to read. Izuku began the flight back to Tuya once the younger Todoroki finished his reply, wondering if his smile would show through crow. Luckily his flight was backed with a tailwind and he made it back relatively quickly. He cawed when he caught sight of Tuya, dropping the letters in his lap before harassing the boy for attention, simply because he could. Yeah, good crow or whatever, he muttered as he pocketed the letters. Izuku took his place on the boy's shoulder as Tuya gave him some well-deserved pats and ranted about how his week had been, Izuku ever willing to listen. When Tuya ran out of things to talk about, he told the crow to go sleep or something and walked away to go read his letters in peace. Izuku wouldn't sleep, Not yet, he still had someone else to visit. Who the hell kicks a cat? Izuku was left thinking as he limped away from the angry man. Yes, he was in seedy South Muzutafu, but apparently even some people aren't above animal abuse. Once far enough away, Izuku slowed his gait, not putting any weight on his back left leg. It wasn't broken, but it was still painful. Hey, pieces! Izuku's ears flicked up immediately. DMN cat senses. A boy with purple hair was crouched not far from him with his hand out. You okay, buddy? Come here. You're limping. The boy creeped forward and Izuku noticed the look in his eyes. Not only were they shadowed with clear evidence of a lack of sleep, but they were rimmed in red as if he had been crying. Izuku met his sense of must comfort sad human. The boy had taken Izuku to a vet, who had cleared him with nothing but mild bruising, and Izuku took to following the boy home. You don't have to follow me, I can't keep you. Izuku knew this, but to hell if he wasn't going to be the best emotional support animal he could be. Hitoshi couldn't help the smile that appeared on his face when he heard the muted meow from the other side of his window. The cat he'd found earlier in the year had taken to visiting him in the night, which helped incredibly on the days where he could barely get out of bed, let alone sleep. Pets weren't allowed at his foster's house, but thankfully the fluffy black cat knew how to be discreet. The moment he opened the window, the cat leapt into his arms and began purring. Nice to see you too, Kage. He placed a small kiss on the feline's head and scratched behind his misshapen ear. The name Kage came easily given how the cat seemed to blend into the smallest shadows, only the bright green eyes giving it away. With Kage's visit soothing the day's anxiety and kicking his insomnia away, Hitoshi found himself falling asleep at an early 11:58 p.m., cuddling Kage to his chest while he could knowing he'd be gone by morning. With Izuku's visits out of the way, he took back to the skies as Crow again to wander, see if there were any late-night hero fights to observe. What he wasn't expecting was to see was the sky singed orange on the horizon. It was too early for sunrise. Dread sat in Izuku's stomach as curiosity flew him towards the light. He had expected villains, he just didn't expect it to be his apartment complex caught in the middle. The fight was finished, Death Arms and police hailing off a pair of battered villains while Backdraft worked with firefighters to extinguish the blaze and evacuate survivors. The parts of the complex that weren't on fire consisted of rubble and collapsed building. Izuku scanned the crowds from above, looking for any sight of his mother as anxiety and fear began to build up. He dove behind an ambulance and shifted straight from Crow to the Labrador he'd obtained earlier in the month and ran towards the carnage. A policeman tried to grab him as he ran past, but Izuku didn't have the room to spare any attention. Izuku focused all he had on trying to find his mother's scent, sniffing at piles of rubble before moving to the next. When Izuku finally caught track of the smell, he tried his best to ignore the heavy odor of blood that came with it. He leapt between blocks of concrete and infrastructure, barking to grab the attention of anyone listening. When the scent was the thickest, he began digging, as fear tugged at his being. Izuku let out another series of barks mixed with whines as he saw a pair of policemen rush towards the rubble to help digging. They called out something, but all Izuku could hear was his own blood rushing through his ears. He whined when he dug up a bloodied hand. He howled when he saw the phone number they were trying to call. Inko Midoriya's last moments were spent trying to contact her son. Katsuki Bakugo saw nothing wrong with screaming at his mother when she woke him up at 3 in the morning, until he saw her tear-streaked face. That is, Mitsuki Bakugo is not an easy crier. Mom, he only called her that when it was serious. What happened? Fear was foreign to Katsuki. He didn't know how to describe the feeling that twisted in his stomach and stung his eyes. Izuku hadn't replied to any of his texts, and he hoped it was only because he was out flying. When the Bakugos pulled up to the burnt rubble of Inko's apartment complex, the first thing they heard was the howling. Mitsuki was out of the car before Masaru had even started slowing, Katsuki following behind, both pushing through the crowd. Ma'am, you can't go further, the area's still unstable. Called the police, blocking his mother. Please. I'm looking for Inko and Izuku Midoriya, mother and son with green hair dash. Another sharp howl cut her off and Katsuki was drawn to paramedics wheeling away a stretcher as a familiar dog circled them. Katsuki ducked under the police barriers and bolted when he saw who was on the gurney. Kuzo. He watched as the green eyes lab turned and ran towards him. The two crashed into each other, Katsuki wrapping his arms around his best friend. Katsuki felt him shift back, fur receding to skin. I left her. She tried to call me B but I didn't. Izuku's sobs escalated. She died alone, Kaken. Izuku let loose a wail that Katsuki felt in his bones. He felt a single tear drip down his face and tightened his embrace. Izuku went home with the Bakugos that night, crying himself to sleep in Katsuki's arms. When Katsuki awoke in the morning, his window was open. And Izuku was gone. Tuya sighed and kicked the empty can down the alley. His mother, as usual, was happy to hear from him, but Shudo's letters always made him feel guilty for leaving him behind. The kid sounded like he was coming round to Tuya's reasons to use his fire, but their shitty father was still covering him with wounds every other night. God. He wound up for a big kick, The can flew down the alley. Tuya turned and pressed his head to the brick wall in an attempt to calm his breathing. Anger made him lash out, and that made him like him. The faint sound of crying halted his thoughts. He'd never admit his immediate was Shudo. He pushed off the wall and trod further into the darkened alley, keeping his footsteps soft and slow. The louder the crying got, the more tense Tuya began to feel. Hiding where he had been earlier in the night was a child. Black, clawed feet, fingers ending in feathers with further strays through green hair, shoulders trembling with each sob. Hey! His sobs halt instantaneously. You okay? The child raises his head and Tuya's heart lurches with their familiar green eyes. Titia? And he froze. Their voice is hoarse. Sorry, I didn't know where else to go. Tuya swallowed the lump in his throat. Crow. They offered a soft smile. That's me. It didn't last. You dash. I don't tell anyone anything. He was shaking now. And I never read any of the letters. I dash. Kid. Tuya cut in, letting them both breathe and process. He crouches down and lets out a sigh. I told you my life story, I told you my trauma, my daddy issues. He spits out with a shiver. The least you can tell me, he sighs, resting his hand atop the mop of green hair and black feathers, is why you're out crying at the butt end of dawn. The sun rose to the warm, comforting embrace shared by those of lost innocence. 3 years later. As if Izuku needed another reason to despise Endeavor. After hearing Tuya's story and seeing Shudo's burns, he already made up his mind to hate the man. But no, the man has no regard for those around him, now evident by the burns scorched across both the neighboring building and across the form of the black mane Cien that had been witnessing the villain fight. Endeavor. Izuku winced as he tried to assess the burns and scorched fur across his side. What are the chances of a good Samaritan helping out the wounded kitty? Shoyuda Izawa snarled at the display. Yes, Endeavor may have defeated the villain, but Shoyuda had to pull several wandering citizens out of the way of excessive blasts of fire. He could only thank that the villain decided to rob the convenience store at midnight when there weren't many civilians out. From his vantage point on the roof above the scorched alley, he surveyed the damage and his eyes immediately trained in on the shaggy black cat nursing the harsh burn. Shota felt his anger return for the nth time that night. He dropped down into the alley, letting his boots scuff the ground so the cat knew he was coming. The cat flinched and met his gaze, ears flattening to its head and fur standing on its end. The poor thing was probably scared out of its mind. Of course, the volunteering Good Samaritan had to be the one man who could blow Izuku's cover. Effendi erase her head. Izuku began to weigh his options. He could bolt and run back to the Bakugos. No, Kaken would kill him if he found out how close Izuku was to the villain fight. He could go to Shinso. He couldn't give the boy another vet bill. Tuya definitely couldn't afford it, though he did have extensive knowledge treating Endeavor's burns. That, or he could go with the supposed pro-hero who sat across from him making kissy noises. DMN it all. Izuku let the shaggy man approach him, sure that the scowl on his own face was translating to Black Cat appropriately. For the sake of keeping up appearances, Izuku sniffed Eraserhead's hand and rubbed his cheek across the palm. He let the pro pick him up and set him hanging over his shoulder, growling when his burn got brushed. Izuku heard the pro rustle in his pockets before the telltale sound of a dial tone reached him. The person on the other side of the phone picked up. Shoyuta, you'd better have a good reason for this. Chio, I need a favor. Izuku was left wondering, what the hell have I gotten myself into? Please behave, she's already going to murder me. Eraserhead whispered to him as he knocked on the door, because that didn't make Izuku regret his night's choices all over again. The door opened and, was that Recovery Girl? The youthful heroine took one look at Shoyuta and the main Cien on his shoulder and opened her door wider with a groan. One day you'll need me for a human and I am going to say no, Aizawa. Then that'll be their loss. He disregarded and strode inside. Safe to say Izuku was treading the line between confused and concerned. He took his chance and jumped off the hero's shoulder onto the kitchen bench they'd approached, Aizawa flicking on the light. Izuku felt a hand run through his fur. He's very beautiful, poor thing, being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Leave me out of your lectures, Kaken's already gonna kill me. Recovery Girl sighed and placed a kiss on his forehead before scratching behind his ears. Izuku felt his skin itch, but the nurse swatted his foot away when he attempted to scratch it. I'm going to bind the wound, it'll heal in a few days. He'll be safe to go to a shelter dash. No. Oh hell no. Izuku turned to bolt but found himself back in Eraserhead's arms. Recovery Girl seemed to take in a deep breath. Shoyuta Aizawa, this is the fourth cat you've brought to me in the depths of the night. You cannot adopt all of them. Izuku did not like the grin that appeared on the man's face. Watch me. Effing hell. Hisashi Yamada sat on the couch with his head in his hands, attempting a calming breathing exercise. Sho, you can't keep doing this. He muttered. Shota only held the temperamental black cat towards the blonde as it fiercely tried to free itself. Blame Endeavor. Oh, and shall I blame Endeavor for the other three too? Aizawa narrowed his gaze and Izuku took his chance to wiggle out of his grasp and bolt into another room. Look what you did, you scared him. Ah yes, the thought of irresponsible cat parenting should be terrifying for all. Hisashi all but performed, waving his arms about. Aizawa squinted further. I'll divorce you. Shuta. He should have taken Kaken. Then again, death by explosions or death by pampering from the one pro hero who could destroy his disguise, featuring his loud, domestic, fellow hero, husband, partner, friend with benefits? Gross. Izuku buried his face with his paws and growled. This is fine, I can bolt when they're both asleep and make it back before Kaken leaves for school. He's gonna kill me. Izuku saved himself from boredom by giving up on avoiding everyone and everything. He crawled out from under the bed and resigned himself to wandering the apartment, subtly taking note of any escape routes. The first cat he met was a playful calico who took to sniffing his bandages immediately. Maneuvering himself, he saw the name, Cheng, on the tag of her collar. Izuku let her follow along as he explored, watching her run ahead of him to jump him from a hiding spot. He entertained the young cat, of course. He bypassed the bedroom where present Mike had returned to the sweet embrace of sleep, unwilling to risk waking the loudmouth. Aside from the wheat-colored Persian sitting on his back, Izuku noted he was in bed alone. Then again, Aizawa didn't look like someone who slept in general. The bathroom was clean and uninteresting, lacking in escape routes, though the bathtub did contain another cat. A scruffy tabby, their collar designating them Whiskey. Eraserhead sure has a knack for naming cats, I'll give him that. The living room gave Izuku a cat tree to explore, and the dim light of a muted TV illuminated the still form of Eraserhead himself. He spies the clock above the TV, 4:35 a.m. Well, I'm dead. Kaken's already up for his run. He's noticed I'm not back. He's gonna kill me. He let out a groan and jumped onto the back of the lounge, scowling down at the resting hero. You did this to me. Izuku huffed and leapt to the wooden coffee table, jostling an empty mug but revealing what he could only assume to be Eraserhead's phone. Bingo! Izuku trotted over and batted the home button with a paw, locked. He turned to slap the pro but found the latter already awake and staring at him. Izuku's mind halted to a stop as a string of curses consumed his thoughts. What are you up to? The pro broke the silence, huffing. Izuku snapped out of his stupor, promptly decided heat, and pushed the phone towards Eraser, whose gaze narrowed further. Izuku returned the scowl until, out of what must have been pure curiosity, the pro reached forward and unlocked his phone before turning it back to Izuku. Izuku immediately sought out the keypad and meticulously tapped in one of the few numbers he knows by heart, growling when he missed number 5 for the third try. Eraser sat up when it started ringing, now paying more attention. Who the F is this? Izuku let out a long and harsh meow. F-I-N-G hell. Alright, whose phone is this? Eraserhead took that as his sign to step in. Depends on who's asking. Alright fucker, name's Katsuki Bakugo, that good enough? The hero scowled, Shoyuda Aizawa. Alright, Aizawa. You got a black cat with you? Scar over the right ear? Green eyes that scream, I am a bisu? Izuku made sure to make eye contact with the hero on that one, flicking his ear as an extra precaution. He yours? She's his own cat. Why's he with you? Another string of curses passed through Izuku's head as he dreaded Aizawa's answer. He got caught in the crossfire of one of Endeavor's fights, had some burns that needed to be treated. He said with a hint of underlying resentment. Is that so? Izuku did not like that tone. Typical of the BSCD, how bad is it? Aizawa sighed. I pulled a favor with a colleague and got him mostly healed up. He's just under a few days' observation. Izuku heard Katsuki huff. How close are you two? Mizudafu General Park? I can come get him after school. That can be arranged. Just one thing, Izuku felt the fear return. Make sure the fucker eats something. He's fussy, but if you stare him down he'll eat what you put in front of him. Kakin, you motherfucker. Alright, I'll see you this afternoon. One more thing, Kuzo's a master escape artist. The only reason he hasn't escaped yet is because he hasn't had the chance. And with that he hung up and Izuku was left staring at Eraserhead. One can of cat food and several thwarted escape attempts later, Izuku was settled in the folds of Eraserhead's scarf waiting in the park for Kakin and his inevitable lecture. Sue him, the scarf was comfortable, he was absolutely not falling asleep. No sir. Kuzo. Here he comes. He felt Aizawa grunt and get up from his comfortable spot in the shade. Izuku popped his head out of the scarf and meowed, watching Katsuki train in on the sound and stalk over. He looked like how you'd expect him to, like he just figured out you said in his cereal. Safe to say Izuku made quick work of jump from Aizawa's shoulder to his. A hole wasn't too much trouble if he's that cozy with you, I'm guessing? He chided, ignoring Izuku for now. He had a tantrum when we made a show of locking the windows and encouraged one of our cats to act out. Katsuki grinned. Did he eat? Eventually. Aizawa groaned. Katsuki's smirk only got larger. Good. Just don't complain when you see him again. And with that he turned heel and strode back home. Izuku heard Eraser groan before he went his own way. Katsuki waited until he was sure they were out of earshot. How was the cat food, Kuzo? Izuku growled and jumped from his shoulder, shifting back. I hate you. He scowled, tearing off bandages before they began constricting him. The burn was now nothing more than reddened skin over the left side of his ribs. Oh yeah, scoffed Katsuki as he pulled one of Izuku's all-might hoodies from his backpack and threw it at the catboy. You want to go back and stay with Eraserhead of all people? Izuku pulled on the hoodie. Kakin, the man lives with present Mike and 3 other cats. He cursed, ear twitching. I had to be on my best, stop laughing. My best behavior DMN it. He gives up explaining while Kakin snickers. I need a coffee, he mutters. Kakin pauses his chuckles. You'll need one, we have an English exam tomorrow so you actually have to go to school, Kuzo. Izuku groans loudly, it's going to be another long night. Despite Izuku's mid to low attendance to school, he was still one of Aldera's top students, mostly thanks to Katsuki with his constant badgering and notes. No, Izuku much preferred to wander with his forms, jotting down the mutations as he goes. After being kidnapped by Eraserhead and spending longer than intended in Black Cat, fur growth on wrists has extended to knuckles. Hands becoming more sensitive and painful, particularly in thumbs. Possible beginning of bone realignment. He sighed. He could deal with the pain, but the threat of possibly losing dexterity in another post form was annoying. Even after revealing himself to Tuya, Crow was still one of his most frequent forms, and one of the quickest to mutate he'd noticed, alongside Black Cat and Rabbit. The mutation rate seemed to vary between forms, and Izuku was still trying to figure out all the specifics as to why. "Oi, dipshit," Kaken called from his bed. "Are you still going to go out tonight?" Izuku leant back from their shared desk with a noise of thought. "I want to check on Shinso. His foster seemed to be getting antsy and he's clearly on edge about something." He paused. "It's worrying." Kaken hesitated, pondering. "You know, you could bring him here, get him to follow you after school, since you apparently know which he goes to." Izuku must have made a face because he followed up with, "Don't even look at me like that, I'm right." He grinned. Izuku let out a fake laugh and promptly threw his pen at him, which Katsuki followed with a pillow, and sure enough the two were wrestling on the floor. The door slammed open, Mitsuki Bakugo making her entrance known. "Keep it down, brats, people are trying to sleep." "Shut up then, hag." "Sorry, Mikan." The door slammed shut again and Katsuki stood with a huff, rubbing a new bite mark on his forearm. "You fight like FNG street cat." Izuku raised an eyebrow, and "Tee," was his only response before they both sat on the bed in silence. "He hasn't seen me yet, I got lucky with Tuya reacting somewhat normally." Izuku faltered, "I don't know if Shinso can trust like that." "Kuzo, you've been the dude's emotional support animal for 4 years, and from how you've been FNG complaining about everyone else in his life, it'd probably do him good to know he has a human friend to count on." Izuku smiled at that. "Wow, Kaken, almost sounds like you care." The remark got him an elbow to the ribs, worth it. "Geez, if you hate me that much, I guess I'll leave." He dodged the swat in favor of pulling himself up to the window. "Don't be back too late. You weren't FNG paying attention at all when I gave you my notes, which means you'll be FA cramming in the morning." "No promises." He got out before Crow's beak fully formed. "Idiot." He caught Kaken muttering as he flew into the night. Izuku was on edge the moment he peeked into Shinsu's open bedroom window and didn't see him there. He jumped in and began sniffing about. "He was here recently, maybe he's just in another room." Izuku was hesitant to explore the house. He could hear both Fosters in the house, one making shitty commentary on some sport and one shuffling dishes, but no sign of Shinso. Double-checking that he was alone, he shifted back just enough for dexterity and slowly turned the doorknob. It was unlocked, yet the door refused to open. Dread settled in his stomach and he moved to attempt to peek through the tiny gap the door allowed. He saw the shadows of 4 different latches stopping the door from opening. Those motherfuckers. Then he remembered the window was open when he found it. Shinso. He let Black Cat fully consume him again and bolted back outside, now having a reason to panic. Izuku frantically sniffed about for any sort of trail, bolting off when he found what he believed to be Shinso. Phuck. He didn't keep track of where he was running, focused solely on finding someone who should not be in the streets. When the scent got stronger, he had reached the maze of back alleys Tuya frequented for his shady sheet. He growled and ran in. No one would pay too much mince to a cat, but who knows what the boy could have got into. Izuku could only be thankful when it led away from a pair of angry, shouting voices. "Where the F are you?" Several turns later he reached where the trail was strongest, a dead end full of trash that almost succeeded in snuffing out Shinsu's scent. Izuku entered warily, feeling his tail flicking behind him. He found the purple-haired boy curled in on himself behind a trash pile and bolted toward him with a desperate meow and zero hesitation. And when Shinso lifted his head, Izuku found himself growling. "Oh, I am going to kill them." Izuku nuzzled himself into Shinsu's lap and liked a tear-streaked cheek, ignoring the absolute fury that came when he glanced at the contraption of metal and cloth that wrapped around his head and over his mouth. He'd heard Shinsu's Foster's beach about his quirk whilst he hid out of sight, but there was no FNG excuse for this sheet. Izuku let Shinso hold him, hoping his purring provided comfort when a new wave of tears hit the boy. He let Shinso calm down while he inspected the muzzle, his anger reigniting when he saw the thin trails of blood running down his neck. "Yep, going to kill them." Izuku mewed to get Shinso's attention and tried to get across, "Hey, We need to get the F out of here, with various looks to the entrance. Shinso seemed to get the message when he made a move to get up, Izuku jumping from his lap and leading the way, checking that Shinso was following. Of course they didn't get far before someone saw them. "Oi kid," the pair tensed as two men stepped out from the shadows. "The F you doing out? Don't, cha know it's." He pulled his hands out of his pockets, nails lengthening. "Dangerous?" Izuku got a good look at the guy and his friend and wanted to laugh. He'd scared the pair off before on A with Tuya. One had a nail-lengthening quirk and the other had an eagle head mutation. He stepped forward and began shifting back, slowly, and chuckled. "Dangerous." He let the shift finish and stared up with dead eyes. "What of it?" The man paled but held his ground. "Shift." Tuya had insisted on a street name for the rare times Izuku wandered the back alleys with him, going by Dabi himself. "Think I'm scared of you? You don't. Have Dabi to protect you now." Izuku chuckled again. "What makes you think I need him?" "Oh yeah." He was wavering. "Oh yeah, and I have a lot of anger to get out right now," he growled out, because boy did he. Eaglehead muttered something to Nails, who shrugged him off. "Prove it." Izuku smirked, stepping fully in front of Shinso. "I'm glad you said that." "Oi Kuzo." A young Katsuki rushes over. "What is it, Kaken?" Kaken smirks and pulls out 2 zoo tickets and a pamphlet. "Big cat encounter." Izuku grins. "Yeah." Izuku reached into his collection and pulled forth one he didn't get the chance to use often. He never had reason to. Izuku let Lion embrace him, falling back to all fours, growling when the shift finished. The pair stepped back when he moved forward. Izuku smirked beneath Lion. He let out a loud roar, feigning a chase when the pair bolted. He waited till they rounded a corner before shifting back, giving himself a quick check for body mutations. Post-Lion retains claws. He runs his tongue over his teeth and canines. It's only then that Izuku whips around, remembering Shinso saw all that. Is all he manages to get out. Shinso is looking at him with wide eyes, clearly wary. Izuku swears under his breath. "Okay, Shinso, you can ask me anything and everything when we get that thing off you, okay?" He holds his hand out. "Trust me?" It was a question that verged on a command. Shinso hesitated but nodded softly, taking his hand. Izuku smiled. "Let's get out of here." He runs the boy back to the main streets. "My name is Izuku Midoriya." He begins between breaths. "I have a shape-shifting quirk." A sharp left. "I'm gonna kill your fosters." Shinso made a startled noise. "Legally, calm down." A breath, and "Shinso," he turned back to the boy and smiled, "you're one of my best friends, and you're going to be a great hero." Shinsu's eyes go wide. Izuku would have savored the moment more, but alas, his knee smashed into a fire hydrant. The loud F- echoed through the street, but Izuku thought it was worth it just for the soft laughing from Shinso. "Stay here, I'll get the door." Izuku instructs, Crow getting him in Katsuki's window. He grabs his phone and shakes Katsuki. "Kaken, wake the F up, it's important." He whispers, folding Katsuki's palm back into a fist to muffle the explosion aimed at his face. "Come on, Kaken, you know I wouldn't disturb your beauty sleep, we know you need it." That gets the blonde up, and Izuku quickly pulls him from the bed before he starts anything. Izuku drags Katsuki down the stairs and almost throws the door open, pulling Shinso onto the couch as Katsuki flipped the light on. "Shinso, this is my brother, Kaken. Kaken, this is Shinso, we're going to murder his fosters." Izuku pulled out his phone and began taking pictures of the muzzle. Evidence was all he provided to Shinso. "What the F-?" Katsuki assessed the contraption. "Scissors, Stanley knife, wire cutters. Whatever you can find, Kaken, please." Katsuki needed no more instruction and darted off into the house. When Izuku turned back to Shinso, he had to bite his lip to keep the growls in. Anger and sadness sat hand in hand, and he was left wondering, how could someone do this? "I should have done something sooner, I knew how effing shitty they were." He was cut off by Shinso pulling him into a hug. Izuku couldn't tell who needed it more. They stayed like that until Katsuki came back with a handful of tools. Apparently they were making too much noise because Mitsuki stomped down the stairs with a scowl and the beginning of a shout. Both vanished when she began assessing the situation. What's going on? She pulled her dressing gown tighter over her shoulders as she strode over. Sorry, Mike-chan, I didn't mean to wake you. Izuku began. Can you help us get this off of Shinso? Mitsuki bit her lip and nodded. After 10 excruciating minutes, the last of the device fell to the floor and Izuku wasted no time kicking it away. He snapped pictures of the cuts and drying blood as quickly as he could before enveloping Shinso in another hug. Mike-chan? Izuku asked around the hug. Yeah, Izuku? How do I legally murder someone? Whatever noise she made was drowned out by Kaken's "Get away with it," which warranted a slap over the head from his mother. Don't kill them. Shinso's voice was so soft Izuku almost missed it. Shin, so if you think I'm letting you go back to them after that, then they'll have to pry you from my cold, dead hands. And mine, and that got the two to stare at Katsuki. You matter to Kuzo, so I'll FNG fight for you or whatever. Izuku felt tears coming on and yanked Katsuki into his hug. Kachan, you do care. Katsuki grumbled but didn't reject the hug. Katsuki took Shinso to their room so Izuku could give Mitsuki a rundown on the situation. He joined the others after giving Mitsuki the address of the Fosters and sending her the photos of the muzzle. Closing the bedroom door behind him, he sighed and fell face down onto the bed and Katsuki's legs. Kage Izuku. Izuku whipped his head up. You can keep calling me Kage if you want, it makes me sound cooler. Nerd. Kennet, Kaken. Izuku huffed as he lifted Katsuki's legs so he could sit with his back against the wall. When he was comfy, Katsuki dumped his legs in his lap. With that finished, he turned to Shinso, who was sitting at the desk. All right, I promised you answers, ask away. Shinso bit his lip in thought. Your quirk. What is it exactly? All right, my quirk is called animal form. It allows me to take the forms of animals I encounter and become them. Though each animal I become mutates the human form, I return to look more like the form I was in. Izuku explained, I'm still figuring out the specifics on what exactly influences the specifics of the mutations. Generally, it directly relates to how often and how long I'm in the forms, hence why I looked like a furry when I came out of Black Cat but relatively human after Lion because I don't use it often. And why I'm covered in feathers and sheet now. You used Lion? Interrupts Katsuki, who Izuku shushes. Not important, Shinso, continue. Izuku reaches over and claps a hand over Katsuki's mouth. Next he began before one of Katsuki's legs smacked into his chin. Evasake Kaken? Happened, Kuzo? He growled. Izuku let out an exaggerated groan. It was just two fuckwads trying to spook us. Conveniently, I scared the shit out of them with Dabi last week, so it was easy to spook them off. They're happy? Katsuki humphed and nodded to Shinso to continue. Shinso blinked and moved on. Where do you find them? The forms. Everywhere. Animals seem to be drawn to me anyway, and I just need to touch them for a bit before I can become them. The backyard at Mom's house backed onto forest, and you'd be surprised what would come out. Plus Mike-chan can get easy passes to the zoo. He finished with a grin. You have a cool quirk. Shinso began to frown. Mine dash. If you're gonna say self-deprecating shit, I will tackle you. But dash. Nope. Kag dash. Nah. Both of you shut the F up. Katsuki cut in just as there was a knock at the bedroom door. Masaru popped his head in. Sorry to interrupt, but the police are here and would like to talk to Shinso-kun. At the mention of his name, Shinso froze. Izuku could see all the thoughts rush through his head and lifted Katsuki's legs up to go to the boy and grab his hand. Shinso, he said quietly, it'll be okay, I'll come with you. Shinso nodded and Izuku led him downstairs with Masaru, noting how tightly the boy gripped his hand. Mitsuki sat at the dining table with a cat-headed police officer and a normal-looking dude in a coat. Here they are. She addressed, patting the seats next to her. Izuku took the seat next to her and pulled Shinso into the one next to him. Morning. Izuku sing-songed. It was early enough to be even without the sun breaching the horizon. The normal guy let out a soft chuckle to break the tension. Midoriya-kun, you're looking well. Izuku tilted his head. Huh. I was one of the detectives investigating the villain attack you and your mother were involved in. I'm sorry we couldn't save her. Izuku growled, you're not here for me. He repressed Crow's attempt to ruffle his feathers. Yes, my apologies. He played with a file, flicking through the pages. I'm Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. This is Officer Sansa Tamakawa. We're here to investigate the claims of abuse and neglect towards Hitoshi Shinso. Shinso stiffened. Izuku realized he never learned Shinso's first name. Earlier we visited the home of his fosters, Aoi and Hifumi Shu, to investigate said claims and found sufficient evidence to back up these claims, including but not limited to several locks on Shinsukuin's bedroom, unsanitary living conditions, and we found a closet with substantial evidence on its own. Izuku gave Shin Hitoshi's trembling hand another squeeze. We then placed them under arrest, in which Hifumi assaulted an officer, and they are both currently in custody. Their sentence is guaranteed, but we had some things to ask Shinsukuin. Izuku held in his cheers over the arrest in favor of looking to Hitoshi. Their face was devoid of anything, eyes blank yet full of so much emotion. Shinso. Izuku squeezed his hand. Nothing. Hitoshi. He placed his other hand on their shoulder with a light shake. Toshi. Hitoshi was lost in his own mind. The detective's voice blended into the background as his own ringing thoughts invaded. Being too loud at home. Stepping on the creaky wood. Not cleaning messes he didn't know about. Aoi yelling at him, the stink of alcohol on her breath. Hifumi backhanding him whenever he spoke. A closet door. Hitoshi tried to breathe, but the air just seemed to pass through him. He tried again, and this one got caught in his throat. He felt his heart beat in his ears, backed by the sting of ringing. So. Hi, sure. Toshi. Hitoshi opened his eyes. When did he close them? Izuku was holding his face in his hands, guiding his gaze to their own. Hitoshi clinged to those bright emerald eyes, the soft smile and the black feathers framing his face. There you are. Hitoshi felt his thumb slide over the fresh band-aid on his cheek and saw anger flash in those big green eyes before it was blinked away. Hitoshi used to think that the black cat he found just liked to scowl. Now he knows that Izuku had heard everything. The knocking screams against his door, the insults, the noise. And the black cat he found was angry. You okay to keep going? Yes. Hitoshi took one deep breath and nodded. Izuku gave him another soft smile and removed his hands. Hitoshi missed the contact until Izuku placed his hand back in his with a squeeze. Hitoshi nodded to the detective, a reluctant invitation to continue. Tsukachi offered a kind smile. We just want to ask some basic yes or no questions, Shinsukuin. Is that all right? He nodded. Just a verbal response, please, Shinsukuin. Your quirk? Izuku asked. Lie detection, Tsukachi supplied. I can tell whether someone's telling the truth or not. Well, you certainly picked the right field. Izuku muttered. Tsukachi smiled. I'd like to think so. Now, are you ready, Shinsukuin? Yes. Hitoshi let the corner of his lip quirk up at the detective. Even Izuku could tell that was a lie. Tsukachi didn't comment on it. Were the shoes physically aggressive towards each other? He began. No. Were they ever physically aggressive towards you? Shinso swallowed. Yes. Izuku tightened his grip. More questions followed. Shinso answered and forgot, desperate to stay in this world as his mind attempted to pull him back in. Did you feel safe at the shoes house? Hitoshi closed his eyes and took a breath. Noise, locked door, closet. And opened them? No. Izuku's thumb was rubbing soft circles into the back of Hitoshi's hand, and he chose to focus on that. Tsukachi wore a grimace. He had, since his second question, the officer, Sansa, wore a similar one. Hitoshi didn't dare look at the blonde woman. He could feel her anger radiating off her like the heat of a wildfire. Tsukachi bit his lip. Now, we have to address your living situation. Hitoshi's heart plummeted. Bakugo-san has offered to house you. She says you're close with Midoriya-kun. What? He finds himself saying. He turns to the woman in question. She smiles at him. We have a big house. You can take Izuku's bed since he rarely sleeps in it. She remarks with a grin. Izuku shushes her. It's true though, you can stay here Hitoshi, you'll get all the cat cuddles you want. He whispers the last part and Hitoshi finds himself chuckling. Yeah, okay. He meets Izuku's bright smile with his soft one. For once in a long time, Hitoshi thinks that everything will be okay. Hitoshi let out another gasp of pain as Katsuki flipped him onto his back and pinned him. Once Katsuki had learnt of Hitoshi's want to be a hero through you like him, he'd practically screamed, with those twig arms, and pulled him to the yard to spar. Safe to say Hitoshi was getting the sheet beat out of him as Izuku laughed from the sidelines. If it wasn't sparring, he was running with the pair or weight training in the Bakugo's designated gym room. His endurance was slowly but surely building, and, with the decent meals Katsuki cooked combined with the training, he was managing some muscle gain. He groaned when Katsuki finally let him up, giving Hitoshi a few seconds to recover before charging in again. Hitoshi had been living with Izuku and the Bakugos for 2 months now. Now that he could actually talk to Kage and get a reply, he learnt many things about the shapeshifter. He learnt that Izuku's favorite hero was All Might, which, after seeing the room that would be his covered in All Might paraphernalia, came as no shocker. He also learnt of the run-in with Eraserhead after Katsuki continued to tease Izuku about, which often lead the two wrestling, the fact that Izuku was on some rough painkillers for his mutations, and that Hitoshi wasn't Izuku's only trauma child. Where do you go? Hitoshi asked Izuku as they shed off all clothes that weren't the green shorts. Many places, he replied. Sometimes I run through the forests, sometimes fly through the night, maybe watch a hero or two take down villains. Sometimes I deliver letters for stubborn brats. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. Oh? Izuku chuckled. A broken family of siblings trying to heal each other, anger crossed his face, only to be branded by the sins of the father. Poetic, what's stopping you adopting them? Izuku shot him a look. Hitoshi stuck his tongue out and Izuku sighed with a chuckle. What makes you think I haven't tried? He moved to the ever-open window. I should get him to come over for food again. I feel like you two would get along. Oh boy. Hitoshi leant back in the bed as Izuku chuckled again. Get some sleep, he added, the black feathers of crows sprouting from his skin. I'll be back later. Katsuki threw him to the ground again and Hitoshi chose to sigh and accept his fate. Come on, get up. Izuku cheered with a laugh, thumping his post-rabbit paws against the ground as he scribbled something into his notebook. Hitoshi groaned into the dirt. I don't see you fighting, Kage. He scowled. What am I gonna fight? The air? You're too busy getting thrashed by Kaken and we don't exactly have a fourth person. Oh, Hitoshi did not like that look. I should get Dabi to come beat you up. And he can thrash Kaken again. He goaded. Hitoshi growled out a sarcastic great, while Katsuki smacked his fists together with, wanna say that to my face, Kuzo? Izuku smirked. Don't worry, Kaken, he'll be over to crush both of you on Saturday. Ha! Both Hitoshi and Katsuki cried out with varying emotions. I only told him to come for dinner, but I can get him to come earlier to beat the shit out of you too. Izuku jibed, pointing a finger at them with a laugh. You wanna FING go, Kuzo? Katsuki's growls, small explosions popping on his palms. Izuku springs up from his spot on the grass, forgetting his notebook and bouncing on his furred paws as his long ears flicked about. Bring it. Nope. Hitoshi chose life and rolled to the side as Katsuki charged past him, watching as Izuku got low and dodged to the left. Izuku aimed a kick which Katsuki grabbed and used the momentum to twist around and smack his other foot down on Katsuki's shoulder. Katsuki made a pained noise and threw Izuku to the side. The rabbit boy tumbled through the air, landing swiftly with a palm to the ground, wasting no time in bounding back into the fray. When Katsuki aimed a punch, Izuku would grab it and swing himself around the limb and get one of his own hits in. Kicks were dodged unnaturally low until Katsuki was basically stomping at the ground. Hitoshi was left gawking. He'd seen the two wrestle, seen them train, but he'd never seen them fight. He'd seen Katsuki roughly shove and smack Izuku, but he'd never seen the boy focus everything he had on merely keeping track of an enemy that used him like a personal jungle gym. He'd seen Izuku bounce down the stairs in a blink or smack Katsuki and bolt with a smile, but he hadn't seen him move like this. Izuku's moves were all low, bizarrely low. Hitoshi watched as Izuku bounced off the ground and dashed around Katsuki. Izuku didn't fight like a human, he fought like a predator in a well-tailored person suit. The bright, snarky look in his eyes was replaced by the look of a scavenger smelling fresh meat and blood. Izuku wore through Katsuki's defenses, and a well-placed kick to the underside of his chin disoriented him enough for Izuku to sweep his legs and bring him to the ground. Izuku didn't give him a chance to get up, digging his knees into Katsuki's thighs, holding his wrists out and, "Are you biting him?" Hitoshi sputtered. Izuku made a noise in the back of his throat and Katsuki groaned. "He does that." Izuku released his jaws from the base of Katsuki's throat and pulled the boy up. It's part habit, part instincts. When you live like an animal enough, you'd be surprised by how much you begin to act like them. Katsuki rubbed the red mark below his Adam's apple. "It's still effing gross." He turned to Hitoshi, "And the reason you FING spar with me is because Kuzo doesn't move like a FING human, and you gotta learn how to fight humans first. Now get the F up." Hitoshi groaned as Katsuki pulled him up for another round. They continued until Mitsuki called them in for dinner. Izuku watched Hitoshi poke a new bruise on his arm and wince. He chuckled through his mouthful of tonkatsu as the latter shot him a look. "Don't look at me like that, you actually got a hit in today." Izuku bites his lip and absolutely doesn't laugh through his nose. "No one can prove it." "You boys aren't training too hard, are you?" Masaru pipes in. "Never, Masen. Toshi just is." He holds in a curse as a kick meets his shins under the table and turns to the boy in question. "But you're getting better. We should probably up your training actually dash." Hitoshi cuts him off with some horrid and undignified noise that gets the Bakugo parents laughing. The rest of dinner is filled with banter and small talk, and once the dishes are all done the boys move to Katsuki's room. Katsuki takes the bed, Hitoshi at the desk and Izuku on the floor. Hitoshi and Katsuki were being good little students and doing their homework while Izuku was flicking between several of his forms and noting the post-mutations. "Focus, Tosh." He commented as he jotted down that Squirrel was in fact making him grow a tail, not the first and absolutely not the last. Kinda hard when some idiot keeps using their distracting as F quirk. Izuku lets put an exaggerated gasp. "Kaken, look what you've done. He's supposed to be pure." Katsuki huffs. "Bold of you to think he didn't learn it from you." "And who effing taught me, huh?" "Tiho. Beach. Broccoli. Pomeranian. Furry." Izuku gasps again. "You didn't." "Furry." He states again. "Tashiai, he's bullying me." Izuku whines, nudging Hitoshi's chair. Hitoshi turns around slowly, his signature sheet-eating grin spread across his face. "Furry." Izuku pouts. "That's it. I'm not getting you Eraserhead signature." He snaps. "No. I take it back." Hitoshi reaches for Izuku, but the latter is already stepping over Katsuki to get to the window. "Nope. You get to sit there and think about what you've done." Izuku badgered with a wide grin as crow's feathers began sprouting from him. "You too, Kaken." "Aha," is all the response Katsuki gives as crow flies into the night. Tuya hears the relentless tapping against his window and sighs, setting down the half-finished cup ramen and made his way to the culprit. The moment he opens the window, the demon crashes into him and he's wrapped into a hug. "Sometimes I regret telling you where I lived." The boy with a crown of feathers looks to him with an offended stare. "Rude, and here I thought I was going to give you some fun news." Tuya groaned. The kid knew how to win him over. Fine, what is it?" he asks as Izuku lets up on the hug. "Toshi needs more training, so you should come over earlier to beat the sheet out of him and Kaken. Plus you and Tosh can bond over your traumatic pasts." Izuku lets the light smack hit him over the head as Tuya mulls over the first part. "Sure, why not?" He smirks. The explosive one was fun to beat, and they made good food. "Yay." Izuku jumps only to wince at the landing. Tuya is quick to snake an arm under his and lead him to the shabby couch. "I thought your legs finished mutating?" Tuya comments, setting him down and picking up the remains of his ramen before the gremlin grabbed it. Izuku flexes one of his clawed feet with furrowed brows. Black scales ran up to his knees where they met soft down feathers that ran under his shorts. I might have a theory, but it sounds painful, so I'll deal with it later. He disregards with a wave. Tuya raises an eyebrow and slurps up the last of the ramen. Whatever you say, you able to do letters tonight? At the mention of letters, Izuku perks up. Oh, who to this time? Shudo? Reisen? Fuyumi? Natsuo? Let me get the bloody things and you'll see. Tuya needled with a smirk, moving to the small bedroom in the back of the apartment. He pushed the door open and strode to the bed, crouching and pulling a box out from under it. The box was filled with the various letters from his siblings and mother, his freshly written ones from the night before sitting on top. The top letter stares back. Tuya's breath catches in his throat. He'd written it on a whim, yet once he started writing, the words had just kept coming and he'd filled the page. He should deliver it. He owes him that much. Tuya sighs and grabs the letter, pushing the box back under his bed. The rest can wait. Hey Zu. He calls on his way back to the living room. Yo, is the quick reply from the couch. Tuya contemplates for a second before grinning. What's the most badass bird you got? Izuku whips around to face him and a matching bright grin spreads across his face. It's a slow enough night that Kigo Takami finds the time to soar through the skies at the end of his shift. The sky is where birds belong anyway, it's their domain after all, where they fly free. Kigo comes upon a small flock of birds, yet they scatter before he can get close enough to identify them. He tilts his head. Normally birds don't tend to mind him joining them, something must have spooked them. It's only then that Kigo notices he's in a shadow. Instincts scream and he flips himself, letting the telekinesis carry him and holy shit, that's a big bird. Kigo voraciously flips through all his bird-related knowledge to figure out what the hell he's looking at, all while the intelligent green eyes watch him back. It's when the bird makes a series of deep staccato calls that he can place it. Stellar's sea eagle. Holy F dash, is all he manages to get out. The eagle repeats the noise and Kigo almost thinks it's laughing at him. Saying the bird was large seems like an understatement when its wingspan was almost as big as his. This was Japan's largest bird after all, but weren't they extinct in the wild? Kigo tries to recall the memories of frantic evening searches about big butt birds of Japan, and he was sure that the only surviving sea eagles were in captivity, and to add salt to the wound, it had been human error that allowed the wild birds to die out. You must be lonely, huh? He finds himself saying. The eagle regards him and repositions itself to fly beside Kigo instead of above him. Kigo flips back over. Yeah, I'm lonely too. It's quiet enough to get lost in the wind, yet the bird makes another series of notes. Kigo looks to the eagle and it stares back, black and white wings just barely brushing his between beats. He realized he's been smiling, not one of the forced ones he has to wear around others, but something genuine. How long has it been since he'd smiled like this? He knows exactly how long, he just refused to think about it. Kigo stows the thoughts away for later. He was flying with one of the last lords of the sky and Demon if he didn't want to savor it. He doesn't know how long they fly together, but he notes that the eagle follows whichever direction he takes. Out of curiosity, Kigo spins a quick corkscrew and watches the eagle. It beats its wings once, twice, and Kigo watches it copy his spin. Kigo blinks in awe and hopes that some of the excitement he feels is from the bird. He flies ahead and does a backwards loop, then watches as the eagle mimics him. Kigo finds himself laughing as does more aerial maneuvers, spins, rolls, corkscrews, loops, combinations. The eagle copies what it can, only getting wobbly with the complex stuff, and Kigo is ecstatic with his smile growing after every trick. You're amazing, buddy. He calls to the bird as it manages a triple forward loop whilst corkscrewing, shaking its head, most likely disorientated. Just a little longer, bud. They weren't far from his agency, and Kigo could admit the eagle had tuckered him out a little. He begins the decline, letting the wind carry him right to the large balcony of his penthouse, the eagle landing on the railing behind him. Kigo stretches out his arms above his head and sighed when his shoulders popped. Welp, he turns to the eagle who was picking at its talons. It's been fun, buddy, but dash. Wait, Kigo stared. The eagle wasn't picking at its talons, it was picking at the string holding something to its ankle. He watched as the bird made a frustrated noise and held its leg out to Kigo, lightly flapping its wings to keep balance. After a moment of confusion, Kigo steps forward and undoes the string, unfurling the paper from around the eagle's ankle. An envelope. Hey. And that was something he hadn't been called in a while. Kigo suddenly becomes very aware of how loud his heart is beating. He pulls open the doors of the balcony and heads inside just as the eagle jumps to his shoulder and it's heavier than he thought it would be. All right, buddy, you can stay for a bit. Kigo takes a seat on one of the plush surfaces littering the room and stares at the envelope. The eagle makes a noise and starts softly pulling at Kigo's hair, and he tries not to chuckle at the fact that he's getting preened, however thankful that it is working on calming him. Okay, he opens the envelope, let's do this. And pulls out the letter. Hey kid, it's been a while, I wonder if you still know my handwriting. And Kigo has to stop there because that brought on a lot of concerning feelings. He lets the eagle continue to preen him and focuses solely on that until he wills himself to continue. I should have written sooner and I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm legally FANG dead and I panicked. I should have gone to you, I promised I would, but I couldn't risk him seeing me again. I lived on the streets for years until I could afford a steady roof just to avoid the fucker. Might still be there if this effing bird didn't find me and harass me enough to get back into contact with my family. He told them I was dead, K. I was just a stupid kid who had a tantrum and ran away, and he told them I was effing dead. I'm sorry, K. I have too much to say and I don't know if I can put it to paper no matter how much I trust Zoo to get it to you. I'm terrified, K. And I miss you and your stupid chicken wings. I guess what I'm saying is, if you want to see me again, if you can put up with this ugly mug, tell Zoo. He's polite and doesn't read the letters, so you'll have to show him that I gave permission for this sheet. But he can lead you here. He's a FNG smart bird like you, K. It's your choice, but for the record, I would like to see you again. It's not signed, it doesn't need to be. Kigo doesn't realize he's crying until a drop splashes onto the paper. He wipes furiously at his eyes, but they don't stop. He whispers to himself. Tuya, you a-hole. He feels warmth surround him and realizes that the eagle wrapped a wing around his head and was cooing softly. Tuya. Is he really alive? He watches Zoo, he watches as he nods. Kigo picks up the letter and holds it up for Zoo to see. Take me to him. Tuya hears a crash from the fire escape and watches the giant bird Zoo showed him squeeze through the window and hop onto the back of the couch. He holds his breath when gloved hands grab the windowsill and he watches as Kigo Takami, Hawks, pulls himself into the apartment, wings and all. His eyes are red-rimmed and tear tracks spill down his face. Tuya swallows. And he's tackled to the ground, Kigo's arms wrapped around him like they're trying to squeeze the life out of him. You a-hole. Kigo sobs. Tuya feels tears pool behind his eyes, never to be released through his scarred ducts, and wraps his arms around Kigo with just as much force. I'm sorry, is all he manages to get out. He doesn't know how long they stay there until Kigo sits up. What happened to you? And Tuya tells him, he tells him of his stupid jealousy, how he felt ignored and left out, how Enji never showed up. Then he tells him how he met Izuku, how he got into contact with his family again, what Enji is continuing to get away with, and how he got much worse. All of it. Kigo sighs and tightens his grip, Tuya wincing out an exaggerated, "You're killing me. I missed you, dipshit." He mumbles, burying his head in Tuya's chest as the red wings curled around them both. It stirs up memories of their childhood cuddles hidden in the night, and Tuya lets himself reminisce. I missed you too, dumbass. He sighs into Kigo's hair and looks to Izuku, who's been nonchalantly observing the interaction. Thanks, Zoo. Kigo pipes up at that. Wait, didn't you say Zoo was a crow? And Tuya blanks. They're interrupted by laughter as Izuku shifts back, most of his feathers being reabsorbed into his skin save for the ring from his jawline to around his hairline and some spares on his back. Good one, Tuya. He chuckles. So, a grin spreads across his face. Y'all boning? Tuya flicks a small blast towards him and he ducks behind the couch with a shriek. Don't mind him, he's an idiot. Well, it takes one to know one. Kigo snarks, earning a light smack over the head. When Kigo has to go, it's full of bittersweet hugs. You won't disappear again, will you? And DMN if that doesn't hurt. I won't. Kigo holds out a pinky. Promise? Tuya snorts and takes it with his promise. Kigo? The man in question turns to Izuku, who's shuffling his feet. Yazoo. Izuku bites his lip. Can we fly like that again sometime? And Kigo grins. Hell yeah, little buddy. And he runs a hand through Izuku's green locks, a mock of the preening the kid had given him earlier. Know what? Kigo grabs a few of his feathers and passes them to Tuya and Izuku. If you need me, talk to the feathers and I'll hear it. Tuya twirls a feather between his fingers. And your quirk really evolved, didn't it? Izuku on the other hand turns his back and whispers something to the feather, and Kigo begins sputtering, a vivid blush taking over him. Tuya swats Izuku's head. Stop being a brat. And yep, he chooses to ignore that grin of absolute mischief and chaos in favor of looking at Kigo, and he's a cute blusher. Tuya chose to ignore that whole revamp of old feelings. Right? Well, I have to go. It was nice to see you, Tuya. Call me. And the red-faced hero bolts out the window and into the early morning. Tuya catches Izuku whispering, smooth, into the feathers that wiggle back at him. I like this one. He snickers to Tuya. Tuya humps at him. Yeah, he's my best friend. And cute. Izuku snickers. Shut the F up, aren't you supposed to be home before the sun's up? Izuku's gaze whipped to the window where the sky was beginning to turn orange. Phew, Kaken's gonna kill me. And Tuya watches as Izuku hastily shifts back into the eagle with a string of colorful curses and clumsily flaps to the window and out into the morning, Kigo's feathers clutched in his talons. He lets himself laugh. Thanks, Zu. Katsuki steels himself as the familiar eagle crashes through his open window, wings clumsily flapping about as Izuku reverts. Kaken! He shouts and holds up a pair of red feathers. I met hawks. Izuku went to school on Friday and the teachers didn't do a great job at hiding their surprise. He didn't blame them, he still did the homework, the assignments, the exams, and was still one of the top students alongside Katsuki. He just preferred not to waste time when he could be out learning from other species. He'd also openly admit that the only reason he went to school that day was to have more time to tell Katsuki and Hitoshi about hawks. I thought he'd be a prick, but he's effing awesome, Kaken. He exclaimed as the trio sat under a tree in the schoolyard. None of them sat in the cafeteria. It was too loud and obnoxious, full of angsty, hormonal teens and inferiority complexes. Hitoshi laughed. He'd come out of his shell slowly, but his progress still made Izuku happy. When Misuki found out how his previous school and teachers had been treating the purple boy, she'd given the school a metaphorical backhand and a literal lawsuit and transferred the boy to Aldera, which arguably wasn't much better, but Izuku and Katsuki were there to fight anyone who so much looked at the boy the wrong way. And boy was it effective. The students learned to leave them alone, lest they have the explosive Katsuki come after him, or worse, Izuku. Hitoshi did the smart thing and chose not to ask why Izuku was the worst option, though he'd heard whispers about spiders and snakes that he chose to ignore. Course he's awesome, he's a FING top hero, dumbass. Katsuki retorted through a bite of bento, no doubt topped with the essence of the bloody sun with how spicy it would be. Kaken, you should see how he flies. It's like whoosh. And shoo. Izuku beamed with various hand gestures. Hitoshi stifled a chuckle. Their conversation continued along those lines until the end of lunch, when they returned to classes, and resumed when they left for the walk home. Izuku didn't wander that night. Instead, he tucked himself into Hitoshi's arms and slept. When Hitoshi woke up in tears with a silent scream, Izuku dragged him to Katsuki's larger bed and let Black Cat and Katsuki's natural radiating heat take over the role of cuddles. When Katsuki's alarm woke them up at dawn, Izuku was up and about within seconds, Katsuki following with slightly less energy, and Hitoshi was left groaning with his face in the pillows. Izuku left Katsuki to drag Hitoshi out of bed to go prepare the 3 cups of coffee needed to get the boy awake enough for their morning run. Black like the menace he is. They managed to leave for their run on time. Izuku bouncing just ahead in post-rabbit form as Katsuki yelled for him to stay behind him. When they returned home after an hour, Hitoshi collapsed on the couch as soon as possible while Katsuki claimed the shower. "Tashi, get up!" Izuku cheered, bouncing on his toes. The muffled groan was all he got as a reply. "Tosh, you gotta get up. Dobby's coming today, remember?" Izuku laughed at the F-dash, shouted into the couch, and went to make the poor boy another coffee before he fell asleep again. No, he absolutely wasn't contributing to Hitoshi's caffeine addiction whatsoever. When Katsuki yelled that the shower was free, Izuku left for his turn as Hitoshi continued sipping at his cup of devil's brew. Izuku stood before the shower. He couldn't shower post-rabbit because he was prone to temperature shock, not to mention he didn't want to clog the drain with fur again. He groaned and quickly shifted in and out of rat snake, ignoring the itch of new scales growing along his arms in favor of getting the shower over and done with. The heat worked with the metabolism mutations that came with most reptiles, and Izuku hoped Katsuki would be done with the food as his stomach growled. He finished up and viciously scrubbed at his mess of hair. It was getting longer and he wondered if he wanted to cut it or let it grow out of curiosity. Shrugging to himself, he pulled his shifting shorts back on. Yes, they were probably due for a wash, but he'll live. He gathered up the clothes he'd thrown on for their run and dumped them in the laundry, wandering to his and Hitoshi's room to grab one of the many All Might singlets, limited edition. Izuku also slipped on the looped cord bracelet which held the smaller feather Kigo gave him and strolled back downstairs. "Your turn, Tosh." He beamed to the boy who looked barely awake if not for the speed at which he bounced his knee. Hitoshi mumbled a reply and meandered up to the second floor as Izuku bounded to the kitchen where Katsuki was hard at work. "Whatcha cooking?" He peered over Katsuki's shoulder, something that was getting harder to do without balancing on his toes, not that he'd admit it. Katsuki bumped his shoulder into Izuku's chin. "Out." Izuku pouted and stuck out his forked tongue as he left the kitchen, Katsuki's domain. He'd long been kicked out after the umpteenth time of burning rice and setting various appliances and food on fire. He settled for lounging on the couch and watching the morning hero news. At some point Hitoshi joined him on the couch, his usually fluffy, gravity-defying hair weighed down by water. "Anything interesting?" asks. Mirko brought down a drag cartel. Best Jeanist is launching a line of denim socks of all things, and All Might caught a crumbling building. "Denim socks?" Hitoshi questioned, the confusion plastered across his face. Izuku could only offer a shrug. There was a clatter of plates and Izuku was up before Kaken even called out, "Food." "You don't have to come, you know." Tuya whispered to the blonde holding onto his arm. The handholds the train provided were simply too high for the shorty. "Bit late now." Kigo replied from under his mask, which happened to have "stupid" branded across it whilst Tuya's matching one said, "with stupid." The hero had ditched his outfit for a simple black hoodie and sweatpants, his feathers hidden under his or Tuya's clothes to retain his anonymity. "I want to meet these kiddos. Zoo was cool and I want to meet the ones he supposedly adopted." Tuya chuckled, "I've only met one. He's an explosive little sheet but he's a good kid. And from what Zoo told me, Shinsu's a good kid from a harsh life." "Like you?" Kigo asked softly. Tuya bit his lip. "Yeah." The pair arrive at the large house of the Bakugos, Tuya knocking out a steady rhythm on the oak door. Various shouting began and Kigo shot a worried glance to Tuya. "That's normal, don't worry." He chuckled and opened his arms. Kigo raised an eyebrow and Tuya just shook his head. "Wait for it." A series of stomping footsteps could be heard and a mop of green hair burst through the door and into Tuya's arms. "Dbi." The green blob Kigo now recognized as Izuku called out. Kigo raised his eyebrow again. "Dobby?" The man in question shushed him as Izuku's eyes burst open. "Kigo!" And Kigo was likewise enveloped in a hug. It's what he prefers to be called in public. He whispers as he lets go. "Come on, they're here." He shouts as he pulls the pair inside. "The F you mean they, Kigo?" A shout echoes. "That's the Bakugo kid." Tuya mentioned to Kigo. "Quiet brat. It's early," shouted a blonde woman coming down the stairs who spots them and waves as she approaches the pair. "That's his mother. I see the resemblance." Kigo mutters back. I mean bird friend is here too, Kakin. Izuku shouts back as he leaves the pair to enter another room. It's good to see you again, Dabi. The older Bakugo approaches. You don't come over nearly enough. Is this your boyfriend? She banters. Kigo attempts to stutter out a reply as Tuya shuts her down with an immediate, no. Don't tease them, Mike-chan, that's my thing. Izuku calls out with a chuckle. Sure, Izuku. Anyway, Mitsuki Bakugo, call me Mistuki. She holds out a hand which Kigo takes. Kigo Takami, call me whatever you'd like. Ah, now that you're up close, you're Hawks, aren't you? At that comment there was a clatter and a series of coughs. Toshi learned to breathe. Izuku laughs in the background. Haha, DMN, my cover's been blown. You can keep a secret, right? Kigo holds a finger to his lips. In a fugi motion. Mitsuki laughs and he calls it a win. Will you be staying for dinner? She asks and Kigo immediately feels out of place. He'd love to. Tuya cuts in before Kigo could stammer around the question. No, I'd hate to impose dash. You saying my cooking's not worth your time? Ha! Piped up the blonde kid stalking towards them, Mitsuki's son no doubt. Here we go. Tuya sighed. Thief, does that mean edgelord? He scowled. Nothing. Tuya waves before trapping the blonde in a noogie. You little menace. Get the F off me. You stink. Well, I'm off to work, Mitsuki comments, ignoring the scuffle. You're in charge number 3, don't let them send each other to the hospital again. IT was one time Mikan. Izuku calls out, quickly followed by a louder, what? Bye boys, play nice. Mitsuki dismisses as she makes a quick exit. Bye Mikan. Bye Mitsuki-san. Echo from another room. Have a nice day, Mitsuki. Tuya calls out before the younger Bakugo got out of his hold, and the two began roughhousing. Oh, don't break them up, I want to see who wins. Izuku exclaims, bounding back into the scene as a purple-haired kid follows him. Oh my god, Hawks is actually here. They mutter. Kigo gives him a wave and a sly, hey. Kage, are you trying to effing kill me? He hisses to Izuku as he stiffly waves back. I didn't know he was coming. Blame Dabi, demanded Izuku, pointing to the accused tangling with Bakugo. Tuya didn't reply until he managed to pull the growling Bakugo into a half-Nelson with a loud, H. The crackles of mini-explosions were Tuya's sign to let go of the angry blonde before he took one to the face. He wanted to come, 'cause he missed you, Zu. He teased as Izuku pulled him up. Did you miss me, Keeks? The boy gives him puppy dog eyes and Kigo finds himself wrapping an arm around his shoulders. Course I miss my bird buddy. The purple-haired boy groans. I swear to F. Kage, how many people have you adopted? He squealed. Izuku blinks and begins counting his fingers and mumbling. Oh my god. Purple covers his face with a laugh. Okay, look. Technically, you're the only adopted one. But, you, Kakin, Dab's family, can I say I adopted Eraserhead? Does that mean I get his cats too? Izuku gasps, do I get his husband? He asks with a smirk. Kigo could only stand in confused silence, Tuya seemingly in the same boat as he could only get out a quick, what? While Bakugo just scoffed. Oh, this is Toshi by the way. Izuku struts to the purple kid and wraps an arm around him. The kid in question raises an arm, Hitoshi Shinso. He drawls out. How enthusiastic. Shinso swats him. And this is Wingus and Dingus. Izuku gestures to Kigo and Tuya. Dabi simply held up a peace sign. Kigo Takami. Hawks was left introducing himself. Izuku claps his hands together. Should we get started? The group were now gathered in the backyard. So who's gonna fight who? Kigo asks. You, Izuku points at him, are gonna fight Tosh. Hitoshi pales. I'm gonna die. You're gonna kill me before I'm 15. Kigo interrupts. You sure about this, Zu? Shouldn't someone else dash? Opponents take the field. Izuku cheers, ignoring the protests. Hitoshi continues his crisis as he walks a reasonable space from the group, as does Hawks, F-I-N-G Hawks. Alright, clean game my guys, First to immobilize wins, winner fights the next round, and most importantly, this is private property, so, oh no. Izuku shoots a wink at Hitoshi. Quirks are permitted. Oh. Hawks was attempting to protest again, but Hitoshi was busy entertaining the thought that might not die today, and that's considered a win in his books. Begin. 2 long feathers slid out of Hawk's sleeves and Hitoshi assumed a defensive stance. No hard feelings, right? Hitoshi asks. Course not. Dash. Got him. Don't move. Hitoshi commands, taking the breath he'd been avoiding as the hero stills. Izuku whoops and cheers from the sidelines. Make him do the chicken dance. You tried to send me to my death. Hitoshi gets out, his voice higher than intended. You lived though. Izuku cheered back. Come on please. Hitoshi groaned and turned back to Hawks. Do the chicken dance. Soon after, everyone is laughing, Dabi and Izuku recording the hero, blackmail no doubt. Hitoshi takes pity and releases Hawks from his hold, the hero stumbling mid-dance move. He startles, shaking his head. What the hell was that? Hawks sputtered. And Hitoshi blanched because I just brainwashed the number 3 hero. I used my quirk on you. Hawks seemed like a chill dude. Maybe it's okay, maybe he won't murder me. Whoa, whatever it is, it's overpowered. Kigo grinned. What? If you did that to me, imagine what you could do in a villain fight. Hitoshi felt warm and giddy, like he drank a whole pot of coffee but went back to snuggle under the covers anyway. You'll be a great hero, Shinso. Hawks finishes as he strolls back to the others. I can be a hero. Izuku had said it to him many times, as had Katsuki. He'd wanted to believe them, he really did, but a life of being branded as a villain refused to listen to their reasoning. And yet when one of the top heroes in the country said it, it felt real, it felt achievable. Hitoshi grinned. All right, who's fighting Tosh next? His grin turned to a groan pretty quickly. Izuku smiled. Training with Katsuki and Hitoshi was fun as it was. Now add a hero and an experienced yet morally ambiguous fighter, and the 3 could spar with well-informed feedback. The 3 were able to walk away more confident in their abilities with various tricks under their belts. And they only had to put out one of Tuya's fires. The group now lounged in the living room tending to their various wounds. Tuya and Kigo took the lounge, one soaking his hand in a bucket full of betadine solution after a staple got snagged, the other wrapping a series of bite marks on his forearms. How the hell am I meant to explain this to the PR team, Zoo? Kigo chuckled. Tell them you got beat up by a rabid animal. Snarked Katsuki, another ice pack held to his bruised cheek as he slouched over the recliner. I left your pretty face alone like you asked. Would you have preferred hickeys? Izuku bantered with a smirk from the arm of the recliner. Katsuki didn't have his legs over. I'm sure the media would go wild with secret lover theories. Kigo groaned. They don't stop making those theories. I wonder why? Hitoshi piped in, voice laced in sarcasm. He'd been the worst off, choosing to simply lay face down on the floor because everything hurt. The boy currently had half the freezer on his back, having taken a particularly fierce kick from Izuku, who'd apologized profusely. Apparently you're still secretly dating Mirko. Tuya comments, scrolling through his phone with his good hand. Are you stalking me? Kigo asks, feigning offense. He's staking out the competition. Izuku jested. He manages to hold in a laugh, but a snort from Hitoshi's prone form confirms that the comment didn't go unheard, further proved by the boot that smacks him in the face and knocks him from his seat. Katsuki barks out a laugh and Izuku throws the offending shoe back at Tuya, who snatches it out of the air before it does any damage. Brat. Love you too, dumbass. Your chicken dance is trending, Kigo. Hitoshi pipes in with a snicker, having pulled out his phone at some point. What? Kigo rounds on Tuya and Izuku. Who did it? Izuku merely shrugs. Tuya begins whistling in nonchalance. Traitor! Kigo playfully shoves Tuya, who lets out several sounds of protest as his bucket gets jostled. The banter gets interrupted by the ringing of Izuku's phone, the original theme tune of All Might's first movie, a classic. Izuku groans and fetches it out of his pocket, stilling when he reads the ID. He shouts a glance to Tuya. 1 second. He calls to the group as he bolts up the stairs to his bedroom. Izuku takes a breath and answers the call. Afternoon, Tsuki. Good afternoon, Midoriya-kun. Detective Tsukachi greets back. So, is it enough? Izuku asks, worrying his lip. I forwarded all the footage to the chief. You understand how ambitious this is, Midoriya-kun? You have no idea how long I've wanted to do this, Tsuki. Izuku growls out. He hears the detective take a loud breath. I know how much this means to you, which is why I'm telling you this. Izuku waits with bated breath. We believe we have the evidence needed to take down Enji Todoroki. 2 months ago. That will be all, Shinsu-kun. Midoriya-kun. Bakugo-san. Thank you for your time. Detective Tsukachi and his partner got as far as the patrol car before the front door slammed open. Tsuki! Midoriya called and he ran towards the pair. What is it, Midoriya-kun? The detective asked. Midoriya seemed to ponder his words. You would make sure any child was safe from parents like that? Yeah. Tsukachi was taken aback. Of course. The Bakugos aren't doing anything to you dash. No. Midoriya shook his head. It's not me. But you know someone? Someone other than Shinsu-kun? Tsukachi prodded. Midoriya bit his lip. Know that I have several reasons for not bringing this to the police before now. It's a difficult situation. Though your quirk could save them. Midoriya's voice was cold but true. Tsukachi was taken aback. Family of 4 kids, 2 at home, mother forced from the picture, abusive father. Tsukachi whipped out a pen and notepad, jotting everything down. Go on. I won't share much more without their permission, and this can't get out until you know you can take him down. He's in an incredibly high standing and will use that to deny everything. Midoriya's gaze hardened. You need to promise me that, if he finds out, he will take it out on the kids. Tsukachi scowled as it registered true. You have my word. Can I have some names to begin the investigation? Midoriya took a slow breath. No, not yet, but I can get you a meeting with the eldest son. Tsukachi was quick to scribble out his number on the paper, tearing it off and giving it to the boy. My personal number. This is a serious matter, so do not hesitate to contact me when you can share more information. Midoriya nods. You'll have a meeting with them by tonight. Tuya took steady breaths. He wanted to be angry. He could feel it coiling under his skin and fueling the smoke leaking through the gaps in his staples. Izuku sat across from him, crow's echo leaving him covered in feathers and black spots, yet his expression was stone-cold determination. You can't pass this up and you know it. He has the perfect FNG quirk and I was not going to miss the opportunity, Tuya. Tuya took another breath. He knew Izuku was right and this was their chance. His chance to save his family. His next breath ended in a curse. Okay. Izuku grinned. We're going to end him. Tuya, we will. Natsuo will want to be there. It'd be cruel to not invite him to watch the old man burn from the start. Then invite him. I can get a letter to him and you can finally see one of your DMN siblings. Izuku teases. You should be there too, idiot. He retorted. Tuya, as much as I love being your emotional support broccoli, Tuya chuckled, the moment he asks the wrong question I will get smacked in the face with many accounts of unlicensed quirk usage, probably a few breaking and entering accusation from the zoo while they're at it. Then don't show up human. Izuku narrowed his gaze. Tuya grinned and lounged back on the sofa. You know, there's this cool cat cafe down the road that has some pretty good coffee. Izuku's gaze turned mischievous. Oh, you son of a beach, I'm in. Natsuo Todoroki reread the letter, and once more after that before letting the grin cover his face. Oh, you are going down, dear old dad. Izuku Midoriya. He's agreed. To meet at Coffee Kitty. 2122. Izuku Midoriya. 11. 2122. Izuku Midoriya. One of the siblings will also be there. 2122. Naomasa Tsukachi. I'll be there. 2125. I'm already regretting this. Tuya sighed, standing before the door to Coffee Kitty, the several beckoning cats decorating the storefront taunting him. Tuya startled at pinch against his ankle, the black mane scene giving him a nip. Fucker. He huffed. Let's get this over with. Tuya slinked into the cafe, Izuku slinking in behind him and blending in with the surrounding cats. He was quick to order a chocolate milkshake and slink into the booth furthest from the door. Izuku working to distract him, jumping into Tuya's lap and letting out long meows until he relented and gave him affection. Tuya is halfway through his milkshake when the cafe door opens again, jostling the bell above it. He makes eye contact with the boy of white hair and gray eyes the same shade as hers. Tuya jolts up from his seat, accidentally throwing Izuku from his lap in the process, and slowly exits the booth. He can't bring himself to move even as Natsuo slowly edged towards him. Tuya? He only gets in half a nod before Natsuo's arms wrap around him in a crushing, yet reciprocated, embrace. Hey Natsu! His greeting only gets muffled into Natsuo's chest. Wait a minute. Tuya pulls back. Hang on, what the F is this? He gestures to the clear height difference between the two. Natsuo takes a second before he lets out a laugh, the slightest hint of tears forming in his eyes. Don't worry, you're about the same height as Sho actually. Tuya scowls, F&G tall motherfucker. Rude. Natsuo gasps in fake offense before Tuya flicks his forehead. Shush, go grab something to drink and we can converse like normal siblings until the detective shows up. Tuya says as he saunters back to the booth, Izuku back in his lap the moment he's sitting. He makes sure to give him a well-deserved scratch behind the ear. He makes sure Natsuo's out of earshot, seeing the chatty boy having an enthusiastic talk with the barista. Thanks for this, Zoo. Izuku gives him happy mew and, in typical cat fashion, headbutts Tuya's chin before jumping to his shoulder and lounging around his neck like a tacky fur scarf. The cat lets out another meow, this one closer to a yowl. Tuya feels a cat rub against his ankle at the same time as a ginger one jumps into the booth to take the now unclaimed lap, a tabby following close behind it. Oh no! Natsuo doesn't know what to make of the scene he returns to. Tuya was hunched over his milkshake, the black cat that was clearly favoriting him earlier was now slung across his shoulders. A ginger cat and a white Persane shared his lap and a fat tabby lounged on the cushioned booth with its back pressed flat to Tuya's thigh. Natsuo bit his lip, trying with all his might to hold in a laugh. Do not. Tuya glared at him. Natsuo could only nod as his body visibly quivered with every withheld chuckle, some breathy echoes of a laugh escaping through his nose as he slid into the booth. Once he was sat, a simple short snort escaped Natsuo and he slapped a hand to his mouth. Tuya stared him down as another, longer snort escaped the red-faced man, quickly devolving into loud guffaws and barking laughter. The older brother felt a hiccuping purr against his neck and knew Izuku was laughing too, the traitor. Effectively deciding it, Tuya let himself chuckle and fully enjoy the moment, however making sure to scowl for the pictures Natsuo tried to sneak. Even the waitress who delivered Natsuo's coffee left with a giggle. The light ringing of the doorbell and a double meow from Izuku had Tuya looking over. Tsukachi scanned the sea of people and cats, eyes settling on the cold, blue gaze from the man in a corner booth, joined by another as the man sitting across from him also turned to look. Taking the chance, Tsukachi approaches the pair. He opens his mouth to speak but never gets the chance. Yutsuki? The one who stared him down asks. Tsukachi fully takes in his appearance. Aside from being covered in cats, his skin was covered in dark burn scars held together by what seemed to be staples. His companion, sibling was it? In comparison had unmarried skin and bright white hair. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, yes. The scarred one nodded. I'd let you sit with me but I seem to be popular. He gestures to the cats covering him. So you'll have to settle sitting next to Natsuo. Tsukachi locks the name away as the white-haired male scoots over. Thank you. He offers as he takes a seat. What do you know? The scarred one asks, gaze stealing over again. Tsukachi pulls out his pen and pad in preparation. Only a base outline, Midoriya-kun was keen to not spill your privacy without permission. In simple terms, he told me you have a problematic father with a wide influence. The man snorts, one word for him, yes. Tsukachi hums and pulls out his phone. I'll be recording the conversation from now. I have a feeling we'll need everything you have. The man places his elbows on the table, resting his chin on clasped hands and taking a breath as the black cat on his shoulders nuzzles into him. Alright, detective, my name is Tuya Todoroki. It worried Tsukachi that the surname seemed familiar. I am legally dead. That made him pause, but it seemed he wasn't finished yet. And I am the eldest son of Endeavor. Tsukachi paused, the grip on his pen tightened. Ah, I see how that would be problematic. He grimaced. The brother laughed and clapped him on the back. Oh, you have no idea, detective. I'm Natsuo, by the way, third child of our dear old dad. Tsukachi nods and readies his pen again. Was this? He gestures to Tuya's scars. Him. The scarred man chuckles. If only, I'm sure that'd be pretty damning evidence. But no, this is the result of my quirk. I inherited daddy's fire on a much hotter level. I'm not immune to my quirk, however. This is what happened when I died, per se. You see, my childhood was relatively happy. Loving parents, a powerful quirk. And dad had a successor, until my quirk started hurting me. Suddenly I was cast aside for, from a child's point of view, seemingly no reason. He pauses briefly to pet his shoulder cat. I was angry, of course. Only my sister was able to calm me down, and when her quirk manifested, it wasn't what he wanted. A heartless laugh. It was a quirk marriage, you see. I don't know if it started with love, but it certainly didn't end in love. He wanted a successor with the perfect quirk. Tuya spat out. When Natsuo's quirk didn't fit the bill, he tried again. When Sho was born, he knew. He saw his half and half hair and knew. Finally, I heard him say one time. I had hoped that I would be the hero to take over his legacy. That's what I'd grown up thinking. But seeing how reacted to Sho, a newborn whose quirk hadn't even manifested, I think that's when it finally sank in that he didn't need me anymore. In a desperate attempt to prove that I was still worthy, that I wasn't useless, I wanted to show him my quirk, how powerful it was. He never showed. The pause. Tuya burned that day for all I cared. I ran away, bleeding and covered in burns. I only came back into contact with my mother and siblings in the last few years, thanks to a friend. I only have ideas and second-hand knowledge of what happened when I was gone. The silence is only permeated by the scratches of Tsukachi's pen as he writes more notes. Tisich, old man didn't hesitate to pronounce you dead. Mom set up a shrine and everything. Natsuo pipes in. He got worse after you left, zeroed in on making Sho his masterpiece. He spits out the word like a curse. We all tried to stop his FING training in our own way, stood in when we can and hid Sho when we could get away with it. And when we couldn't, we would just help him wrap his bandages. You mentioned training, what would that entail? Tsukachi asks, more worried than he should be. Natsuo scoffs. It was just the fancy word he used as an excuse to beat and burn him. The only thing he was training was Sho's pain tolerance. He growled out. One of the many cats covering Tuya cried out, and the pair were suddenly aware of the smell of burning. Tuya's head was bowed, fists clenched so hard they trembled as smoke leaked from the gaps where skin met carbonised flesh. 2. Natsuo reached out and grabbed one of the shaking fists, wincing at the mere heat of his skin. The black cat jumped from Tuya's shoulders to the table where it forced its head under his other fist. Tuya-kun, you need to breathe. Tsukachi tried in a leveled voice. After what seemed like an eternity, Tuya took a breath. His fists unclenched and the smoke dissipated, one hand locking with Natsuo's, the other burying itself in the thick fur of the black cat. I'm okay. He got out. He was not. Tuya spent the next half hour silently seething, confident that the only thing keeping him from setting everything in the immediate vicinity on fire was the fact that his sibling and honorary sibling would get caught in it. No, he could save the impulsive arson for later. Especially after he learnt of Shudo's scar. If we got photos and videos and sheet, how much would that help in taking him down? Tsukachi bit his lip. I cannot encourage you to put yourselves in dangerous situations. A sigh. However, seeing as who we're dealing with, every bit will help. Tsukachi finished packing up his notes and files and placed one of his business cards on the table between the siblings. My personal number, send me everything. I hope to be in contact with you soon. Have a nice day. The moment the ring of the bell signifying the detective's departure rang, Tuya sank his head in his palms with a groan. Natsuo opted to lean back with a sigh. That was exhausting. Tuya mumbled. I can't believe it's finally beginning. Natsuo breathed out. We need to tell the others, we need to tell Mom. Phew-uck. Izuku head butted Tuya's hand, giving the slightest nod with eyes full of determination. Tuya gave the kid a scratch under his jaw. I can get letters dash, Natsuo cut him off, slapping his hands to the table. Tuya, no, this is something we need to actually talk about. Natsuo, I can't dash. And why not? He cut him off again. Because I don't know if I can. Tuya snapped. I don't know if I'm ready to see them all. I had to psych myself up so much just to effing see you. Natsuo let out a sigh. Okay, we can take it slow. He picked up the card the detective left and punched the number into his contacts. I'll tell them, and I'll try to get Tsukachi-san into contact with them. The younger brother took a sip of his coffee and his face contorted into a scowl with a silent It had long gone cold. Tuya took pity on his kid brother and cupped a palm under the mug, heating up the drink. Natsuo tried another sip, only frowning slightly this time. I appreciate the sentiment, but reheated coffee is still a curse. He chugged the rest as Tuya sipped up the last of his milkshake, also room temperature. Natsuo was the first to stand, Tuya following to envelop the other in another hug. Shall I expect a crow, or can we do this again sometime? He asked as the two pulled apart. We'll see, was the only answer Tuya could give confidently. Natsuo gave a sigh. I'll see you round 2. He waved off with a big grin. Yeah. Tuya waves back with a present but duller smile. He sighs when Natsuo is finally out of sight, dragging a hand through his hair. Come on. He beckons, Izuku jumping from the table and training behind him as they left the cafe with goodbyes to the staff. When they reach the alley, Izuku shifts back, reaching behind the dumpster for his stashed clothes. Well, Izuku huffs as he pulls a shirt over his ears. That was more emotionally exhausting than I thought it would be. Tuya only hums in agreement, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Izuku finishes pulling his sweatpants over his shifter shorts with a huff and looks to the taller boy. Dab? You okay? Izuku sighs and walks over, pressing a hand to Tuya's head. You're hot. Thanks. Tuya smirks, earning himself a light punch to the gut. You run hot when you go into overdrive. What are you thinking about? Everything. What's there to not think about? You right. Izuku huffs and wraps his arms around the boy. Tuya stiffens before reciprocating, running a hand through Izuku's hair. Thank you for coming. I didn't realize how much I needed you through that whole thing. He feels Izuku's grip tighten. Dab. Izuku pulls away with a start. I want to help get evidence. Tuya raises an eyebrow. Go on, I know you've got some stupid idea rattling around in that head. Strap a GoPro to me. Oh boy. The sharp sound of a slap sang through the room. The silence that followed was deafening. Shudo looked from Fuyumi's palm to Natsuo's red cheek with wide eyes. Fuyumi blinks through another round of tears. What the Natsu? She cries out. Shudo didn't know how to react to his brother telling them about beginning an investigation on his father. He never even factored in how Fuyumi would react. Natsuo brings a hand to his cheek as a scowl forms across his face. What the me? What the was that? He hisses. Fuyumi opened and closed her mouth several times, visibly struggling to find the word she wanted. Why? Was all she managed to whisper out, wiping at her tears. We could have fixed it, we could have gotten better dash. Better at what exactly? Natsuo cuts her off. Tell me you honestly thought things could change, that he could effing change. He could have. You don't know that he wasn't trying. Stop it? Yes. Forgive me for not noticing between all the beatings and neglect. Clearly he's doing better. How would you know? You're never here anyway. Gee, I wonder? Maybe it's because I don't want to be around a man who ignores my entire existence and beats my brother for sport. Stop it. It's Shudo that screams it out, stunning the siblings into silence. Just stop it. Natsuo and Fuyumi look to each other with pained expressions before turning away, Natsuo with a scowl and Fuyumi with a sniff and a bitten lip. Sorry. They both say at the same time, the following silence giving Shudo a break to calm his beating heart that felt as though it was ready to break out of his chest. He sees his siblings side-eyeing him with worry and ignores the look. Doing nothing is just an invitation for him to continue, Fuyumi. Natsuo begins with a calmer, quiet voice. You know we would not have started something like this without knowing we can take him down. Natsuo took the following silence as an invitation to continue. The detective on the case has a lie detection quirk. Tuya and I already gave him statements. That got their attention. Tuya did. Fuyumi turns back to Natsuo. Natsuo stills. Yeah, it was his idea after all, though he's absolutely planning something, still has that mischievous twinkle in his eye. Natsuo realizes his mistake the moment Fuyumi grabs him by the shoulders. You saw him. The desperation leaks into her voice. DMN it. Natsuo huffs quietly. Fuyumi's eyes widen. You weren't going to tell me? Because I knew you'd immediately want to see him and he's not ready. Natsuo replies evenly. Fuyumi crosses her arms with a sad, thoughtful look. Shudo admits he missed knowing his brother, being too young to remember him, but he knew Tuya. The letters they had exchanged over the years had painted the picture of a sibling he could link to the childhood photos of the boy with color-changing hair. But Fuyumi was the second child, she'd been the one to know Tuya the longest. From what Natsuo had said when he'd asked, Fuyumi had cried for weeks when Tuya was pronounced dead. You'll see him soon, Fuyu. I know it. Comforts Natsuo. The two share a hug as Shudo looks on, crushing the feeling of being left out under his heel. When can you talk to the detective again? He gets out, barely louder than a mutter. Are you sure, Sho? You want to do this? Fuyumi asks softly. Shudo crushes the already wrinkled letter he'd been holding. It's time to show the world what he is, Sho. Yes. Naomasa weighed the evidence. It had been weeks since his interviews with the Todoroki siblings and mother. He had files and transcripts and notes from his Quirk's response to them. He grimaced and slammed a fist into his desk, jostling his laptop. No matter how his co-workers regarded his Quirk in the same light as absolution, the court always doubted. He needed more. He drags out in anger. Naomasa is interrupted by a knock at his door. He's ready to snap out at, but settles for a calmer, come in. Mansuki, you sound rough. Naomasa raises his head as Izuku Midoriya saunters into his office, hands in the pockets of his sweatpants as black fur sprouts from under the simple white tee. Sansa follows in behind him, staring at the cat ears atop the boy's head with great interest, his own flicking. Naomasa chalks up the new appearance to the child's Quirk, seeing how different he looked during their last interaction. Midoriya-kun, what can I do for you? Naomasa asks. The grin the child wore when he walked in quickly faded and Naomasa took note of the dark bags under his eyes. The kid looked more tired than he was. It's about, you know. Midoriya almost whispers, flicking a hinting gaze toward Sansa. Naomasa nods. Sansa, close the door and don't let anyone in. Yes, sir. Is the quick reply he gets as the Catman closes the door behind him. He'll hear, I know how good those ears can be. Midoriya pipes up, pointing to his own. It's all right, he's the only one I've told. He won't spill anything. Midoriya accepts the answer and pulls a clenched hand from his pockets. Fing hell. He growls, a scowl contorts his face, lips curling to show off pointed teeth. He holds out a clawed hand, showing off an all-might USB. Will it be enough? Naomasa takes the drive. Toshinori's wide grin felt wildly out of place, and plugged it into his laptop. Let's see. The USB loaded up to contain several folders. Naomasa began exploring as Midoriya watched on with folded arms and his canines digging into his lip. He clicked on the first file, Fuyumi, the second child his brain supplied. It wasn't much, a few photos of burnt wrists and singed sleeves. Naomasa exits the folder and moves to the next one, Natsuo, third child. Likewise, a few photos of burns, one of a bruised cheek. It's not enough. Tsukachi clicks the last folder, Shudo. Shudo was the one who apparently took the brunt of the abuse, yet the child had refused any offer for an interview. When he asked Fuyumi about it briefly in her interview, her gaze grew worried. He had more determination than either of us to do this, she had said. I think he's planning something dangerous. The folder opens to more, each labeled by dates ranging from September, when he'd started the case, to. Naomasa flicks his eyes to the lower corner of his laptop. The latest entry was yesterday. He clicks on the first folder, September 12th, and Naomasa is greeted with a video and many pictures. His detective side rears up at the hope of solid evidence while the human side curls up in worry. The video opens to show a large empty room. The angle from the camera places the filmer on a high window, possibly for ventilation as it seemed too high to be of any use. The tatami flooring was aged in some places with black scorch marks that looked like they persisted several cleaning attempts. Some similar marks ran across the walls too. In the middle of the shot stood Enji and Shudo. Naomasa felt his worry come back in full. Would this be the training the siblings spoke of in anger? You need to be better, Shudo. Todoroki interrupts his thinking. The exams are 6 months away and you'll never win with this rebellion of yours. Naomasa slides over his notepad and pen and jots down his thoughts and questions before he loses them. I won't use it. Shudo's voice is cold and devoid of emotion. The fires surrounding Todoroki's body flare. I'll make you. Naomasa chooses to skip through the video after the first flames and fists are thrown. The 30-minute video ends with Shudo panting on the ground, the room covered in more scorch marks and melting ice. Pathetic. The audio picks up from Todoroki. Naomasa feels his pen crack in his grip. At the sound of the door slam, Shudo pulls himself up. The recording ends with him looking to camera. The photos in the folder matched the blows Naomasa saw. The boy take. The other folders follow the same theme, videos of blatant child abuse, some training, others simply interactions or arguments gone bad, all followed with picture evidence. More than once Naomasa catches Shudo looking at the camera. Was it Shudo-kun's idea to film these sessions? Naomasa asks, calling his Quirk forward. Midoriya sighs. Honestly, I don't know who can be named for the idea in the end. Tuya and Shudo planned it between themselves. Naomasa sighs. The answers satisfied him enough. It's late, you should head home. I know it's technically a weekend, but you look like you could use the sleep. Midoriya huffs a laugh. Could say the same to you, sucky. Naomasa lets out another long sigh. Alas, a child has dumped 2 months of evidence in my lap for me to analyze. He says it with a smile, but the way Midoriya's smirk turns to a frown makes him worry that he'd said the wrong thing. Is it enough? His voice is so quiet Naomasa almost misses it. They both wanted to keep going, but I couldn't let it keep happening. I can't promise anything, Midoriya-kun. He bites his lip before continuing, but it looks good. Midoriya exhales the breath he'd been holding. Okay. Naomasa decides then and there to rest a hand on the boy's head. Midoriya's ears twitch, but he settles into the hand. We'll get them out of there, Naomasa declared after noting how soft the boy's hair was. Midoriya nods and Naomasa detracts his hand. I'll look over the footage tonight. I'll make sure to tell you how it goes, okay? Another nod. Go home and get some rest, Midoriya-kun. Midoriya rolls his eyes as he turns. You too, sucky. He pauses with his hand on the doorknob. Thank you. He added before leaving, switching with Sansa, who approached the sighing detective. We've got a lot of work to do, Sansa. Present day. Izuku finishes up the call with Tsukachi and lets out one of his loudest F-yeah-s before racing back downstairs, managing to leap over the whole flight to the surprise of the ragtag group waiting for him with concerned expressions. Ha makes sure to zero in on Tuya's gaze. It's happening. Confusion flits over his face before his eyes go wide. Are you sure? It's happening now. He reaffirms. Tuya shoots up and the pair bolt to the door. We'll be back later, don't wait for us. Izuku yells back to the group as he throws off his shirt. Guys, wait. And Izuku gets one of those ideas as Kigo rushes to catch up to them on the front lawn. Kigo, how fast can you move with the amount of feathers in you now, and is it enough to carry Tuya with you? Izuku watches Kigo's eyes go wide before settling in a confident smirk. Feathers shoot out from his and Tuya's clothes, ripping through the hoodie donning the hero and assembling into his trademark crimson wings, just over half the size of his usual. He holds a hand out to Tuya. Fast enough. Shudo stood behind a corner, his breath racing as he felt the heat emanating. From Endeavor shoot up a few more degrees as the either extremely brave or extremely stupid cops arrested his father. Fuyumi likewise hid next to him, a trembling hand gripping shoulder as they listened to the cops read Endeavor his rights. He surprisingly doesn't put up a fight as they take him in, yet they hear the snark in his voice when he speaks. Shudo feels the heat catch in his throat, mixing with the fear that choked him. The Hero Commission were notorious for shooting down lawsuits, and Endeavor was the number FANG2 hero. The siblings come out of hiding when the heat fades, reaching the front door just as the police cars drive off. Just in time for Endeavor to spot them with an absolutely murderous gaze. Shudo feels like he's going to be sick. It wasn't enough. There's not enough evidence. They'll come back. Shudo focuses harder on Fuyumi's cold grip, desperate to stay out of his thoughts. He sees a concerned neighbor filming the cop's departure, and it all doubles down that yes, this is happening. Because it wasn't just his father that was taken in, it was number 2 pro-hero Endeavor. There's a harsh whoosh as 2 bodies nearly careen into the pavement just outside the estate. One he can recognize on sight as Hawks, having had to study those red wings for years. The other is a black-haired male continuously chanting F- over and over again. From the folds of Hawk's clothes jumps some sort of animal, though they turn into a half-naked human mid-jump and grab onto the other male. Need to breathe ... Shudo can't make out the full sentence. We don't know that. The other male shouts and throws an arm out, smoke and a flicker of blue flame coming from the movement. Fuyumi suddenly runs past him towards the man. Shudo calls her name and runs after her. He has the whole commission ready to burn anything against their precious F-heroes. Tuya shouts again, feeling the fire coming off his arm again, and pushes it back. Tidabi, you need to calm the F down. It's Kigo telling him this time. Tuya feels the smoke come off him in another wave and tears his hands through his hair. Breathe. His chest tightens when he tries. Breathe, you effing idiot. Cold arms snap him out of it, tightening around his chest as he's wrapped in an embrace from behind. When the frost grows across him, refusing to melt under the heat he's no doubt producing over his body, the sense of familiarity hits him twofold. Tuya, you're all hot again. Fuyumi whines when she grabs his hand. I'm Fii and Yumi. Tuya groans, pulling his hand away. You're not, stupid. At least let me ice you. She huffs with a stomp and a pout only a 5-year-old could pull off. Ugh, fine. He relents, holding out his hand for her. Yay. Fuyumi grabs his hand and scrunches her brows together in concentration. Her first attempt melts and drips onto the tatami, fueled by the second attempt. With one last attempt, a coat of frost manages to coat him. Is that better? Smiles. Tuya doesn't shiver under the ice. Yeah. It wraps around him in a hug and he makes sure to hold it close. Thanks, Yumi. Fuyumi smiles wide, showing off the gap where a baby tooth fell out earlier. Tuya snaps out of the memory. You were always too hot, Tuyanai. He swallows the lump in his throat as Izuku and Kigo watch on, afraid to say anything. Yumi. He gets out. The frost cracks as he turns to face her. Fuyumi wraps him in another hug before he can say anything else. He finds himself hugging her back. I missed you. He could feel her tears seeping into the melting frost on his shoulder. I missed you until you sent those letters, and I missed you after. I know. Was the only answer he could give before she pulls away. It's good to see you too, Takami-kun. She beams at Kigo. Ah, you remembered me, Fuyumi-chan? He says sheepishly, bringing a hand to rest against the back of his head. Fuyumi chuckles. Hard not to when Dad was so adamant with the rankings. You know Hawks? A new voice asks. Shudo. Oh yeah, Tuya used to sneak out all the time to see him. An emotion flicks over Shudo, but it's gone before he can tell which it was. Guys, sorry to break up the moment, but photos of him in a cop car are online. Izuku interrupts as the group stiffens. No doubt the press will be here soon, we should get inside. Yeah, come on. Tuya leads his siblings back, a hand around each of their shoulders. You are tall. Gets out when he meets Shudo at eye level. At least you're still short, Yumi. Tuya almost welcomes the swat aimed for him. He'd filled the whole of sibling discourse with Izuku and his brats, he could make more room for his blood siblings. Kigo and Izuku followed behind. Kigo was shifting his wings as his eyes darted around whilst Izuku was viciously tapping through the phone, Tuya's phone. He didn't mind, Izuku wasn't a snooper. The group enters the house and Izuku closes the door behind them, Fuyumi leading them to sit around the shibudai table. Fuyumi and Shudo take one side as Kigo, Tuya and Izuku take the other. Tuya sighs, I guess you have some K's dash. Who are you? Shudo cuts him off. Tuya almost feels his heart rip out until he notices it's not directed at him and nudges Izuku out of his muttering. The boy looks up from the phone. Shudo furrows his brows and asks again. Who are you? Later, Izuku waves him off before apparently deciding against it. Izuku Midoriya. One of you should probably call Natsuo. Fuyumi curses under her breath and pulls out her phone, moving to another room. Izuku returns to the phone. People are already speculating why he's been arrested. Kigo leans over Tuya to peek at the phone. What are they saying? Izuku scrolls for a second. Honestly, it might help, the fact that many are openly speculating that he's endangered civilians, which he technically has, really says something about how the public perceives him. Bicker until Fuyumi comes back into the room with a sigh. He's on his way, I also let the hospital know so they could tell Mom. Tuya stiffens at the mention of Rei, as does Shudo. Izuku notices but doesn't comment. This place will probably be surrounded by the press if it isn't already. Kigo brings up, I'd recommend staying somewhere else until there's some sort of statement. Do you have anywhere you can go? We could ask Himura-san, our grandmother, but I think there are some. Fuyumi pauses, strained feelings. We have a spare room if you need it for a few days. Izuku offers. We don't even know you. Shudo snapped. Stop acting like you know everything about us. Oi. Tuya growls out as the front door slams open. It's manic out there. Natsuo stumbles out as he rips off his jacket. May have sped through a red light, but that's dash. Tuya? Hawks. Kigo, being the madman he is, shoots the boy finger guns with a sly, hey. I've known you for years, Shudo. Izuku continues like there hadn't been an interruption. I've known all of you for years. Who's the kid? Natsu attempts to subtly whisper to Tuya. That's Zu, he says to everyone. He's the one that found me, and the one who got me back into contact with everyone. Shudo frowned at the green-haired boy who met his eyes and sighed. Fine. He stands. My quirk is called animal form. It allows me to shapeshift into any animal I come in contact with. Shudo watches as the boy shrinks, turning black as feathers sprout from his skin. And soon, the crow he'd come to adore perched on the end of the table, letting out familiar caws. It dawned on him how many letters he'd written in front of the bird, how many wounds he'd wrapped. Every night he told Tuya he was being trained, he'd see the crow in the window, camera wrapped around its chest. The crow returned back to the boy, Midoriya, who now looked a lot more bird-like. Midoriya cursed under his breath as he stumbled, Tuya catching him before he fell and lowering him back into a sitting position. That proof enough? He asks as he rubs at his scaled ankles with a wince. I've been delivering this idiot's letters for years, so I think it's safe to say I'm attached to you all. There's an apology perched under Shudo's tongue, but it never makes it out. I was serious about the offer. We have spare rooms and futons. Hell, I can kick Tosh into Kaken's room and there's a bed up for grabs. Your parents won't mind? Fuyumi asks. Midoriya hides the flinch with another smile. Mike-chan and Mas-sen won't mind. You're not the first strays I've brought home. He finishes with a laugh. Who was the first? Natsuo asks with a raised brow. Me, was Tuya's response. Brat pulled me off the street to stay the night a few times, Mitsuki still invites me over for dinner sometimes. He interrupts himself with a facepalm and a curse. Zoo, she's gonna kill us if we're late. Fuck. Midoriya breathes out and throws his phone at Tuya, nailing him in the ribs. I'm gonna press check and plan our dramatic escape. The boy stands and makes eye contact with each sibling, all of us. When Hitoshi opens the door to Izuku's bright smile and sees not only Dabi and Hawks, but 3 other people behind him, he curses. Damn it, Izuku, you just cost me 2,000 yen. Katsuki can only laugh from the other room. Masaru was the first parent to come home from work. He walked through the front door, leaving his keys and coat in their proper places, and followed the sound of conversation. He saw Hitoshi scrolling through his phone with a dual-haired boy on the lounge, found Izuku and Dabi having a loud conversation with a white-haired male, and saw Katsuki going through one of his recipe books with a white and red-haired female. Masaru managed to meet Izuku's gaze. The boy gave him one of his biggest smiles and Masaru shook his head with a grin. Izuku must have adopted another family. Masaru makes sure to text Mitsuki to prepare for a bigger dinner. Fuyumi is chatting with the blonde woman and her husband, Mitsuki and Masaru. They're at the other end of the table so he can't make out the full conversation, but she's smiling. Natsuo is coughing his heart out as steady streams of tears drip down his red face. He'd said he could handle the blonde boy's hot sauce, clearly disregarding the smirk he was given as the bottle was passed over to him. Tuya is having a quiet conversation with Shinso, that was his name, right? Both of them are leaning over the table, hiding mischievous chuckles behind their hands as Hawks attempts to enter the conversation. The pair only smirk at him. Everyone was enjoying themselves, they were happy. So why did Shudo feel so out of place? He meets the oh-so-familiar eyes of Midoriya. The boy offers him a small smile. Shudo returns to his food without a reply. Earlier today, the pro-hero Endeavor was taken into custody for reasons still unknown. When the police were questioned in the matter, they told us. The news cut to a video of Police Chief Kenji Tsuragami. We have been conducting a behind-the-scenes investigation on Enji Todoroki over the last few months following some concerning information we received, woof. We have since had enough evidence come forth to warrant his arrest and impending trial. I cannot elaborate further on the matter for confidentiality reasons. This is a serious matter and we intend to handle it seriously, woof. The video cuts back to the reporter. The hero's family have not been seen since the arrest and his wife was unavailable for comment. However, there have been reported sightings of fellow hero Hawks being at the scene of the arrest alongside 2 as of yet unidentified individuals. Hawks swears when his phone blows up with more messages, the commission no doubt he'd been ignoring that conversation since the first leaks. It is unclear if Hawks was aware of what was happening as the hero has also been unavailable for comment. The Hero Commission has since reached out regarding the arrest, calling it a misunderstanding and a lapse in judgment. When asked whose judgment they were referring to, the commission did not respond. However, the question remains, what has Endeavor done that has warranted the arrest of the country's number 2 hero? We asked some civilians for their opinion on the matter, and here is what they said. The video cuts to a man with red skin. He's always been angry, at some point you gotta wonder, what at? You know? Like, he seems like the type of dude ready to snap. A teen girl with frills instead of hair. He's a hero. I don't get why people say he would do something wrong. An old man. Endeavor? Was it? A boy with buzzed hair. He has such cold eyes. Endeavor may be passionate, but he carries so much hatred unfit for a hero. A kid clutching an Endeavor figurine. He's a hero. He catches the bad villains. He's a good guy. A woman with glasses. Endeavor has shown a tendency for reckless violence throughout his career. It would not surprise me if something like that would be related to his incarceration. The next person has Midoriya and Shinso laughing. Bakugo chuckles out an oh my god. Shudo doesn't see what stands out about the man aside from his shaggy hair and clear lack of sleep. I've seen Endeavor show a complete disregard for his surroundings during battles several times over. He has one of the highest villain casualty rates, which is not something to be proud of, and has the highest rates of property damage among heroes, and more than most villains. They laugh. He finally beat All Might in something. The group break out laughing. Okay, who is this guy and what does he drink? Natsuo gets out between laughs. Because I need to buy him a bottle. Whiskey. Midoriya replies without hesitation, prompting another chuckle from Shinso. He pays no mind to the many confused looks shot his way. He couldn't sleep. He couldn't decide if it was because of the news report, Natsuo's loud snores from the futon, or if it was the army of All Mights watching him from every angle. The window was somehow jammed open, but he could say the breeze was pleasant. They'd given the guest room to Fuyumi and took the room Midoriya offered, with Shudo taking the bed. Hawks and Tuya had returned to wherever they came from. The mattress was soft, the comforter was warm, and yet Shudo was too uneasy to sleep regardless. He gets out of bed with a sigh and steps over Natsuo and out of the room. He walks past walls of photo frames. Some contain the Bakugos, some of Midoriya and Bakugo of various ages, some newer ones with Shinso in them. He even spotted one of Tuya and Midoriya. And then there was a larger one with a younger Midoriya and a smiling woman with green hair. It was obvious that the Bakugos were not Midoriya's parents. If the last name didn't give it away, it was the hair. This would have been his mother. He wondered what happened to her. Shudo's midnight stroll took him to the backyard to sit on the grass and stare at the stars. He welcomes the cold night air with a sigh, only to be interrupted by the caw of a crow. He spies the beagle preening on the fence and stares him down with a scowl. That is until a different crow flies into the yard with letters clasped in its beak. Can't sleep? Midoriya asks as he shifts back, taking the letters from his mouth with a feathered hand. Shudo chooses to ignore him. Okay, I'm going to talk about some things anyway, ignore me if you want. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees a feathered hand place a letter next to his knee. I went to see your mother. That got Shudo's attention. Tuya wanted me to check on her after everything. She left that one for you and this one. Midoriya holds up the other letter. For the three of you, I already gave Tuya his. Shudo was stuck on whether he wanted to continue ignoring Midoriya or not. Either way, the boy kept talking. I never read them, if that's what you thought. The only time I knew what was on any of those letters was when Tuya was asking for writing advice. He chuckles lightly. You'd be surprised how often he struggles to write something the way he wants it to be said. Shudo didn't respond. Shudo, I can see that you have things you want to know and I can't answer if you don't ask. Midoriya encourages with a firm voice. If you don't want to talk, then please let me know, because I need to sit down like now because my FING bones ache. He groans. Shudo relents and gestures to the grass next to him. Midoriya wastes no time plopping himself down with a hiss. Shudo takes the time to examine the boy. His back and arms are covered in a mess of black feathers in various stages of growth. His skin is tinted or spotted black in places, and long feathers sprout from where his fingernails should be. He only spared a glance at the long bird legs. Your quirk hurts you. It's more of an observation than a question. Yup. A wince slips out when he stretches a leg. I'll need to see my counselor and my doctor again. I think I need a higher prescription of painkillers. He pauses. Does yours hurt? Like Tuya's? I don't use my fire. I know. Tuya complains about it a lot. Shudo is ready to growl out a reply, but Midoriya keeps going. I think he wants to help you train it, like a bonding experience. He laughs. It's cute to see him so passionate about you. Whatever retort Shudo had was cut off with a feeling he wasn't familiar with. Something warm. He smothers it with ice. I won't use his fire. Midoriya sighs. Shudo, I showed your mother my quirk tonight. I gave the world yet another witness to my frequent unlicensed quirk use. The first thing she did was thank me for delivering all of those letters. The second was to ask about you. Midoriya must have noticed his flinch but made no comment on it. I answered questions I knew the answers to and didn't if I didn't. Then she wrote. That for you. He points to the untouched letter. I'm not going to make you read it. You probably won't if I'm around anyway. Shudo regards the letter with a new interest but doesn't make a move to grab it. The two sit in silence for a bit until Midoriya pulls himself up with a groan. I'm still full of energy that I need to get out. He stretches his arms above his head, cracking lips coming from his shoulders. So, I'm going to run to the park. Want to come? We can spar and you can get out all your frustrations against me in a somewhat healthy way. He grins. Shudo ponders the thought and finds himself standing with a quiet, "All right." Midoriya breaks into a big grin. "Okay. I'm gonna go get a shirt and get into a comfier form, I'll be back." The run to the park was more strenuous than expected, only because Midoriya was bounding forward on all fours powered by powerful legs and too much energy. Shudo found himself on the edge of sprinting just to keep up, though he was glad the boy never offered to slow down. The park was mostly filled with a few trees and a small playground to the side with a small garden full of flowers. Shudo let Midoriya lead him to the middle of the field where the rabbit boy began stretching out his legs. So our usual rules basically follow along the whole premise of, if someone says stop you stop, no quirks because it's public property, don't give me that look, rounds are won by immobilization or forfeit, and it's a spar, we're not trying to kill each other. Anything to add? Shudo couldn't think of anything and shook his head. Okay, also I bite so sorry in advance. Before Shudo could question the statement, Midoriya was dashing towards him, diving onto all fours, flipping, and sweeping a leg behind Shudo's knee. Off balance, Shudo attempted to block Midoriya's other leg which slammed into his hip, shoving him back a few feet. Shudo aimed his own kick for Midoriya's chest and watched the boy lean back under his leg like it was a limbo pole, grabbing the ground behind him and swinging his legs up towards Shudo's chin. He managed to block one leg, the second however hooked under his arm and threw him off balance again. Just when Shudo thought he was getting used to Midoriya's fighting style, he would be hit with another kick, though he was getting an odd hit in. It was distracting enough to have his every move judged by Endeavor's voice in his head, listening to it scream whenever he was hit. As if sensing his internal conflict, Midoriya knocks him to the floor by hooking a foot around the back of his neck and jumping on top of him. "He's still in your head, isn't he?" The boy asks in a quiet voice, keeping him pinned with a hand to the back of his neck. "Dictating everything you do. I can tell, you stiffen up whenever you're hit and make faces when you miss one. You think he taught you to fight yet you're wondering why you can't fight me. Shudo, he didn't teach you, he beat you. You fight like every wrong move will result in a bigger punishment. I'm not your father and neither are you." Midoriya's grip had loosened and Shudo took his chance to flip the boy onto his back and pin him by the throat. It did not pass him how the boy went limp at the motion. Shudo opened his mouth to speak, to put his writhing emotions into words, but only wispy breaths came out. He bred a weapon when he should have raised a child. Midoriya's voice was barely above a whisper as he slowly gripped a hand around the one on his throat. "Let yourself be yourself, he won't control you anymore." Shudo let Midoriya pull his hand away and sit up, pulling his legs out from under Shudo's. "You're part of my pack now, I won't let him take you away." Shudo found himself wrapped in a hug, pulled into the soft fur covering Midoriya's shoulder. Warmth blossomed in his chest as flashes of memories flicked past his mind. Before he knew it, he was hugging the boy back. He was oblivious to the fierce scowl of determination across Midoriya's face. "My dearest Shudo, Midoriya has told me so much about you. I'm happy that someone was able to watch over you while I was away, that you weren't as alone as you may have felt. I'm sorry you had to be. Know that I'm also so sorry about what happened. I don't hope for your forgiveness, I don't deserve it after what I did to you. It was not your fault, please don't blame yourself for it. I was the one who did that to you, not you, Shudo. I don't blame you for staying away from me, I wouldn't be surprised if he influenced that choice. He isolated you from your siblings and took away your chance to be a kid. I think that's what I want for you. Once this trial is over, I want you to take your childhood back. Go out, make friends, make dumb teenage decisions. Do things that will make you happy. Leave his control behind. Live your life with your quirk, Shudo. We will always be behind you, we all will fight for you. I love you and I'm sorry. Thank you." Izuku gave the letter to the siblings when they were all awake and left them to read it, immediately getting cornered by his own siblings. "So?" Hitoshi opens. "So? What?" Izuku questions with a shrug. Katsuki resorts to a groan and drags the two back to their communal room, gracefully throwing them onto the bed. Izuku landed on his back whilst Hitoshi let himself face plant the comforter as usual. You didn't tell us it was FNG Endeavor's family you kidnapped. Katsuki huffed. You didn't ask. Izuku says as he sits up. And it's not kidnapping if they come willingly. He hadn't said who specifically he brought home. Katsuki had recognized that they were the siblings he delivered letters for, but neither of the boys, nor the parents, had recognized the names. That was until Enji Todoroki was plastered over every news channel and headline. No one chose to bring it up until now. That was. Is Dabi one of them? Hitoshi mumbles out, heavily muffled by his buried face. Izuku stilled. Kinda obvious when you two run off and come back with a family together. Katsuki comments, crossing his arms and leaning against the door. They could have been Kigo's family? Izuku squeaks out with a shrug. No. Comes from the muffled Hitoshi. Likewise no. Comes from Katsuki. Ask him, not me? Izuku tries instead. Hitoshi shifts into a shrug and Katsuki huffs. He'll take it. Thankfully the conversation topics turned to their usual banter. Until there was a knock on the bedroom door that was. What? Kaken, don't be a beach, open the FANG door. Katsuki turned to Izuku with an expression that perfectly portrayed, you want to FANG go? And pulled open the door to reveal a frowning Shudo. Whether it was a frown of confusion or concern was anyone's guess. What's up? Izuku asked, effectively ignoring Katsuki, who was still staring him down. Shudo's expression changed a few times. Can I talk to you? Izuku took the hint that he wanted it to be private. Sure. He got up and followed the boy down the hall. Everything okay? Whatever answer Shudo was expecting must not have been that, as a brief flash of confusion crossed his face before vanishing. I think so, was his quiet response. Mom said she'll fight for us at the trial. That's good. Izuku urged him to go on. I haven't seen her since. He brings a hand up to the scar over his left eye. Izuku took a slow breath before asking his next question. Do you blame her? He heard Shudo's breath go funny. No. I used to blame myself. But. Shudo took a breath. She's made it clear she doesn't want me to blame myself. I'll add it to the list of things he caused instead. Izuku nodded with a noise of agreement. By proxy, it is his fault. Feel free to blame him. The two continue wandering the house in silence, finding themselves sitting in the grass as they had the night before. Midoriya. Thank you. Izuku turns to Shudo as a smile spreads across his face. I told you, Sho, you're part of my pack now. Whether you like it or not, I'm fighting for you. The barest hint of a smile showed itself on Shudo's face. Izuku would have savored the moment further if not for All Might shouting, a text message is here. Izuku groaned in annoyance and pulled the offending phone from his pocket. Suki, tell me you didn't kidnap the Todoroki kids. 8:13. Izuku spares a quick glance to Shudo. Troublemaker. 8:13. Troublemaker, it's not kidnapping if they come willingly. 8:13. Naomasa let out another long sigh. Found them. He and Sansa had been knocking on the door of the Todoroki household for a solid 10 minutes. The press behind them had calmed from their rowdiness once it was clear nobody was coming to answer. Naomasa had gotten one of those feelings and sent a message to the resident troublemaker, and of course the missing children were with him. Somehow he wasn't surprised. Suki! What a surprise! Midoriya had cheered when he opened the door to the already sighing detective and his colleague. Midoriya-kun, a simple greeting from the tired man, we need to speak to the Todorokis. Midoriya only smiled wider. Right this way, detective. Hi, Sansa. Morning, Midoriya-kun. Midoriya led the pair to the same dining table they'd interviewed Shinso on all those months ago. Thankfully, two of the Todorokis were already there. Tsukachi-san, it's good to see you again. You too, Fuyumi-san. He shakes her outstretched hand. Natsuo-san. And the same for Natsuo. Are Shudo-kun and Tuya-san here too? Tuya's probably at his place, Midoriya offered. Shudo's trying his best to hide behind that wall and eavesdrop. He pointed to the wall behind the detective. Outed, the youngest Todoroki enters the room with a neutral face. Tsukachi tried his best not to stare at the vivid scar he now knew the origins of and offered a smile instead. Hello Shudo, I'm Naomasa Tsukachi, this is Sansa Tamakawa, we were the ones who began the case on Endeavor. Shudo gives the two a simple nod and goes to stand with his siblings. Do you want me to stay or go? Midoriya asks the room before a silence can settle. Naomasa was pleasantly surprised by the immediate reassurance from the Todorokis, as was Midoriya, who stood a little taller with a wide smile. Alright, is anyone able to call Tuya? This will be important and everyone will need to be here for it. Naomasa began, already feeling the weight of the topics he needed to address with the kids. Got it. Fuyumi was already up with her phone in hand. Is it bad? Natsuo asked with a stern look from his seat. Naomasa was letting out another sigh before he even knew it. Sansa gave him a worried side eye and spoke up. It depends on how you choose to look at it. Midoriya's long ears flicked. What's happened? The commission, was Naomasa's quick reply. The boy's ears immediately flattened as his lip lifted to allow a growl out. They want to get this over with as soon as possible, so they're rushing his trial forward. We have 3 days to mount a legal defense. Tuya had rushed over as soon as he got the call. Thankfully his day employer had certain opinions on heroes and let him go with little explanation. Now the siblings, Izuku included, were sat around the table as the officers laid out several profiles of legal representatives. Izuku had one of his notebooks out and was viciously scribbling notes on each of them. I've done the hard part and found several representatives for us, it's just a matter of who fits best. Tsukachi explained. Tuya was the first to grab the stack, flipping through a few pages before pushing the whole pile towards Izuku. Zuku. Analysis. Yeah, love you too. He said as he flipped to the next page and picked up a profile. Tuya rolled his eyes. Go on, Itsuki, he's got that. He smirked as his siblings stared at him. Zu's a great analyst and a better judge of character. The detective blinked and continued, very well. It cleared his throat. Since this is the commission we're dealing with, we need to prepare for anything they have a chance of throwing at us. That said, do we know why Hawks was at the arrest? Transport, Izuku stated with a breathy chuckle. We don't have to worry about him, he's with us. Tsukachi heaved another sigh before Tuya piped in. We were childhood friends, recently reunited. Tsukachi surprisingly takes a breath instead of a sigh this time. Well, that's a relief. I was worried they would use him against us. They're probably still trying to. Tuya lets a huff eke out. Good luck with that. What else? There is the matter of you. And didn't that have some weight behind it? Are you willing to come back to life, Tuya-san? It was his turn to heave a sigh now. Yes. This one. The group turns to Izuku as he pushes a paper towards the detective. Tsukachi picks up the profile and schemes over it and raises an eyebrow towards the boy who nods in confirmation. Alright, I'll make some calls. Makoto Jiaru pleasure. They were tall and thin with long lavender hair held back in a plait and an emotionless face with a matching monotone voice. Show me what you've got. Shudo was stressed and taking it out on a loose thread on the cuff of the rented suit. Tuya wasn't much better. Fuyumi had a firm hold on his arm after he had smoked up the house twice earlier. Natsuo was smiling softly. He had passed the realm of stress long ago and entered the world of deceptive calm. Midoriya leant on the opposing wall, face set in a scowl as the long rabbit ears flicked continuously, picking up all sorts of sound. The boy had been adamant about coming whilst hiding that he'd been adamant on coming. Shudo had eventually invited him because the case clearly meant a lot to the boy. The rest of his extended family opted to stay behind and support the group from behind the scenes. Makoto stood beside the siblings, flipping through a folder, face ever set in cold apathy. Not unlike the expression Shudo often wore. A woman approached the group, said something Shudo didn't pick up and walked away. Makoto and the others followed. Shudo vaguely registered Midoriya grabbing his hand and tugging him along. The room they entered was relatively large, formed in a circular shape with benches circling the central point opposing the judge's podium. Many of the seats were filled. Shudo couldn't tell how many were familiar though he spied Hawks in one of the back rows. They were led to the front row. Tuya took the furthest seat from the aisle followed by Fuyumi. Shudo let Midoriya push him in next, taking the seat next to him as Natsuo took the aisle seat he'd volunteered for. Makoto gave the group a nod and left to sit at the plaintiff's table, immediately spreading out several files. After a few more minutes, the doors slammed open. Shudo felt his father's presence more than saw it as the heavy footsteps echoed through the now silent room. He didn't look at the man, deciding to focus on the hard grip Midoriya had on his hand as the boy tried to hide his soft growls. He didn't need to see the scowl of hatred across his face to know it was there. The judge called the room to order, and the trial began. 2XXX1123. Court Proceeding Case 36284831195. Defendant, Enji Todoroki, Endeavor. Board members. Leading Judge, Tsumu Inoshii. Supporting Judge, Mikuro Kamizuru. Chief of Police, Kenji Tsuragami. Case Detective, Naomasa Tsukachi. Head of Child Protective Services, Jun Shinohara. Prosecuting Barrister, Makoto Jiraiya. Defense Barrister, Junko Shirogane. Hero Commission Representatives, Moro Kanekawa. Haruka Hinata. Nane Sawe. Public Safety Representative, Gemigura Chikao. Defendant, Enji Todoroki. Meeting start. Judge, shall we begin? Panel, scattered agreement. Judge, we have been gathered to discuss the case against Enji Todoroki, also known as the pro-hero Endeavor. What are his charges? Supporting Judge, Judge domestic abuse, aggravated assault with a quirk and assault causing actual bodily harm, all towards his family and youngest son, Shudo Todoroki. Judge, will the representative from Child Protective Services, hereby known as CPS, please explain further? Shinohara. CPS had video and photographic evidence of abuse towards the family was given to the police. We were contacted to build a case for the youngest son. Judge, CPS, what is your current view on the situation? Shinohara. CPS holds the belief that all the Todoroki children should be relocated away from the father with the custody of Shudo going to the second child. Fuyumi, age judge, thank you. Your defense, Todoroki? Shirogane. Defense. My client states that any abuse against Shudo was training sessions for the boy's future career as a hero. Judge. Plaintiff? Jiraiya. Prosecuting. The evidence clearly shows Todoroki giving his son grievous wounds, burns and bruises, some which should receive medical attention, and yet there were never any hospital visits nor emergency calls from any of the Todoroki family aside from 2 incidents. The supposed death of eldest son Tuya Todoroki at age. Judge. Why do you say supposed? Jiraiya. Tuya is alive. Todoroki stands. Judge. Sit down. Todoroki. Todoroki sits. Judge. Continue. Jiraiya. Tuya allegedly died in a quirk accident, his self-destructive fire quirk essentially cremating him. No remains were found after the incident. This is because Tuya walked away from the scene. He later came back into contact with his siblings and mother and has been for several years. Tuya was the one to officially instigate the case against Todoroki. Judge, is Tuya here? I would like to question him. Jiraiya. Yes. Judge, would Tuya Todoroki please move to the center of the room and state your name and relations? Tuya Todoroki. I'm Tuya Todoroki, eldest son of Enji Todoroki and Rei Himura. Judge, those scars look serious. Where did you obtain them? Todoroki, my am not tolerant to my own fire. Judge, and what caused your death, as you put it? Todoroki, anger, mostly. I was a young child who thought I was getting replaced. Judge, by whom? Todoroki, Shudo. Before him, I was the one being trained to be a hero, though once my quirk was revealed to be harmful I was cast aside and Daddy went on to breed a new successor. Judge, so it was a successor he was after? Todoroki, of course, he wanted a weapon to beat out All Might. We all know how long he's been stuck at number 2, don't we? Todoroki, incoherent mumbling. Judge, something to say, Todoroki? Todoroki, silence. Judge, was this the source of the training? Todoroki, yes, though mine could actually pass for training. What he does to Shudo is abuse. Judge, what influenced the change between you and your brother? Todoroki, I don't know, according to the others it was my death that sparked it. Judge, others? Todoroki, Fuyumi and Natsuo, my siblings. Judge, are they here with you? T. Todoroki, yes. Judge, I would like to question them now. You may return to your seat, Tuya-san. T. Todoroki, exits. Judge, would Fuyumi Todoroki please come forward? Fuyumi Todoroki, second child to Enji Todoroki and Rei Himura. Judge, Fuyumi, you still live at home, yes? F. Todoroki, yes. Judge, so you witnessed the abuse? F. Todoroki, through the gap in the door, I wasn't allowed to intervene. All I could do was delay his sessions and help Shudo wrap his burns. Judge, I see. And in your opinion, what sparked the change in Todoroki's training between his sons? F. Todoroki, I believe it was a combination of things. Tuya's absence was one, Shudo's quirk was another. Father saw it as the perfect weapon to surpass all might with. Judge, I'm sensing the beginning of a pattern. F. Todoroki, not a pattern, an obsession. And not with all might. With power. Judge, Todoroki? Todoroki, huffs. Shirogane, what is wrong with wanting to be a powerful hero? The title of number one is something many strive for. What makes my client special? Judge, your client is attempting to turn his child into a weapon of succession through abuse. Shirogane. Sit down. Shirogane. Judge, that is all, Fuyumi-san. F. Todoroki, thank you. Judge, Jiro, you mentioned a second incident. Jiro, yes, the institutionalization of Rei Todoroki. Rei kept her eyes forward, and she was brought to the center of the room. If she looked at her children, she would cry. If she looked at Enji, she didn't know what she would do. Rei Todoroki, she began, mother to Tuya, Fuyumi, Natsuo and Shudo Todoroki, wife of Enji Todoroki. It was easier to breathe once it was out. The cold eyes of the judge stared her down. Rei-san, what was the reason for your hospitalization? Oh boy, right into it. Rei took a breath. I injured I injured Shudo. You can do this, Rei-san. Midoriya's conversation echoed through her mind and she latched onto it like a lifeline. And what caused you to do so? The judge continued. I thought, hallucinated that he was him. Who? Enji. Murmurs spread through the crowd. And seeing him was enough reason to cause injury? He would hurt my children, would hurt me. Safe to say I was not in a good headspace. It hurt to get out. Rei bit her lip to keep the building tears locked away. I was sent away following the incident. You can do this. She didn't let herself be distracted by the door opening and closing again. Izuku had pulled Shudo out of the room when he felt the temperature begin to fluctuate, not mentioning the grip the boy had on his hand. Tuya had been adamant about staying. Fuyumi had frosted his hands when they began shaking and smoking. When the doors closed behind Shudo, he pulled the boy into a hug. His left side was feverish, his right trembling. When his arms wrapped around Izuku, he found himself in a world of temperature. He trembled. Sorry. He felt Shudo even his sides, a pleasant warmth taking over. Don't, Izuku cut in, his head over Shudo's shoulder. You're doing really well. I wasn't ready to see her. He muttered. And there's nothing wrong with that show. Izuku flicked his ears up when he heard someone approaching the door and pulled Shudo around the corner. He heard Rei's stifled sniffles as the healthcare worker led her away. You're growling again. Shudo muttered. Izuku cut himself off, clearing his throat, and listened. Roki, is this call training? The judge. He heard Endeavor's shouting, thought it was muffled as if through a speaker. They're playing the videos now. Do you want to stay out here? Shudo gave no response. We can sit here in silence and eavesdrop. I can somewhat pick up what they're saying. Not training. This is abuse, Todoroki. Makoto. Izuku knew they were the best choice. Apathy was an interesting quirk when used on oneself. I don't want to be near him right now. Shudo murmured. Izuku gave the boy a small smile and pulled him down to sit against the wall, awkwardly folding his long legs under him. Shudo began watching Izuku's ears flick. What's happening? Endeavor was shouting now. Endy's having a fit. Enough. The judge shut him down and is really laying into him. shouting, "Ah-oh! Se escort Todoroki Tuya out dash. If dash be right back." Izuku hurried out as he power-walked Ren back to the large double doors just in time for them to swing open. Out came a snarling Tuya led by a red-eyed Fuyumi. Izuku was quick to make a grab for Tuya's wrist, but after registering the heat he was producing, settled for his sleeve instead. "I can take him if you want to stay, Fuyu." The girl gave him a subdued nod and pressed her hand to Tuya's forehead, giving him a light coat of frost. "It'll be okay, Tuya. She whispers and returns to the other side of the door. "Alright, come on too." Izuku led him away. "I'm gonna kill him and that even lawyer of his." Tuya hissed with a tone laced in venom. "Tuya, no." As they passed by a drinking fountain, Izuku yanked Tuya's sleeve and pulled his hand under the stream of chilled water, keeping it there until it stopped steaming. "You're getting my suit wet," was Tuya's genius observation. Izuku huffed. "Well, I want to hug you, but you're effing hot, so I'm gonna hold your hand instead." "Thanks." He smirked. "Gross." Izuku flicked water at the boy and grabbed Tuya's sufficiently cooled hand, pulling him back to where he'd left Shudo. "Show I'm back. Tu went and got himself kicked out, so he's vibing with us," Izuku announced. Shudo looked up from his spot on the floor and raised a brow. "What did you do?" Tuya rubbed the back of his head as Izuku tugged him down to the floor. Our dear old dad was spouting some bullshit and I may have had some choice words to say about that. Then I kinda started to catch fire, so I had to leave before I set off the smoke alarms, which would have been funny but also annoying." The banter between the group continued, Izuku shushing them every now and then to listen when things sounded important. Tuya's nice conversation with his brother was interrupted by Izuku viciously slapping his knee repeatedly. "Ow. What the F, ow." He fought to grab the boy's hand. "It's happening, it's happening, it's happening, it's happening," was the only explanation he was given as the rabbit boy jumped to his feet and pulled the brothers up. The trio ran back to the double doors. The nameless guard next stationed outside it was kind enough to open one for them, a slight look of worry and concern across his face, probably warranted. Izuku kept his tight grip on each hand he held as they stepped into the room. "Should not have custody of any of your children. All 4 of your children will be removed from your care, and into appropriate housing you will pay for. You will not be allowed within 500 meters of your children, their schools, or their workplaces unless on official hero duty. I am stripping you of your hero ranking." The judge clasped their hands with a scowl. "You will be accompanied by no fewer than 2 heroes, not including your sidekicks, for any hero work you may choose to take on, any patrols, missions, etc. A sigh. I should take away your license completely, however you were the number 2 hero with the impressive track record. As a hero you gave yourself a duty to the citizens of this country, let's see you prove it to them. With that, this meeting is dismissed." At the sound of the mallet hitting the table, Tuya suddenly felt lighter than he had in over 3 months. Dear old dad was no longer allowed near them, he wasn't number 2 anymore, and he could probably get a free house out of this. Izuku's hand squeezed his, he squeezed back. Natsuo and Fuyumi ran up to the group and everyone was pulled into a group hug. Fuyumi was crying, Natsuo was laughing. There was a small smile on Shudo's face and a look in his eyes that Tuya would dare to call hope. Izuku was crying his eyes out more than Fuyumi, the boy was a crybaby when he wanted to be. Tuya let himself laugh with his family. "Let's get the F out of here." The siblings, and honorary sibling Izuku, drove back to what used to be their home to pack up their whole lives, fitting whatever they could into Natsuo's and Mitsuki's cars while Tuya scrolled through available houses in the area. "Will you come live with us?" Fuyumi had asked him. Tuya had smiled, sure. In a week they had moved into the 5-bedroom house Mitsuki had helped them find, paid for wholly by NG's bank account. The hero was busy getting ravaged by the press. Most of his sidekicks had left after the case went public and he had had to close down his large agency for a smaller one across town. Various top heroes had come forward with their opinions on the matter, effectively ostracizing the man. Kigo was bumped up to number 2 and took it in stride. A small celebration was held between the Todorokis and the extended Bakugo family. The new number 2 even invited some of his hero friends, much to Izuku's analyzing delights. Tuya let his black dye fade and was able to get some actual medical help for his skin, swapping his staples for stitches and getting bothersome infections treated. Fuyumi went back to teaching her class, assuring the children that she was okay. She found herself smiling and enjoying life more. Natsuo continued his classes, grades able to climb more now that he didn't have to worry about his home life anymore. Shudo was officially adopted into Izuku's group and pulled into their training sessions and spars. There was no yelling, no insults, no, that's not good enough, no bar set higher than he could hope to reach. There was, however, breaks, encouragements and a sense of camaraderie he had never had before. Bakugo was able to actually teach him how to throw a punch without making him take one. Shinso passed on tricks with throws and flips, apparently too familiar with them. And Izuku was filling any free space with affection from various forms. And Shudo was okay with that. He felt like he belonged. He didn't need to hold back every emotion and thought behind a cold face. He found himself smiling more. He even took up Tuya's offer to train his fire. Shudo even visited his mother, smiling and thanking her. They were happy. Izuku sat down on the grass, leaning against the cold stone. I finally saved Tuya's siblings, he said to the air. They're all so happy now, though I think he's a little mad they didn't take Endy's license. He's living with them in the new house. It's barely a 10-minute sprint from Mickens. We run past it on our morning runs and even got Sho to join us. You would have loved them, Mom. Izuku felt a tear drip down his cheek. I wish I told you about them, God. You would have loved Ray, you would have loved them all. His body shook with even sobs now. I'm going to keep saving people, Mom. I don't want anyone to be alone. Izuku turned to face the headstone he'd been leaning against. Inko Midoriya, beloved mother and friend, taken too soon. He let out another sob. I miss you, Mom. And he wailed. Kaken, Toshi, wake the F up, it's Christmas. Ah, that was why Hitoshi went to bed feeling a sense of dread last night despite the fact that Izuku was out wandering. He hadn't even managed to fully open his eyes yet and Izuku had already yanked him off the mattress and onto the carpet. The last of the air in his lungs was forced from him when Katsuki was likewise pulled off the bed, landing on Hitoshi rather than the preferable carpet. Shut the F up, Kate. The man shouted. Yeah, no, Hitoshi wasn't awake enough for this. Kakenist, you're one to talk. Hitoshi mumbled as Katsuki got off him. Shushu. Come on, get up, I want to run. Hitoshi groaned. I'm never having a day off, am I? Nope. Izuku said as he laughed in the face of Hitoshi's misery. Several cups of coffee later, though Hitoshi argued Izuku was in no state to be caffeinated, the trio began their morning run. They met Shudo in front of his house just as he finished tying his shoes. Merry Christmas, Sho. Izuku tackled the boy into a hug. Oi, Halfie. Ma wants the lot of ya over for lunch and sheet. Katsuki grumbled. Okay, I'll pass it on when we get back. Izuku led the run as usual, though he spent most of it sprinting back and forth between the group and something in the distance. Eventually they looped back to drop off Shudo, and to Hitoshi's dismay, the run back to the Bakugos ended up being a sprint. His overall endurance was pretty good but sprints left him winded and full of stitches. So of course it ended with Hitoshi splayed across the front steps with Izuku shouting encouragements as he dragged the boy into the house. Just leave me for dead, Kage. I'll become one with the moss. Toshi knew, no dying on Christmas. But I'll die tomorrow then. No. Izuku groaned out as he lifted the boy and threw him on the couch. I still don't like how you can lift me. Hitoshi shivered. Izuku's rabbit legs may make him taller than usual, but Hitoshi still stood a few inches above the boy. It was disconcerting to say the least. Izuku promptly stuck his tongue out at the boy and went to go join Mitsuki in the kitchen. Hitoshi let himself recover with a nap that might have lasted maybe 10 minutes before Izuku was shaking him awake again. Toshi, get your butt up and go shower already. Oh yeah, it was going to be a long day. Apparently Izuku was very into giving gifts. He'd watch Katsuki absolutely destroy wrapping paper like the heathen he is to reveal a very expensive-looking All Might figure and a large sauce bottle covered in flames. Hitoshi didn't need to read the English on it to know that it contained the essence of the effing sun given the large number on the back of it. The grin Katsuki had given the bottle only cemented in Hitoshi's mind that he had to stay far from that thing. Izuku had then chucked a medium-sized present at him which he was taking his time to peel the tape off, much to everyone else's impatience. Under the paper was a large stuffed black cat. The eyes had been painted green and scissors had clearly been taken to its right ear. If that wasn't evidence enough, the green collar with Kage on the tag gave it away. Flipping the tag showed, if found, return to Hitoshi Shinso. You gave me a plushie of you. Hitoshi chuckled out. Now you can hug me when I'm not there. I made sure to hunt down the softest one there is. Oh, also. Izuku bounded forward to sit on the floor next to him. If you squeeze each paw it says something. Oh God. Hitoshi squeezed its front paw. Then proceeded to be overwhelmed with an intensive confusion as the cat let out a loud screech that vaguely sounded like a drawn-out "Wee-ah" in Izuku's voice. Hitoshi was stuck between breathy wheezes and utter bewilderment. Mitsuki and Masaru were concerned but laughing softly. Katsuki looked like he'd just been challenged to a screaming contest. Kage, what the F was that? He managed to get out. Izuku just laughed. My war cry/present mic impersonation. And yep, that was what he feared. Hitoshi just shook his head and pressed another paw. I'm not going to take this from someone who SCKS toes. Hitoshi snorted before he could stop himself. Yeah. For whenever you need to get out of a conversation, because we know how much you like people. Izuku said with a wink. Hitoshi rolled his eyes and turned back to the cat, pressing its other back paw. The cat simply let out one of Izuku's soft meows, which Hitoshi pressed a few more times until Katsuki was about to explode. Hitoshi made sure to make direct eye contact with the boy when he pressed the paw that made the hellish scream again. I'm gonna effing kill you. Kakin shush. Tosh pressed the last one. Izuku beamed. Hitoshi chuckled before pressing the last paw. You're going to be a great hero, Hitoshi. And Hitoshi paused, because that wasn't Izuku's voice. He pressed it again. You're going to be a great hero, Hitoshi. He turned to Izuku who was practically vibrating where he sat smiling like a kid on Christmas. Is that? Izuku nodded with an intense ferocity. Holy shit. Because that was Eraserhead's voice. Hitoshi wrapped his arms around the plushie with a new appreciation. If a small tear slipped down his cheek no one had to know. I love it. He grins first in happiness, then it turns to a smirk of mischief. So how did you get an elusive underground hero to record a personalized message? Izuku stiffens. Katsuki laughs. Well. Shoyuta wanted nothing more than a hot coffee and a nap when he came home from a long night patrol. Yet when he saw the black fluff ball curled up on his doormat he sighed. The cat perked up at the noise and meowed happily when he made eye contact, going as far to trot up to the man and wrap around his ankles. Hey Kuzo. At the mention of his name the cat meows again and strolls back to the doormat, Shoyuta following behind. On top of the mat sat an envelope, its corner covered in bite marks. Shoyuta groaned as he bent down to pick it up. His back creaked at the movement. Eraserhead. Shoyuta groaned and glared at Kuzo. I'm getting coffee first. The cat simply meowed and headbutt his shin. Shoyuta fished through the loops of his capture weapon for his necklace, pulling the chain over his head to access one of the many keys on it. He unlocked the door to the apartment, holding it open for Kuzo to amble through. Caffeine was immediately running down the hall to greet them with a loud meow. He spies Whiskey on the highest point of the cat tree glaring before rolling over to no doubt go back to sleep. Shoyuta felt that. He gave Caffeine enough attention to sate her and she turned her attention to Kuzo instead. The cat in question turned away and Caffeine took the chance to pounce at the older cat. The two play wrestling immediately. Shoyuta took the chance to go and make his coffee, placing the envelope on the kitchen bench. He was happy something could entertain the energetic Calico. Whiskey preferred to sleep whenever possible and Meowk just liked to scream, much like his human counterpart. Speaking of the two loudmouths, Shuta, you're late. Hizashi groaned as he wrapped his arms around the man's chest from behind. The Persian at his heels let out a similar loud meow. I'm on time, you're just awake early. Shoyuta replied listlessly. Hizashi let go of him with a huff. Not my fault, that cat you brought home was yowling until I opened the door for him. Then he didn't even come in. Hizashi whined. He just sat there staring at me. Shoyuta let a deep chuckle run through him. Maybe he just likes me more. Hizashi threw his arms up with another huff. But I'm great. The hum of the coffee machine filled the room as it started on Shuta's dirty bean water. He watched Hizashi spy the letter as Miauk went to investigate Kuzo. What's that? He inquires, pouting when Shuta's only reply was a shrug. Kuzo brought it. Think. Hizashi raised an eyebrow. The cat knows your oh-so-secret second life? Shoyuta only growled and grabbed his finished coffee, downing half of it without care for his scorched throat. A meow alerted the pair to Kuzo jumping up to the bench. The black cat strutted over to Hizashi and reached for him with a paw. The man let out a squeal of delight and began running his hands through the long fur. See, he likes you. Shoyuta smirks into his coffee. Hizashi let out another noise of happiness as loud happy purrs echoed through the kitchen. The second Shoyuta put down his empty mug, Kuzo was up and meowing at him from behind the letter. Shoyuta raised an eyebrow at the cat, who apparently took that as a challenge and meowed louder. Hizashi was attempting to shush the cat. Shoo. You're going to set off Persian Miauk. As if sensing he was mentioned, said Persian perks up with an inquisitive meow. Shoyuta, read the demon thing. Shoyuta let out a long sigh and picked up the letter. Kuzo went silent. He ripped open the envelope and unveiled the paper. Eraserhead. You're my best friend's favorite hero. You're like him. He wants to be a hero, yet he has a non-physical quirk, a quirk that everyone has been telling him is a villain's quirk, for most of his life. We know that UA's entrance exam is based in favor of physical quirks, so we've been training together, but he still doubts himself. He thinks we don't notice. We tell him he will be a hero. I can't tell if he believes us anymore. If you said it, I think he would. I doubt you're the person who does this kind of stuff, but it would mean a lot to me if you sent a voice recording to XXXXXXXXXX saying something along the lines of, "You'll be a great hero, Hitoshi." Please? We love you, Eraserhead love. Shoyuta bit his lip. It was a struggle he was intimately familiar with. He glanced at Kuzo, who was looking restless, paws attempting to knead the marble as his tail swished about. You can say this is out of the goodness of my heart. He mumbled as he pulled out his phone. Oh my god. Hitoshi got out between chuckles. You FING madman. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck with a laugh. Yeah. Hitoshi rolled his eyes and walked over to the gift pile, grabbing a specific one and throwing it at Izuku, who was visibly torn between catching it or letting it smack him in the face. The boy settled for letting the all-might wrapping paper smack him in the chest and land in his lap, eyes lighting up immediately as he delicately removed every bit of tape, much to Katsuki's impatient dismay. When the last of the tape was off and the paper was peeled back, Hitoshi tried his best to hold in a laugh at the emotions flicking across Izuku's face. Immediate glee, followed by confusion, followed by realization, then embarrassment, finally set on a face that blankly stated, "What the F am I looking at?" Izuku held up the shirt as Hitoshi's chuckles began to escape past the hand covering his mouth. Hey Tosh, Izuku began, what the F it this? Izuku flipped the shirt and Hitoshi lost it, followed by Katsuki barking out a harsh laugh. Mitsuki likewise lost it while Masaru was hiding behind his hands. Hitoshi couldn't make eye contact with All Might's face, the man's signature grin and thumbs up blatantly approving the message of "I'd smash that" in bright yellow letters. Hitoshi lost himself to another round of laughs, Izuku dropping the shirt to bring his hands to his face in his own fit of laughter. Shoyuta and Hizashi came home that night to a present on their doorstep containing 2 coffee mugs. One was black and covered in cats, the other was yellow with a mix of cockatoos and cockatiels. A ribbon tied the mugs together with a tag. Thank you, W. Look, it's Katsuki. Shuto's nonchalance brought the group's attention to a woman walking her dog, a blonde Pomeranian. Oh my god. Izuku whispered as Hitoshi doubled over in an attempt to stifle his snickers. Katsuki looks about ready to murder the lot of them. Shocker. Shuto and Hitoshi only had a moment's warning of, "Hold him back," before Izuku bounded towards the woman. "Don't you dare, Kuzo!" Katsuki began as Hitoshi swiftly tackled the boy, realizing what was about to happen. "Shuto! Help me!" Hitoshi shrieked as Katsuki attempted to throw him off. The boy in question wrapped his arms around the pair in a strong bear hug. "Get your touch-starved buttes off of me!" Katsuki growled. "No," was Shuto's simple answer. "Hi. Your dog's really cute." They heard Izuku began. "Oh, thank you. She's a bit of a pest, but I love her." The woman replied. Izuku let out a long "aw" and knelt down to the dog's height. The pair fought off another round of Katsuki's struggles as Izuku held out a hand for the dog. The pup sniffed the offered hand and immediately jumped all over Izuku with affectionate yips, much to the worry of the owner. "Oh, you're adorable." "Yes, you are." Izuku giggled as he gave the pup lots of pets. The boys heard Katsuki let out a loud groan as he stopped his struggles, resigning himself to his fate. Izuku played with the dog a little more before he returned to the group with a smirk. "Cute pup, wasn't it, Kaken?" "Phew, Kuzo." Izuku stared longingly at the list of piercings offered stuck to the front of the tattoo piercing store. "Do you want to get one?" Shuto asked him. Izuku let out a groan. "Yeah, but I don't think they'd work with my quirk and everything." He sighed. "True. What are you idiots doing?" Katsuki scowled as he and Shinso caught up. "Hey Kaken, want to get a piercing for me?" Izuku asked as he bounded up to the boy. "Huh. I'll get some." Shuto piped in. "No, do I want one?" Katsuki fought back. "Oh my god, you're both idiots," Hitoshi groaned out. "Are we even old enough to get some without the whole parental permission?" He finished with air quotes. Izuku smirked and pointed into the shop. "We got a guy on there inside," he said like some sort of mob boss. Hitoshi raised a hand up to the glass to peek through. Sure enough, on the other side of the counter stood Tuya, who was resting on an arm smirking at the group with a beckon. "This is stupid, this is dumb, you're dumb. My mom told me to make dumb decisions, your threats mean nothing to me." Shuto grinned. "F&D hell," was all Hitoshi got out before he was pulled into the store. Soon enough, Katsuki was snarling through the needle Tuya pushed through his tongue, looking about ready to rip the whole thing out when he was told he couldn't eat spicy food for a while. Shuto then let 2 pairs of studs decorate his lobes, even letting Izuku pick out the colors. Finally, Hitoshi sat patiently through a variety of piercings, coming out the most pierced with a pair of lobes and industrial bars alongside his right eyebrow. Shuto paid as usual, ever willing to drain Endeavor's cards. Izuku bounded out of the store with a smile and a goodbye to Tuya, who had adopted Hawk's habit of shooting finger guns at everyone. "Celebratory photo. Come on." He cheered, wrapping his arm around Shuto and pulling out his phone. "Shut the f up, Kuzo." Katsuki fought out through the beginnings of a lisp from his swelling tongue, standing behind them regardless. Hitoshi made sure to stand over everyone from the background. Everyone say, "Happy birthday, Shuto." "HBD show. F you, Shuto." "Alright. The both of you, Jesus Christ." Hitoshi pouted. "What did I do?" Izuku shoved the phone in his face. "You're effie staring off into nowhere again." He sighed with a small chuckle. Hitoshi shrugged at the boy. "You gave me effin' bunny ears." Katsuki snarls, growling at his own lisp. Shuto smiled when he saw the photo, and Izuku took that as the go-ahead to forward it to all his siblings and the extended honorary family. In the middle of a patrol, Kigo grinned and sent back a bunch of emojis, even showing off his kids to Rumi, who was patrolling with him. "Dibs on the blonde one." She smirked. Fuyumi smiled and showed her phone to Rei, who began tearing up, much to Fuyumi's panic. "He looks happy." Makoto let go of apathy's hold to let the soft smile spread across their face. Naomasa almost groaned when he saw he had a message from the troublemaker. Instead, he found himself smiling at the picture. "What is it?" Naomasa passed his phone to the other man. "The troublemaker and his family. I believe they're all aiming for UA." He laughs. "You'll need all your luck with those 4, Toshinori." The blond man chuckled. Now Naomasa, they can't be that bad, he said as he returned the phone. Naomasa shook his head. Thoughts like that will be your downfall, number one. Toshinori attempted to stutter out a reply around a surprised cough. You're going to be a great hero, Hitoshi. You're going to be a great hero, Hitoshi. Hitoshi, I love you and everything, but you're only gonna stress yourself out further. Izuku interrupted before he could press the cat's paw again. So he pressed a different paw. I'm not going to take this from someone who SCKS toes. Don't use my own words against me, Beach. He snorted, pinching Hitoshi's side. Come on, you'll need at least some sleep for the exam. Hitoshi groaned and wrapped his arms tighter around both Izuku and the cat plushie, lovingly named Katsuku. Izuku nuzzled into the hold. We're all gonna murder the exam, Tosh. You can't murder on no sleep, you just want to murder more. He mumbled. Hitoshi attempted to groan out a reply into the boy's hair, but Izuku just shushed him anyway. Sleep, Tosh. He lulled. Hitoshi pressed Katsuku's paw one more time. You're going to be a great hero, Hitoshi. All right, I have no doubt we'll all destroy the written exam, so let's focus on the practical. Izuku began. Since I started hanging about UA a few years ago, the complaints have always been the same, so I have no reason to think they'll change the exam this year. He pulled a notebook from the shelf and opened it in front of the group. The page showed a robot, spots highlighted in red and a large number 1 across the plates on its arms. This is the one-pointer. The joints on its shoulders and neck are pretty weak. He pointed to the highlighted areas. If you hit them they seem to self-destruct, so that can work too. As long as you can outmaneuver them, they're pretty simple. He turned the page. The 2-pointer, quick and speedy, but it seemed to be physically weaker than the 1-pointer. Likewise, aim for the joints and eyes. Another page. 3-pointer, sturdy and a heavy hitter. Take out the reserves on the shoulders and they'll explode, though they do shoot projectiles. He turned the page again. Lift me. Maybe later. Shut up. A laugh. Anyway, this fucker is huge. I don't think you get anything for beating it because everyone just runs from it. Some did try and attack it, but it didn't do much. You could probably freeze the whole thing if you want to show off. And Kaken, since you see that as a challenge and will probably try to fight the thing anyway, oh, don't give me that look. You know I'm right. If you can find something big and sharp to javelin through its head, that'll probably take it down. Toshi, my guy, my man, we just got a bolt from the thing. So, in conclusion, you two, he points to Katsuki and Shudo, will be fine, but tone down your attacks or you could injure the other participants. Toshi, you're at a major disadvantage, however, you're skilled. There will be debris everywhere. Find something to wield, a pipe, rebar, whatever, and swing it around. You'll be fine. One participant last year mentioned he found an off button but didn't say where, so if you feel like looking for that, go ahead. That's it? Sounds effing easy. Careful, Kaken, your ego's showing. You wanna FING go? Shut it, Explodo boy, I'm not done. Izuku made a thoughtful noise. I feel like there's a secret to the exam. Any guesses? Some, but I can't give you all the answers now, can I? He said with a smirk. Now let's destroy this beach. Hoo boy. Hitoshi gulped at the large entrance to UA. A strong hand clapped across his back, pushing him through the gates. Come on, nerd. Katsuki huffs, strutting ahead of the group. Come on, Tosh. Izuku loops his arms through his and tugs him along, before immediately tripping and almost pulling Hitoshi down with him. Thankfully, Shudo was able to grab the collars of both their uniforms and halt their fall. All the enhanced senses and you still trip on nothing. He observes. Izuku huffs and sticks his tongue out at the boy, looping his other arm around his and dragging both boys forward. Shudo still had his spot open in the recommended exam, but after Endeavor's whole scandal he'd refused it to. Take the regular entrance exam instead. He'd taken the group's advice and used Tuya's leftover dye with the man's help. Kigo even taught the boy makeup to cover his scar. It wasn't permanent, but it would help him avoid any excess attention. The group makes it to the sign-in station as Katsuki finishes his paperwork and smirks at them. Clearly eager. They all get their paperwork. Hitoshi having to silence Izuku's protective growling when the receptionist took too long staring at Shudo. The four wish each other good luck, Katsuki shouting and encouraging, "Just hurry up and pass, assholes." Before heading to the designated Hall B, Izuku is sent to test Hall D and Shudo and Hitoshi make their way over to Hall E. "Nervous?" Shudo asks along the way. Hitoshi groans and swallows another tangle of nerves. "Not at all." He sassed instead. Shudo narrowed his eyes as the gears in his head visibly turned. "Sarcasm?" he finally asked. "Sarcasm." Hitoshi confirmed with a quiet chuckle. "You're learning." Shudo nodded before adding, "You'll be fine, we've been prepared for months." Hitoshi took a slow breath. "You're going to be a great hero." Called the shapeshifter before he ran into a fire hydrant. "What makes you think you're not as strong as any of those extras? You've lived through tougher shit." Huffed the blonde right before he threw him onto the ground. "Kid, you just made Hawks do the chicken dance. Your Quirk's dope, you be a DMN good hero." The scarred man smirks as he ruffles the fluffy purple hair. "You're gonna be a banger of a hero, kiddo." Hawks laughs through the mouthful of gifted KFC. "You'll be a great hero, Hitoshi." Eraserhead's voice echoes through the plush cat. He huffed out the exhale, the murmurs from other students getting louder with the approaching test hall. "Let's do this sheet." "Toshi, show. Over here." Izuku calls to the pair from one of the front rows, luring them down the stairs of the auditorium. Katsuki was already scowling in his seat from the other side of the rabbit-eared boy. Hitoshi eases past the students on the edge with short apologies, Shudo following behind with similar excuses, until they settle in the 2 empty spots Izuku saved for them. "Thanks, Kage." "No prob." Izuku answered, voice wavering just enough for Hitoshi to notice. He narrowed his eyes. "What is it?" He needled. Izuku stilled aside from the continued soft thumping of his foot against the floor. "This is more than your usual crowd reaction. What's happening?" Well, it's, Shudo and Katsuki were now listening in to the boys stammering. "Vanji, I thought I smelt someone, that's all. Plus there's no windows." The answer sated the group enough to ease the prodding. Hitoshi made sure to step on his thundering foot, just enough pressure to hold the paw to the ground. Likewise, Katsuki had unceremoniously hooked Izuku's other leg under his knee to hold it still. Izuku let out an unamused groan at the two just as the lights dimmed, saved for the spotlights illuminating the stage. Izuku quietly let out as none other than present Mike took center stage behind the podium, the large screens behind him lighting up with UA's logo. Hitoshi applied slightly more pressure to keep Izuku's knee from shaking. "For all you examinee listeners tuning in," he began, "welcome to my show today. Everybody say, Twi." Hitoshi gave the man a light fist pump instead. Poor Shudo, ever vigilant, was the only one in the auditorium to appease the man, letting out a "hey" in his perfected monotone voice. Hitoshi held in a chuckle. Izuku was biting his lip as his shoulders shook lightly. The hero gave them an exaggerated point. "I'll take it." He approved with a wide grin before continuing. "Then I'll quickly present to you the rundown on the practical exam." He whipped his arms out in another extravagant gesture. "Are you ready?" "Yeah." Hitoshi made sure to nudge Shudo with his elbow before giving a slightly higher fist pump to the hero. "Yeah," came Shudo's lightly amused yet still monotoned response, giving his own raised fist bump. Izuku had moved to biting his fist, stuttered breaths escaping his nose. Katsuki was doing the thing where he had to double down on his scowl to hide any hint of amusement showing on his face. Presets Mike took it all in stride, a light chuckle escaping him as he shot them a thumbs up. As it says in the application requirements, he returned to the greater audience, "You listeners will be conducting 10-minute mock urban battles after this." The screen behind him changes up as he continues. "You can bring whatever you want with you dash." Hitoshi lightly jabbed Izuku in the ribs and tugged down one of his long ears. "Why didn't you tell me I could bring something?" He whisper yells to the boy. "I'm not effing omniscient Toshi. I don't know everything." Izuku whispers back in the same hurried manner. "You'll head to the specified battle center, okay?" Whether it was because Shudo was too distracted with his card to reply or the hero just wanted to emphasize his point, he let out a louder, "Okay," which got the boy's attention. "Okay." A snort escaped Izuku as he examined his own card. In other words, they won't let you work with your friends, huh? Katsuki mutters. Dammon, Izuku gets out before Present Mike begins explaining the robots. "I'm in B." He continues quietly. The blonde replies. Hitoshi spares a glance at his card. "I'm D. I'm with Izuku." Shudo adds to Izuku's surprise. He went to his shitty private school, they can't know everyone's friends. Katsuki huffs quietly. "Fair." The rabbit nods. Of course, attacking other examinees and any other unheroic actions are prohibited. Present Mike shouts out, confirming one of Izuku's earlier guesses. "May I ask a question?" A student inquired from behind them. Hitoshi turned to them out of curiosity more than anything. Shudo mirrored the movement. Izuku turned his ears instead, Katsuki kept his gaze forward. Mike gave the student the go-ahead and they continued, a spotlight illuminating the boy. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. If that is a missprint dash, Hitoshi tuned out as he, Izuku and Katsuki shared a harsh eye roll. He's one of those students. Was the collective agreement between them and most of the auditorium apparently. In addition, you 3 at the front. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow when the boy first pointed to Izuku. You with the rabbit ears have been muttering, then to Shuto, and you have been interrupting the speaker. You did that too. Hitoshi mumbled before the offending finger was directed at him. And you have been encouraging them both. It's distracting. If you 3 are here to make fun of everything, then you should leave immediately. Izuku flattened his ears and growled. Hitoshi was tempted to join in. 46 seconds. Shudo piped up instead. You say we're distracting and yet you've just delayed everyone by 46 seconds asking about something that Present Mike Sensei was beginning to explain before you interrupted him. Then his tone hardened. Sit down. Hitoshi let a light laugh escape at the offended look splayed across the student's face, a throaty chuckle likewise coming from Katsuki. Izuku was grinning at Shudo with pride written all over his expression. Hitoshi gave Shudo a good pat on the knee. It pays to have their own uptight rich kid. He was going to buy the man so much soba later. Okay, listeners, calm down. Mike interrupted before any more could be said. Examinee 7111, thanks for the question. The screen changed to show the silhouette of the large robot from Izuku's sketch. The 4th type of villain is worth 0 points. That guy's an obstacle, so to speak. There's one in every battle center, an obstacle that will go crazy and narrow spaces. It's not impossible to defeat Dash. Hitoshi could already see the smirk across Katsuki's face at that. But there's no reason to defeat it either. I recommend that you listeners try to avoid it. Hitoshi turned to Katsuki, a manic grin indeed spread across the boy's face. Yeah, sure, he'll avoid it all right. Thank you very much. Please excuse the interruption. Came from behind them. Hitoshi didn't care enough to look back. Present Mike threw his arms out. That's all from me. Finally, I'll give you listeners a present, our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "A true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes." He gave one more gesture, go beyond. Plus ultra. Now, everyone, good luck suffering. He finished as the lights came back on and noise filled the auditorium. Meet back at the gates? Izuku asked the group. An unsaid agreement went between all of them. Oh, also I want to propose a challenge. He smirked and raised 4 fingers. Let's get the top 4 scores. Katsuki was the one to respond. You're on. He grinned. Hitoshi let out a pained sigh instead. You're gonna kill me one day. Kage. Izuku and Shudo spent every second outside the battle center stretching and warming up. Although, given the distant look in Izuku's eyes, he assumed the boy was looking over his collection. Shudo was in a simple singlet and bike shorts that had a 50-50 chance of coming out in one piece, while Izuku was in nothing more than the beloved green shorts, freshly washed from the night before. The two were sat on the ground holding onto each other's forearms, legs apart with Izuku's paws against Shudo's shoes, taking turns pulling the other towards them in a hamstring stretch. "How does your back keep cracking?" Shudo asked as he pulled Izuku towards him, the boy's back clicking for the 4th time. "My bones, Shudo. They be crack-a-lacking." He chuckles out. Shudo shakes his head with a small smile. "If you two are going to sit and make jokes the whole time, then you should leave." The pair look up. "Ah, Mr. 46 seconds." Shudo remarks, Izuku pulling him to his feet as he comes up from the stretch. "Here to interrupt again?" Izuku lets out a snort. "Sho, when did you get so cold?" Shudo tilted his head. "When my quirk came in." Izuku lets out another laugh at the boy's confused face. "Are you two taking this exam to interfere with everyone else? You aren't even appropriately dressed." Mr. 46 seconds ranted, louder than before. "You're literally the one interfering with us." Izuku deadpants, how dare he insult his favorite pants. Shudo watches the boy suddenly stand taller as his ears flicked about and readied himself. Just as 46 was about to open his mouth again, present Mick's booming voice echoed through the area. Katsuki rolled his shoulders when he reached the front of the crowd, standing so close to the gates that they barely had enough room to open. He rubbed his wrists again and waited. He didn't need Kuzo to tell him that UA would probably pull a fast one at the starting line. He didn't give them the chance to. The second the gates slammed opened and "start" had barely come out of the speakers, he was already gone. Hitoshi took another long breath as he stretched out his arms again. He'd buried his nerves and fears deep enough to delay their resurfacing, a panic attack he could deal with later. Probably. Someone had tried to talk to him at one point, but he'd been too in the zone to attempt any form of conversation. The moment he picked up the faintest of crackles from the speakers, his eyes shot open and he forcibly stopped himself from tensing up. "Okay, start." Shudo barely had time to spare a quick glance at the brown rabbit dashing between the crowd's legs before he summoned his ice. The compressed burst shot him over the crowd and into the gates, where he took off running. Even with his boost, Izuku was quick to catch up and outrun him. It was out of curiosity more than anything that stopped Shudo destroying the first robot that intercepted them. He watched as the rabbit grew and bulked out, ears receding and skin graying, until the two-pointer was impaled, thrown and trampled by a rhinoceros. A memory of Izuku lamenting about being banned from several zoos resurfaces in Shudo's mind. He pushes it away and runs to the right, leaving Izuku to wreak havoc on the left. Hitoshi runs through the destroyed street. He'd gotten lucky in spying the off switch of a three-pointer while it was distracted by someone else, the red switch half hidden under plating on its side. The switch in a similar place on the two-pointer gave a few more points to his small total. The explosion of a two-pointer on his left made him stumble as chips of rock flew at him. The clang of metal alerted him to a stop sign hitting the ground in front of him, a sizable chunk of concrete still attached to the bottom of. "Oh God. You do care." Hitoshi picks up the sign just as a two-pointer comes into view. A smirk stretches across his face as it locks onto him. "Bring it on. Pay attention to your surroundings, idiot." Katsuki shouts as he explodes the two-pointer, sneaking up on an oblivious extra. The "thanks bro" shouted after him doesn't register, the boy already shooting off to find the next robot. Izuku dives at the three-pointer, shifting from Crow back to Rhino just before the impact. The robot is crushed under the momentum. He barely gives himself 2 seconds to breathe before Crow takes to the skies again. "This year's group looks promising, doesn't it?" One comments. "Some of them sure are creative." Another laughs, pointing to one of the many camera feeds, showing a purple-haired boy swinging a stop sign at a two-pointer. The force of the blow allowing the sharp edge of the sign to slice through the weak metal of the robot's neck. The boy flips the sign in his hands to bring down the concrete end onto the robot's back. It doesn't get back up. Shoyuta grins, the file of one Hitoshi Shinso open on his tablet. He hadn't forgotten. The Todoroki boy is keeping his quirk under control, something he must have inherited from his mother. Ah yes, couldn't have a conversation without the #1 scandal of the country. The kid was clearly attempting to blend in, quirk aside, and yet he couldn't stay out of the attention. And look at this one. What a rare quirk. Another screen showing a rabbit running towards a one-pointer only to grow into a rhinoceros as it rams the machine. Interesting. He finds himself muttering. 5 minutes. We're halfway, listeners. Shudo sends off a wall of ice to stop a wave of rubble hitting a group of examinees as he sends a small concentrated blast of fire towards a one-pointer. Tuya's control training was doing its work well. It's only then that he realized he had forgotten how many points he was up to. He shrugs to himself and runs on. Hitoshi tackles yet another examinee out of the way of another explosion. How did so few of these people have any decent spatial awareness? You good? He asks as he stands, keeping his eyes to the opening of the alley. Why yeah, guess I really fell for you though, huh? Hitoshi's attention whips away from the alley and raises an eyebrow at the boy still on the ground. Really not the time for that, man? He says as he picks up his stop sign, almost tempted to wave it in the blonde's face to see if he got the message, and runs back out in search of more points. I believe it's time, don't you all? The room gave a scattered agreement. A button was pressed. Shuda's grin widened. Izuku was flying high above the buildings, scouring for any signs of robotic movement. His eyes caught the growing dust cloud just before the sound waves did. He watched as the zero-pointer rose up from the back of the city. Izuku scanned the examinees until he spied Shudo and dove back down to meet him. The rumbling ground and snapping of electrical cables immediately put Shudo on high alert. Therefore he was ready when the zero-pointer emerged from behind the building. Familiar cause brought his attention to the sky as Izuku's crow came in for a landing, shifting into the post form, more feathers than usual staying in place along his arms. So? Wanna show off? He asked with a smile, despite the panic clearly echoing through the streets from every other examinee. Shudo shrugs, also oblivious to panic. Why not? Izuku grins. I'm gonna do a quick area check so no one gets caught up in either side. The feathers recede, overcome by brown fur instead. I'll be back. He gets out before the shift completes and Rabbit runs ahead into the carnage. There's a second where Shudo wonders if he should have dissuaded that notion. Instead, he reaches out to the building beginning to crumble on his right and coats the structure in a thick layer of ice to stabilize it. A group of examinees run past him. They'll be fine. Less than 2 minutes left. Hitoshi manages to smash the one-pointer's head into the asphalt, the robot stilling as the last of the concrete on his beloved, bent and battered stop sign crumbles away. He was aware of the major gamble he was taking being so close to the zero-pointer, but points were points and surely UA had a school nurse or something if things went that bad. By now he was panting, coated in sweat and dust, flecks of concrete no doubt all through his hair, and hands covered in a mess of raw blisters that stung with each swing of his sign. But if he wasn't glad Kage had pushed his endurance so far. A particularly loud crash from the direction of the zero-pointer grabs his attention and he's forced to run back when the building next to him shows signs of coming down. The area was clear of other examinees save for the blonde boy swaying towards a three-pointer. He watches as a bout of electricity surrounds the two. The robot stutters for a bit but doesn't go down. The bad feeling coming from Hitoshi's gut doubles when the robot raises an arm and the boy doesn't seem to react. Hitoshi speeds up to a sprint and reaches the bot in time to swing the stop sign. Into the arm, batting it away to duck under it to reach the off switch on the back, the static zap making him jolt. He allows himself to relax only when the robot slows to a stop, the glowing red eyes fading out. Hitoshi turns to the blonde. Sure enough, it's the one he'd tackled into the alley earlier, though they look much worse for wear. There was a sort of distant look in his eyes and a small trail of blood dripped from his hairline. Blondie, you doing okay? Hitoshi asked, waving a hand in front of their face. The boy blinks and yellow eyes slowly focus on Hitoshi. It's, pretty boy. He mumbled as he swayed. Oh boy. Another series of crashes had Hitoshi whip around. The zero-pointer was now on their street and steadily moving towards them. Alright, time to go, Blondie. Where? Hitoshi attempts to lead the blonde away, however the boy manages to stumble on nothing. Lift me. Hitoshi groans out. Hey! Take me to food first. Thanks. Hitoshi hoped it was the concussion speaking. He bid a final farewell to his favorite stop sign in favor of hooking one arm under the blonde's legs, the other against his back. Luckily the boy wasn't much heavier than Izuku, he could manage this. though he did feel his hair raise on its own as his piercings tingled. The boy did apparently have an electricity quirk. Hee. You're strong. Not happening. What's your favorite color? Hitoshi asked as he began the jog back to the entrance. The blonde spent a concerningly long time making a series of hms and us. Purple dash. Be quiet. Izuku trained his ears in on the pained groans coming from the direction of the zero-pointer. He spies the girl trapped under slabs of concrete and bolts towards her, shifting back. Come on. He grunts as he lifts the slab enough for her to crawl out. Can you walk? Izuku takes the pained gasp as an answer and hooks his arms under the brunette in a bridal carry. He sprints away from the rumbling robot and listens for anyone else in the vicinity, glad when he hears nothing but cracking concrete and mechanical whirs. With the threat of being crushed fueling Rabbit's flight response, Izuku makes it back to Shudo rather quickly. Area's clear, Sho. Have fun. He calls to the boy as he sprints past with a grin. Wait, he doesn't need to fight it. The girl calls from his arms. Izuku laughs and slows his pace, turning around to watch the show. Don't worry, he watches as ice forms around Shudo as he brings his right hand back. He's just showing off. Shudo swings his arm forward, ice explodes from the ground and shoots towards the zero-pointer, fully encapsulating the giant and a large portion of the city in a glacier. Wow! The girl stutters out as Izuku sits her on the ground, making sure not to put any excess strain on her possibly injured legs. Told you. He laughs before standing back up and cupping his arms to his mouth. Good one. Shudo turns and gives a thumbs up, small flames on his left melting. The thin ice covering his right. The shredded remains of his singlet caught fire. He didn't seem too bothered. It's the harsh watch out that gets Idra Kirishima to activate his quirk just before the whole building falls on top of him. It was just bad luck that the zero-pointer had appeared right next to him and set about leveling the city immediately. Shark teeth, where the F are you? The simple question of me ran through Idra's head, probably following after. Here. He calls out, the weight of the rubble and dust sending him into a coughing fit. A series of explosions ran through the ground and his panic began to spike as they got closer. One more sent some of the rubble covering him shifted enough to let light through. A few seconds later a rough hand reached in and pulled him up by the collar of his shirt. Idru winces at the sudden reappearance of bright light and coughs out a mouthful of dust. The remnants of the building are scattered around him, some concrete slabs scorched black. How the F are you not dead? He turns to his savior, a blonde boy with scarlet eyes. My quirk, probably. When the blonde raises a brow he continues. I can harden my body. He demonstrated, sharpening his arm. After a second, a fierce, almost murderous grin spreads across the blonde's face. Ugh, why are you smiling like that? Idru didn't know if he wanted the answer. The boy jabbed a thumb behind him, towards the zero-pointer as it brought down another building. We're going to destroy it. Wait, what? Idru paled. You owe me, Shark Boy. We're doing this, come on. He grabs Idru's wrist and pulls him towards the chaos until they're facing the giant robot. This is a bad idea, bro. Idru winces out. What are we even gonna do? The blonde huffs at him. I'm gonna throw you through it. Huh? Shrieked Idru. Bro, I'll die for real. Tee. The blonde rolls his eyes. Just harden your whole body. Duh. We're running out of time. Idru shuffles his feet. This might kill him, but he did owe the blonde. You promise I won't die? He barely gets out before the boy is pulling his arms above his head. You're not gonna die, Sharky? He shouts, and DMN if Idru didn't wish he had that confidence. Idru lets the boy pose him before he's hoisted over the blonde's shoulder like the world's most volatile javelin. Keep your quirk on and don't move, I'll find you after. As the boy begins his run-up, it occurs to Idru that he'd never asked the boy's quirk. He feels heat begin to build up from their hands. Die! Wait dash! Whatever the boy attempted to say was overpowered by the echoing explosion. Katsuki had been saving his sweat for since the zero-pointer appeared. Vaguely he registers the yells of the boy as he sails through the air, piercing right through the bot's head and then some. Katsuki smirks. He'd always had good aim. The zero-pointer sways, small explosions booming from its neck sending shrapnel to the ground. Finally, it falls back with a satisfying crash. It's only then that Katsuki sets out to retrieve his ammo. Time's up. Todoroki-kun took the zero-pointer with no problems. One congratulated. The one in Section A was destroyed as well. How? I wasn't looking. Another asked. One participant threw another through it. Show Yuta deadpants, secretly impressed. They what? Good work everyone. Does anyone need medical assistance? Hitoshi raised his hand. This guy's got a concussion at least. He called, brain damage at the most. He muttered, ignoring another attempt of the blonde's flirting. Izuku couldn't tell if it was fear or excitement that ran through his veins. He felt alive, aside from the fact that he was buried in the ground up to his waist. The breeze was nice on his legs though. There was muffled laughter growing louder and he felt a pair of hands grip his ankles before it was unceremoniously pulled out of the concrete like some sort of vegetable. Izuku sighs as he's finally able to release his quirk. Told you wouldn't die, Sharky. The blonde grins at him. That was awesome, bro. I've never flown like that before. Course it was awesome, I was involved. They huff. Izuku grins and holds out a hand. Izuku Kirishima. The blonde takes a second before he grabs the hand back. Bakugo. Izuku's black bangs fall into his eyes. He blows the back with a puff of air as Bakugo stares him down with those scarlet eyes. Red is a good color, he finds himself thinking. Izuku and Shudo stay with the girl until she's assessed by medical and everyone is sent off, not without Izuku getting a good part of his legs bandaged. The boy simply hadn't noticed the several cuts leaving spots of blood in the brown fur. The pair make it a point to ignore the stare of Mr. 46 seconds following them, making it to the changing rooms before the boy could make any attempts to talk to them. Izuku pulls on the all-might hoodie he'd brought, Shudo likewise pulling on a blank blue tee. The pair pack up and head to the school gates. That was fun. Do you know how many points you got? Izuku asks. I forgot to keep track. Fair, I got distracted and lost count. It's a while until Hitoshi joins them, the boy still finding bits of rubble through his hair. Toshi, what happened to your hands? Izuku fretted. Hitoshi examined his wrapped hands. A well-loved stop sign. He sighs much to the confusion of the two. It takes even longer for Katsuki to show, the boy rolling his right shoulder. So, how'd you two go? Izuku asks as they set off. I saved an idiot from a robot. I saved a dumbass from a collapsed building. Izuku shares a quick look with Shudo before turning back to the two, and he tried to give me his number. I threw him at the zero-pointer. The silence is immediate. Okay, Toshi, that sounds hilarious and I'm sorry but you'll have to wait. Kaken you what? Entrance exam mutations. Frequent switching between crow, rhino and rabbit accelerated mutation rates for all. Feather growth on crow increased to fully cover my back. Tail feathers finished growing. More primary and secondary feathers have grown. Previously infrequent use of rhino left few mutations, now I have several. Changes in skull structure allowed primary horn to reach 11 centimeters. Signs of secondary horn are present. Skin on legs has grayed and toughened. 5 toes have merged into 3. Back pain. Rabbit's fur now grows along arms up to elbows. Tufts of fur are beginning to grow on my jawline. I also have a full tail now. Oikizyo. Dinner. Izuku makes one more side note. Make sure Sharky is actually alive. Coming. He did what? Kigo shrieks before choking on the mouthful of chicken. Izuku smacks him across the back with a laugh. Yeah, that's the general reaction. He chuckled, swaying his legs over the edge of the rooftop. Is the kid alive? Kigo asks with wide eyes. Allegedly. Izuku replied slowly, following with a laugh at the hero's horrified expression. So, did you give him your number? Dabi, now widely known as Tuya, smirked as he leant on his arm. Hitoshi snorted. I would rather date the stop sign. Kaken. Fight me. Katsuki was never one to say no to a spar, And he'd never admit that Izuku's burst of nervous energy was hard to keep up with. Bring it. Izuku needed to move. The restlessness was really getting to him with the wait for the UA letters. Hitoshi hadn't lasted long, soon quick to turn down any spars in an act of self-preservation, and as much as Kaken didn't show it, Izuku could tell he was wearing the boy down. His next stop was the Himura Todoroki household. Izuku had almost kicked down the heavy door with all the adrenaline and nerves running through him. Tuya had taken one look at the boy and immediately turned down anything and everything proposed to him. Natsuo had taken pity at the interaction and asked if he could help. He was thrown to the ground soon after. Shudo had been a good sparring partner but, like the rest, had run out of energy before too long. Kigo had been a great outlet for the boy. Izuku took every opportunity to fly with the hero, getting better at all the aerial tricks and flips Kigo showed him. He was also a great sparring partner when he wasn't working or on patrol, though an impulsive bite to the hero's neck had sparked another bout of PR rumors. Izuku had even visited Eraserhead's house when he ran out of options, the playful kitty wrestles with caffeine taking away a surprising chunk of the nervous energy. Sadly, neither of the two heroes had anything interesting to say about the exam or its results. And finally, after one long and restless week, 3 letters were delivered to the Bakugo Midoriya Shinsu household. Who first? Izuku and Hitoshi sat on the floor, Katsuki taking the bed and Shudo the desk. He'd made his way over with his own letter after a quick text. The question was answered with a loud "T" from Katsuki as the boy tore his letter open and pulled out a small disc that lit up immediately. I am here as a projection. What the F dash? Hitoshi startled. All Might. Izuku and Katsuki cheered. The All Might projection let out a loud belly laugh. You did very well, young Bakugo. Your score in the written exam was exemplary and you backed it up with a high score in the practical. You took down the most villain bots, earning an impressive 77 points. SCKIT. Katsuki calls to the room. However, that is not all. Take a look at this. All Might gestures to the TV screen on his right. The screen lights up to show Katsuki blasting a pile of rubble aside, pulling a black-haired examinee from the wreckage. You went out of your way to save young Kirishima over here. Is that Sharky? Shut up. The screen changes to Katsuki hoisting the teen over his shoulder. And together you took down the 0-pointer. The teen is launched with the assistance of the biggest explosion the group had ever seen from Katsuki. Quite impressive. All Might adds as he shoots through the head of the robot. Oh my god, you actually did it. Hitoshi's wavering voice cuts in. It All Might don't encourage that. Laughs Izuku. Ha, it reminds me of my youth. Anyway, it was the rescue of young Kirishima here that brings me to my next point. Your score may have been impressive on its own, but we at UA look for more than combat ability. Rescue points. I knew it. Called Izuku. Shut it. Katsuki barks. On top of young Kirishima's rescue, you were seen pushing several students out of harm's way. Thus, our judges have decided to award you, All Might strikes a pose, 45 points. This brings your total score to 122 points. You pass with flying colors. Congratulations. With that, the projection shuts off. A-hole didn't say what I placed. Is there a letter? Katsuki sifts through the envelope and pulls out a piece of paper, eyes skimming over it. Effing second. He growls. If anyone other than you fuckers beat me, I'm gonna kill you. The group collectively roll their eyes. Shudo opens his next. It follows the same theme as Katsuki's. Good score on the written exam with 76 villain points and 40 rescue points from various building stabilizers and defensive walls, reaching 3rd place with 116 points. They could do without All Might's awkward attempt to apologize for misjudging endeavor though. Hitoshi, you're getting jittery, do you want to go next or me? Izuku asks. I'll rip off the band-aid, let's go. Hitoshi opened the letter and caught the projector in his palm, immediately regretting the decision when it lights up. I am here as a projection. We know All Might, we know. Young Shinso, you surprised many of us with your unique methods of taking down the villain bots. There is a quick montage of Hitoshi's stop sign meeting the face of the robots. Din Tosh, look at you go. Izuku cheers as he swings an arm around the boy. Managed to score 39 villain points. Now that alone would not be enough to pass Dash. Hitoshi crossed his fingers as his anxiety reared up again, unknowingly beginning a rescue points chant. However, there exists a secondary point system. The rescue points. It's still too early for Hitoshi to consider breathing yet. Who would we be to deny merit to those that put the safety of others first? Why, that is one of the very cores of heroism. Get on with it already. Katsuki grumbled. Your actions during the exams saved several students from harm, and we have agreed to award you 60 points, bringing your score up to 99 points. Only just shy of 100. Congratulations, young Shinso, you passed. And with a quirk like that too, well done. It's All Might's last comment that sends the group into silence, the subtle change in tone enough to chill the room. Or maybe that was Shudo. Whether it was a backhanded compliment or just an offhand comment didn't matter, the effect was immediate. Smiles disappeared into frowns, hands clenched into angry fists, Izuku's ears flattened against his head. Hitoshi vaguely registers the boy calling after him as he left the room. He thinks he uttered an excuse to them. It always looped back to the quirk. That DMN quirk. Everything was too loud, too bright. Hitoshi felt like the air itself was clinging to him as he walked, slowing his movement, pulling him back. The tiny click of a door closing was enough to make his every nerve stand on edge. Maybe the lack of sleep could explain it. He'd hardly had any since the exam. Even the night the boys came home and Hitoshi had all but collapsed into their bed. Sleep had felt like trying to hold his breath, something he could do for maybe a minute or two before his body was screaming to wake up, to breathe. The nightmares he'd managed to forget had returned with the stress. Rather than simply being unable to sleep, he had feared the action itself. He feared waking up bared in his bedroom under covers too thin to retain any heat. Feared the way his lungs screamed when one of those Fosters did, the way his heart felt like it skipped a beat or stopped entirely. He feared the closet door that trapped him in his nightmares, screaming and unable to escape. Not until the nails had been ripped from his fingers and his throat felt mangled and raw, not until his stomach went empty and dry tears cracked along his cheeks, would the dream let him out. His eyes would fly open, already wet with tears, and one by one he'd check his fingernails. Only when he counted all 10 was he sure he was awake. He'd learnt that after a while. Then he'd drag himself and Katsuku to Katsuki's room. If Izuku was home, he'd join them. Hitoshi would clumsily crawl into bed, no doubt waking the blonde in the process, and let himself cry as Katsuki would press a warm, comforting hand into his. It was always a gamble on whether Hitoshi would get back to sleep. More than often it was a matter of wouldn't rather than couldn't. Hitoshi finally became hyper-aware of the soft pinpricks pulsing against the back of his hand. He blinked. Back with us, Tosh? His eyes found Izuku's as feeling rushed back into his limbs. One hand held a fistful of grass. The other was held by Izuku as the boy's thin nails took turns lightly digging into Hitoshi's. He latched onto the feeling, squeezing back in turn. It happened again, didn't it? His voice was quiet and cracked as he looked around. We're at the park. Izuku's voice was soft as he nodded. We've been here for about half an hour. It's currently, he pulled out his phone briefly, 2:17 p.m. Katsuki and Shudo have successfully stolen the swing set from the children and are claiming themselves kings of the playground. And it gets Hitoshi to chuckle, just enough, before his face falls into a frown. Sorry for interrupting everything. Tosh, you have nothing to apologize for. Hitoshi feels himself beginning to drift again. Another squeeze of Izuku's nails keeps him in place. You haven't been sleeping, have you? It takes Hitoshi a while to shake his head in response. He doesn't fight it when Izuku pulls him down to lie against the soft fur of his thigh, his hand moving to run through the messy purple locks. Nap okay? We're not in any rush. Hitoshi doesn't have the energy to reply, the combination of exhaustion and Izuku's soft pets already lulling him to sleep. He doesn't dream, but he doesn't have nightmares either. 5 hours later, Izuku lightly shakes him awake to get home in time for dinner. Mitsuki gives them a quick congratulations, but nothing more is said on the topic. Only after Hitoshi hassles Izuku enough does the rabbit open his letter, pulling out the paper rather than the projector. 68 villain points, 60 rescue points, 128 points, giving him first place. And after a quick check of Hitoshi's letter, Izuku congratulates the group for pulling through with his challenge of getting the top 4 spots. Shudo chooses to stay the night. The 4 of them end up sleeping in a comfy pile of blankets and pillows on Katsuki's floor. Hitoshi surprises himself by managing to fall asleep for the second time that day. Izuku's energy returns in full burst on the morning of their first day of UA, evident in Hitoshi's more than usual labored breathing after their morning run. Thankfully, Izuku's uniform modification requests were accepted, the shirts and blazer cutting off at the shoulder and pants ending mid-shin. There was even a larger split at the back of the jacket so any tails could sit comfortably. Rabbit's fluff poof currently on full display. They should accommodate well enough for the more frequently used post forms. The tie, however, is discarded regardless, sitting atop the likewise unused shoes in the corner of the room. Katsuki seemingly has the same idea, his tie thrown back into the cupboard. Despite the energized begging of the F-tie squad, Hitoshi keeps his around his neck. In case he needed an emergency noose. He was indeed smacked for that. Shudo had met them at the train station, the black dye long faded and scar uncovered, and the 4 once again began the journey to UA. They were early, already prepared for when Izuku inevitably got sidetracked by all the new smells and sounds, which had happened twice before they even got to the classroom. Why is the door so big? Hitoshi wondered aloud right before Katsuki swung it open. His grand entrance was ruined when Izuku ducked under his arm to run in first, rushing into the half-filled classroom and making an immediate claim to a window seat. He's got a little rabbit tail. The comment is enough to jostle Izuku's thought process as he slides open the large window. "Don't diss my tail, sis," he replies, now ready to take in the room. Meanwhile, Katsuki plops down in the seat in front of him, Hitoshi claims the one behind him, and Shudo finishes off the row, the group successfully claiming 4 of the 5 window seats. I wasn't dissing. It's cute. The one speaking is a girl with pink skin and black eyes. I'm Mina Ishido. She smiles. Izuku Midoriya. He supplies, noting the discomfort building in his nose. You smell like chemistry class. It's not a bad thing, Dash. Thankfully she laughs, saving Izuku from any immediate embarrassment. That's probably normal, chalk it up as one of those quirk things. Sadly, she's distracted by another student before Izuku can ask more. Bakugo! Izuku's ears easily pick up on Katsuki's soft groan as the new speaker bounds into the room, a boy with bright red hair and sharp teeth. Izuku finds himself smacked with a flash of déjà vu. Are you the fabled Sharky? He blurts out. The redhead offers a wide grin. Yeah, that's me, I think. Izuku heaves a loud sigh of relief. You're actually alive, thank F-. We thought Kaken killed a man. I told you he didn't even die, idiot. Katsuki pipes in. Kaken, you threw him at a giant FING robot. That's not something people generally live through. Izuku bantered back. Tihis. Katsuki turns away from Izuku. The F did you do to your hair? Sharky runs his hands up through the red spikes, expression dipping ever so slightly enough for the pair to catch. I thought it looked cool. Izuku shoots a glare to Katsuki, the blonde huffs in response. Didn't say it didn't, Sharky. You've got a whole Crimson Riot look going for you. Izuku supported. And boy did the redhead's eyes light up. Yeah bro. He was one of my main inspirations. Izuku heard the muttered, here we go, come from Hitoshi's direction and subtly flipped the boy off. I'm Idru Kirishima, by the way. Izuku Midoriya. Don't put your feet on the desk. Came a new voice. The exaggerated groan that came from Izuku and Hitoshi must have amused Kirishima as the boy let out a light snort. Hey purple boy, you made it. This time a muffled scream came from Hitoshi. Izuku guessed that the blonde darting to him must be the flirt. He saved. Don't you think it's rude to the UA dash? So purple, what did you get on the exam dash? Are you a big hero fan, Mito dash? Nope. Where'd you get that stuck-up attitude, Mr. 46 dash? Blondie, I think your concussion didn't get to fully heal dash. Oh boy. Izuku pawed at his ears in an attempt to drown out all the noise, the open window becoming more and more tempting by the second. Kirishima's voice blended into the familiar buzzing of overstimulation, and Izuku cursed not picking another postform this morning. DMN Rabbit's overactive hearing and conveniently increased heartbeat. The fuzzy outline of a person was talking. It took Izuku nearly a minute to figure out they were talking to him. A warm hand gripped his wrist. Izuku turned to the outline behind him. That was where Hitoshi was sitting, wasn't it? He saw their mouth move. It formed a nickname. Please. Izuku had mumbled, barely realizing he had said anything at all. The buzzing ceased, crashing waves returned to a still lake. Sit down and look through your collection. Hitoshi's voice was clear, a stark contrast from the nothing surrounding him. Izuku's body moved without him, sitting him in his chair by the open window. He vaguely felt the nice breeze ruffle his fur. Izuku felt himself take a breath as he stepped back into his mind, the UA classroom shooting away from him to be replaced by the endless expanse of blue. His inner world. The sky of his headspace held a few lazy wisps of clouds today. The vast stretch of reflective water was clear as ever. The gold form of Rabbit sat by his heel, a golden string connecting the pair. Izuku took slow breaths, calming his heart rate, and wandered through his world, his collection. One step brought him to the tree, birdsong filling the air. He spied crow cawing at him from its perch on the lowest branch and the large eyes of owl blinking at him from the hollow in the trunk. At the highest branch sat eagle. The gold bird didn't acknowledge his arrival, it never did. Izuku didn't mind. Another step shot him away from the tree. Bird calls were replaced by playful barks as dogs splashed through the water in chase. At his arrival, their play halted for just a moment until the 5 golden canines bounded towards Izuku and Rabbit. Labrador and Collie were enough to bowl him over, leaving him open to attacks of kisses and affection from all of them. Izuku let himself enjoy the company. Izuku's chuckles were quiet enough to go almost unheard under all the classroom chatter. Hitoshi had left him to stare out the window with the excuse of daydreaming. He could still feel the boy under his hold. Izuku didn't fight against it. He'd told Hitoshi about his inner world several times over, that it was where all his forms lived with all the personality they'd had when he met them. It sounded like a nice place. A tap on his shoulder had him leaning back in his seat towards Shudo. Class will be starting soon, he'll probably want to prepare. The boy says, quietly. Hitoshi gives a light nod. I'll give him the option. He twisted back to face forward, propping himself up to whisper into one of Izuku's long ears. Class starts soon, lower your right ear if you want me to let go. Hitoshi gave it a moment to reach Izuku. The boy's ear lowered just enough to justify an answer. Hitoshi let go of the hold. Izuku blinked once as his eyes seemed to regain their focus, the boy turning back to Hitoshi with a soft smile. Thanks, Tush. What did I miss? Just some basic introductions and a blonde idiot. He groaned. Izuku did a poor job of hiding a chuckle. Some brunette tried to talk to you, but we got her away for now. She'll probably find you later. Oh, and our good friend Mr. 46 still has it out for us apparently. Cat's now fully on his radar. Oh. Izuku laughs before his eyes go wide and his face drops. Oh. More sincerity laced through his words as his ears dropped. Kage. He's here. Izuku gets out, barely above a whisper. What? Who? Go somewhere else if you're playing at friends. A gruff voice silenced the chattering as everyone's attention was drawn to the open door. F-. This is the hero course. Muttered Fangi Eraserhead. The pro stepped into the room, scanning the class. Hitoshi couldn't tell if his eyes rested on Izuku longer, but they definitely stayed on Hitoshi. Okay, it took 8 seconds before you were quiet. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough. Hitoshi swears he heard an elegant string of curses coming from Izuku. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shoyuda Aizawa. F-. Izuku hisses out quietly. It's kind of sudden. Aizawa pulled out a blue uniform, but put these on and go out onto the field. Safe to say, Izuku was panicking. The ever-present fight or flight, mostly flight, instincts of rabbit sent trembles through his nerves and he dropped his top again. Ifenji Christ Kuzo, calm down. Katsuki piped in, picking up the dropped uniform for him. He knows, Kaken. Ifenji knows. Izuku whispered out as he finally managed to pull the shirt over his ears and head. Katsuki didn't say anything, he just placed a hand on the boy's head in a soft pat. A quirk assessment test? What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? Izuku was just thankful he could skip all the noise. He was absolutely too restless to sit through a ceremony right now. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. Says Mr. I spend Monday nights watching old films under my husband Ricketts. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. Oh boy. You kids have been doing these since junior high, too, right? Physical test where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. By this point Izuku's nerves were picking up again. Hitoshi was already stepping on one foot to stop it. Tapping, and now Shudo had his foot on Izuku's other paw. He made sure to pass a disapproving look to both of them. Bakugo, in junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? 67 meters. Replied the blonde. And now that you've shown an affinity for it, try throwing it with your quirk. Don't laugh, don't laugh. Hitoshi made a quiet noise at the back of his throat. Izuku jabbed him in the ribs. Aizawa threw a ball to Katsuki. Do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Hurry up. Give it all you've got. Katsuki stretched out his arm, a smirk already forming on his face as he drew his arm back. Izuku covered his ears. Die! The explosion sent the ball rocketing through the sky. Man, chuckled Kirishima. Huh? Someone asked in a concerned voice. Know your own maximum first. Aizawa interrupted. That's the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. He held up a tablet, the number 853.2M splayed across it. Nice one, Cat. Hitoshi called amidst the shocked surprise of the rest of the class. Izuku had to fight to stay in focus with all the overlapping comments. Definitely too excited. Looks fun, huh? Aizawa effectively silenced them. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? Then Eraserhead employed one of those grins. Alright then, whoever comes in last place will be expelled. Izuku tried not to let his amusement show. Hitoshi likewise in the same precarious position, the boy feigning shock, badly. Aizawa's smile widens. Welcome to UA's hero course. The 50-meter dash was child's play for Izuku. He already had rabbit's legs. And if that wasn't enough, Eraserhead had unknowingly brought out the best of his flight instincts. Izuku's body wanted nothing more to run from the man right now. On your mark, began the high voice of the robot. Get set. Izuku dug his claws into the ground. At the sound of the gun, Izuku let his instincts take over, all 4 limbs driving him to the finish. Katsuki was left in the dust in more than one sense. 2.45 seconds. Izuku pulled Rabbit's instincts back as he panted. SCK on that one, mister. At the grip strength, Izuku was torn. He could shift into a form with more strength under the eyes of Eraserhead, he faltered. The fear was still there. Who's to say Aizawa couldn't expel him for unlicensed quirk use? He probably could. The machine he was holding beeped, he wasn't even paying attention to it. 74 kilograms, good enough. The standing long jump had Izuku torn once again. Technically, what was stopping him shifting into one of his birds and flying forward? Rabbit answered, fear. Izuku landed near the edge of the sandpit. Repeated sidesteps were effortless. Izuku's speed and dancing feet were unmatched. Likewise, for someone who had a flexible fighting style, the seated toe touch had Izuku at the top. The boy able to effectively bend himself in half at the hips. Sit-ups were just a matter of endurance, and energy was something he still had a lot of. The distance run had everyone run the 800m track around the field. This time Mr. 46 was able to beat out Izuku. The boy may be a little salty about that. Back at the ball throw, Izuku's lob landed him in the middle of the pack. Aizawa looked effectively done when the electric blonde shouted, "He," to accompany his average throw. For whatever reason Hitoshi decided to follow this with a dab when his ball landed, much to the joy of the 4 students Izuku was quick to label as meme nerds. Izuku stretched out his legs. He'd managed to steal second place, beat out only by a girl who literally created whatever she needed to outplay the tests. Then it was Shudo in third, Katsuki in fourth, and Hitoshi in seventh. The floating uniform of the invisible girl was panicking from last place. "By the way, I was lying about the expulsion," came Aizawa's monotone voice. "Fing logical ruses." Izuku chuckles. "It was a rational deception to draw out the other limits of your quirks." Invisible girl lets out a shriek of relief, as does about half of the class. "It should have been obvious if you just thought it through," commented Creation Girl. "You say that," Izuku mutters just loud enough for her to hear, but he expelled his whole class last year for less. When fear flashes across her face he laughs. "With that, we're done here." Aizawa continues. "There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look over them." Izuku lets out a soft sigh. "Midoriya." The sigh turns into a sharp intake of breath. Aizawa beckons the boy. "A word." Izuku swallows and sends a glance to Katsuki. The blonde puts a reassuring hand on his head and moves with the crowd back to the changing rooms. Hitoshi and Shudo repeat Katsuki's action before likewise heading off. Izuku walks with Aizawa, the teacher leading him around to the shade of the corner and resting against the building. "What is it, sensei?" Izuku clasped his hands behind his back to hide how they trembled. "You held back," came the cold voice. "Why?" Aizawa continued. "Fear, mostly. It wasn't the expulsion, you saw through that." "Is it of me?" "Okay, this conversation is happening." In an irrational, roundabout way. Izuku's ears dropped. "Why?" Was Aizawa's voice softer? "It's an instinctual part of my quirk that I can't always control." "No," Aizawa interrupted. "Why are you afraid of me?" Izuku lowered his head. "You know, don't you? Kuzo." And Izuku flinched. Aizawa sighed. "You know, technically, to qualify as a charge of unlicensed quirk use, the user generally has to commit some sort of crime. Otherwise there's no evidence. Now conveniently, if someone had a shapeshifting quirk, it would be extremely difficult to charge them with UQU because how would they be able to prove it? Oh, I saw an animal looking shifty, oh it flew away. Understand?" Izuku doesn't say anything, still trying to process the information. "I only found out because I made connections and I met Bakugo. I doubt Hizashi noticed. If you want him to know, that's up to you." With that Aizawa began walking away, only to stop after a few steps. "Shinsu's the one who got my message, isn't he?" "Oh, yeah." Izuku scratches at the back of his neck, running thin nails through the brown fur. "Uh-huh, he'll be a good hero." He resumes his walking. "Get back to class." Izuku startles. "Yes, sensei." If Shoyuta smiled when the boy ran off, no one could prove it. After all, it vanished when he sensed All Might. The large hero really needed to work on his stealth. "You're loitering, All Might." The hero is question bristled in his ugly yellow suit. Now, I was just watching the class. We have some brilliant students this year," boomed the man. "That said, young Midoriya isn't getting in trouble already, is he? I had high hopes about that one. The only thing that will get him in trouble is if he continues to hold back. However, that should be resolved now." A sneer overtook Shuda's face. "You're not picking favorites, are you?" All Might waved his hands about in denial. No, just curious. You said he was holding back." Changing the subject, "He's absolutely picking favorites. He didn't use his quirk at all. His natural speed and agility have been trained well, but he could have taken first." A thought crossed Shuda's mind. "Is that why you're interested in him? Because he topped the entrance exam?" The stuttered response didn't sit well with Shoyuta, so he walked away instead. He'd have to keep an eye on both of them. "Since you're bouncing and happy, I'm guessing it went well?" Hitoshi asked when Izuku finally returned to the classroom. Only a few scattered students remained, all packing up their belongings. Yeah, I'll tell you about it later. Aizawa-sensei's a hiffing mad lad. Izuku laughs to the group's amusement. Hurry up then, Kuzo, Ma will kill us if we're late. Growled Katsuki. Yes, Kaken. Izuku said with an eye roll. Midoriya, is it? Izuku flicked an ear up to show he was listening as he packed. That's me. He supplied. Izuku spared the speaker a glance, the brunette that got infinity on the ball throw. I just wanted to say thanks for saving me in the exam. You're welcome, he said as he finished packing, shouldering on his bag. I didn't want you to get caught up in Sho's ice. Katsuki apparently got fed up with waiting and grabbed the back of Izuku's bag and leading him away, Hitoshi and Shudo following. It was nice to meet you, he calls as he's pulled from the room. Katsuki lets go of his bag when they're out of the room, letting Izuku walk on his own. Rude. You were already taking forever, Kuzo. He's tired, followed Shudo's calm voice. Ha! We're all tired, you're not special, Kat. Hitoshi added with a yawn of his own. Yeah, I could go for a nap. Izuku adds, scowling when he catches Hitoshi's yawn. Izuku's second day at UA begins well. Stayed home the night before and gotten a full night's sleep. Morning classes went well. He had a good banter with Hitoshi over lunch. But of course All Might showed up and was actually a teacher. Could have fooled Izuku. The boy had to clear his throat to mask the growls that involuntarily came out of him. His feelings on the hero were mixed after whatever it was he'd insinuated about Hitoshi's quirk. If the hero had an explanation, he'd be willing to listen, but it was safe to say that the room he shared with Hitoshi had a lot less All Might now. Safe to say Izuku wasn't listening to the hero's rambles until the words combat training were uttered. He could not get excited at that. Katsuki, likewise, was now paying full attention. Izuku grabbed his costume case and went to change, oblivious of the excited growling purrs he was making. Izuku slipped on his fingerless gloves, securing the blue band on his left wrist. Moment of truth. Izuku fully shifted into rabbit and cheered. The costume was able to fully merge with his form like his shorts could, the bracelet included. He shifted back and opened the compartment on the bracelet. And now for the test. Tosh, can I borrow your charm for a sec? He asked, holding out his hand to the boy. When more weight than usual plunked into his palm, he turned. Hitoshi was resting his chin in Izuku's hand with a soft smile across his face. The keychain, Tosh. He jested, ignoring the smile that spread across his own face. Hitoshi stuck his tongue out and handed Izuku the small yellow charm. Izuku made sure to give the boy a small chin scratch before his hand was swatted away. The charm was inserted into the compartment and Izuku shifted again, examining the furred wrist where the bracelet would be. There was a twinge of discomfort, but it was nothing he couldn't live with. Satisfied, he shifted back and returned Hitoshi's charm, which the boy reattached to his belt loop. Kaken, pass the eyeliner. That's great, everyone. You all look cool. All Might boomed. Now, shall we begin, you zygotes? So you got a staff approved? Izuku gestures to the currently compressed metal cylinder attached to the back of Hitoshi's belt. Didn't want a stop sign instead? He smirked. Hitoshi rolled his eyes from behind his high collar. It was tempting. Now, it's time for combat training. Broad All Might. Sensei. Called a suit of armor that was undoubtedly Mr. This is a battle center from the entrance exam, so will we be conducting urban battles again? Do you ever let anyone finish speaking? Izuku groaned. 46 looked like he was about to say something, that is if the beginning of a karate chop signified anything, but All Might continued his explanation before he could. Easy, Kage, you're starting to growl. Shinso muttered. Izuku cleared his throat, giving 46 the side eye. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Without basic training? Someone asked. Izuku almost scoffed. You want to be a hero, did you not train for that? This is a real battle to understand those basics. All Might continued. However, the key this time is that there is no robot you can just beat up. How will wins and losses be determined? God, does no one ever let people finish talking? As if to spite Izuku, several students began talking over each other. Isn't this cape crazy? Now that he could answer. It's effing gorgeous. He flattered the sparkly blonde, who gave a twirl and a wink. Meanwhile, All Might looked like he was about to have an episode. I'll answer all your questions. Then the fucker pulled out a script. Izuku smacked his palm against his forehead. Izuku and Gravity Girl, Uraraka, strode up to the building that hid Katsuki and Mr. 46, Ida apparently. So, any plans? Izuku asked, stretching out his arms. Mr. 46 has engines for legs and Kaken has bombs for hands. I can shapeshift into a large variety of animals. Oh, I thought it was just a rabbit. Uraraka replied. Izuku gave her a grin and a shrug. Well, you know Bakugo, so what do you think he would do? Izuku hummed. It's a 50-50, 46 set us all off so they may or may not work together. He'll be looking for me either way. He knows my quirk too. He knows I'm a sneaky little sheet butt. Izuku felt the grin spread across his face. I kinda really want to fight him all out. Okay. Dash. So what do you want to do? Stealth or offense? Your choice. I'm not the best fighter, but I'm not all that stealthy either, she mumbled. That's okay, it means you can be a good distraction. Make it look like you're trying to be sneaky, stumble about, whisper hushed apologies to me. I'll survey from outside the building until I find a way in, maybe the roof? Oh, I don't know how this thing will work with my quirk. He pointed to the earpiece. So if I don't respond you'll just have to scream my name. Good plan. Izuku asked with a small smile. Uraraka seemed to get more confident with each sentence and nodded when he finished. Yes, I'll be real distracting. Oi, 46, Kuzo's quirk lets him shapeshift into animals so if you see any, assume it's him. Katsuki huffed as the pair climbed up the stairs. It would be dangerous to assume that. You could injure innocent wildlife. Chopped, Katsuki groaned. If ING doubt any will be around, look for green eyes and a scar over the right ear. If you want FNG, be sure then. Don't go whining if those few seconds are all it takes for him to win. Now, let's start the indoor person-to-person combat training with Team A and Team D. All Might basically shouted into the mic Hitoshi feared for everyone's ears. Who are you betting on? He nudged Shudo. The boy paused to think. Izuku. As much as I love Cat, I think you're right. Kage hasn't had the opportunity to fully use his quirk yet. Isn't it just a rabbit quirk? Asked one of the meme-airs, a plain-looking guy with black hair. Hitoshi chuckled a little. Way off, my guy. He turned to the large screen. Watch. He smirked. The round had barely started and Izuku was on the move, Uraraka activating her quirk on him and depositing him on the roof. Izuku gave her a thumbs up over the edge and began looking around, visibly grinning when he spies the air ducts. Hitoshi can't tell which form Izuku takes, the small rodent immediately disappearing into the ducts. The earpiece was left at the entrance. Are there any cameras in the ducts? Asks Yaoyorozu. All Might visibly scrambles over the panels in a way that leaves Hitoshi wondering if he even knew how to work the thing. Meanwhile, Ida was removing any loose objects from the room whilst Katsuki pointed out any vents and small openings that Izuku could possibly use. Uraraka was making her way up the floors, stumbling every now and then, though it seemed intentional. The noises of her struggle were heard by Katsuki at least, the boy keeping an eye on the door. Round face is sheet at stealth. Was Katsuki's observation. Either Kuzo's with her or he isn't. If he is, he's pulling his hair out. If he isn't, then she's a distraction dash. Hero team wins. What? Both teens turned to the large bomb sitting in the corner of the room. Atop the bomb sat a small flying squirrel. Oh, you beach. Katsuki growled. The squirrel visibly chattered into its paw before jumping off the bomb, gliding until it was close enough to the ground to shift back into Izuku. The boy now had smaller rounded ears, a large bushy tail, and his eyes looked a little too large for his face. You lose, Kaken. He teased, jumping around the boy. Katsuki growled and tried to smack the boy, unsuccessfully. Where'd you even get in? Izuku points a thumb behind him. You idiots put the bomb right in front of a vent. Katsuki groaned right as Uraraka made it into the room. Good job, Midoriya. All Might's calling us back now. But, Midoriya, you didn't tell us you could shapeshift into more than one animal. Ashido almost screams. And your tail. It's so fluffy now. Well done, Midoriya. Congratulates Yaoyorozu. Kage, you sneaky little sheet. Shinso chuckles. Izuku listens on with vague interest as All Might reviews the performance of both teams, too busy sulking that he didn't get to fight Katsuki. Maybe they could schedule a room to fight all out in? Alright. Next up, Team B are the heroes, and Team I are the villains. Ah, Shudo was on Team B. Go win, Sho. Izuku called to the boy in blue, ever glad he'd convinced him to change his costume from the half-and-half mess. Shudo gives him a thumbs up and heads off with the other three. The battle is over in an instant, Shudo freezing the whole place solid. Good one, Edgelord. Hitoshi calls when the boy returns. Next up, Team G as the heroes versus Team C as the villains. Hitoshi held in his flinch, it was just a team name. He could do this. Yaoyorozu, barricade the door behind me. Hitoshi instructs. Going to fight them? There's a hint of concern in her voice as he walks away from the weapon. Don't worry, he tugs down his collar so she can see his grin. I'll win. Kyoka jams one of her jacks into the wall and listens. One set of footsteps near a door on the third floor, another in the hallway over, heading towards them. One's coming, down the hall. She whispers to Kaminari. The boy grins and steps forward, lightning beginning to arc along his palms. Knock knock. Calls a voice, male. Who's there? Kaminari answers back before Kyoka can tell him to shut up. Idiot. You just gave away our position. She hisses at the boy. Only he doesn't respond, having gone completely still. Use your quirk to incapacitate your teammate. Kaminari's lightning arcs up again as the boy turns to her with a blank face. Wait! Was all she got out before lightning shoots at her. Villain team wins. There's a tap on Denki's shoulder that fully jolts him back into his body. Welcome back, Blondie. Grins the purple boy, Shinso was it, as he walks towards Jairu. Jiro, I'm sorry. Denki blubbered, nearly tripping over his feet as he dashed towards the downed girl. I'm okay, she groans. Denki only somewhat believes her. Her hair stuck up in many different directions and her jacket was charred in some places. I only told you to incapacitate her since I don't know how your quirk works. Shinso begins. You determined how much to shock her with yourself. Good job on the control, Blondie. Denki pauses at the compliment, barely. Dude, what the hell is your quirk? Shinso regards him for a second before answering. Brainwashing. Bro, it feels so weird and floaty. Then another thought occurs to Denki. Wait, who was there? Shinso tilts his head. Huh. The knock-knock joke. You didn't finish it. Shinso shrugs. I didn't plan that far. Well, Denki wasn't one for half-finishing anything, bar academics. Knock knock. When Shinso raises that pierced eyebrow in question, Denki persists. Come on, dude, knock knock. Shinso rolls his eyes. Who's there? He groans. Wire. Wire who? Why are you still not in my phone's contact list? Denki finishes with a finger gun. Shinso blinks, unimpressed. Denki feels the now familiar fog cloud his brain again. Good one, Tosh. Good job, Hitoshi. You could have fought them, fuckface. You lost, cat. You have no ground to stand on. Hitoshi chuckles back at the boy, only to finally notice that the room was uncomfortably quiet. Thankfully, the stares seemed to be directed more towards Izuku and All Might rather than Hitoshi. And next up, Team E are heroes, Team F are villains. All Might deflects instead. Alright, so what the F happened while I was gone? Hitoshi interrogates his three friends when they get to the changing room. Nothing too drastic, All Might and I just had a disagreement. Izuku smiles as he unbuckles his collar. Do I want to know? Hitoshi scowled in response, unbuckling his belt and... It was nothing big, just an observation. Shudo supplied as he pulled off his bracers. Alright, Hitoshi's grimace disappeared. Shudo, I can believe. Izuku put on his best offended face. Katsuki gave him the finger. So Midoriya, what is your quirk exactly? Izuku looks up from his desk to find a good portion of the class crowding around him. He groaned as he sensed another bout of questioning incoming. Shoyuta. Hisashi called as he peeked his head into the office. What? Asked the tired man, putting down the pen he was holding. Our favorite visitor is here. He opened the door wider, allowing the black cat in, tail swishing happily. Shoyuta blinked. Hello, Kuzo. The cat in question meowed happily. Also, what do you want for dinner? I'm feeling generous. Surprise me. Hisashi groans. Shoot. I can't be generous if you just take whatever's given to you. Shoyuta rolls his eyes and waves the pouting blonde off with a smile. When he's satisfied that the blonde is gone, he turns to the cat slinking around his office. Hello, problem child. Kuzo Midoriya sticks his tongue out at the hero, then proceeds to trot over and jump up to sit on his knee, peering at the paperwork. Nothing you'd be interested in, he says to the cat, who promptly begins chewing on the pen in Shuta's grasp. The teacher gives him an unimpressed look. Do you have to do that? Midoriya only meows in response. Shoyuta tilts his head. Can you talk like that? The cat shakes its head. That could be problematic in the future. See if Nezu can reach you any vocal tricks. Midoriya jumps down. Shoyuta watches as fur retracts back into skin as the cat grows. Soon enough, Midoriya is leaning up against the leg of Shuta's desk. Is that a smart idea? He asks through sharp teeth. Putting two mischievous little sheets in the same room? Shoyuta observed the boy. A good part of his upper body was covered in black fur with pointed ears atop his head. You'll be an annoyance anyway. Shoyuta groans. The boy feigns offense, holding a clawed hand to his chest with a gasp. Sensei, I thought I was your favorite. Why would you be my favorite? Sensei, I can literally turn into a cat on command. What more do you need? Shoyuta rolls his eyes instead of answering. Why are you even here? Well, first I wanted to play with caffeine, but then I also wanted a second opinion on All Might, and I figured you'd be a good person to ask. And why is that? Shoyuta finished up the line of paperwork and turned to the boy, now giving his full attention. Zawa, to put it bluntly, you don't take any sheet. UFNG called out in Devo Beach on national TV. You never go on TV. Speaking of which, what do you drink? The Suns want to buy you a bottle of something expensive. Johnny Walker, what's this about All Might? Shoyuta was trying to not get confused and/or exhausted by all the different topics. Well, first off, he keeps FNG staring at me, and that was before I outed him for possible Quirk discrimination, but he just keeps saying problematic stuff, and I can't for the life of me tell if he knows what he's saying is problematic. Midoriya groaned. Elaborate. The boy huffed and adjusted himself, now leaning forward and resting his head on his knees. He insinuated that Tosh had one of those quirks, whatever the F that means, on his FNG acceptance projection thing too. Midoriya threw his arms out in emphasis. I almost wished he elaborated, because then we would have known what he meant and I wouldn't have had to watch Toshi dissociate for a good 40 minutes trapped in his head. The boy mumbled something angrily that Shoyuta didn't catch, though it included a rather creative string of curses. But oh, Shoyuta was going to have quite the conversation with All Might. What's dash? Hisashi popped his head through the door, zeroing in on Midoriya. There's an intense stare down between the pro hero and half-naked kid. Shoyuta is trying his best not to smile. Ah, meow. Hisashi stares for just a second longer before blinking. What? Toshinori watched as Kaminari used his quirk on Jairu and frowned. What are you thinking, All Might? Pipes up Midoriya, his now long tail flicking behind him. Young Shinso used his quirk recklessly. He didn't though. He told Kaminari to incapacitate Jairu specifically instead of outright telling him to use his quirk on her. Tosh didn't know the limits of Kaminari's quirk, so he relied on Kaminari's knowledge of his own quirk. How was that reckless? Young Kaminari was about to use his quirk on Toshi. Would you be reacting the same if he had? Of course no. Careful, All Might. That almost sounds like discrimination. Midoriya's voice hardens. All Might's breath halts in his throat. Is that what this was? Was that how he sounded? I would never. He cements his voice. Midoriya seems pleased, breaking out into a large smile. Ah, good, that settles that. You should announce the winners by the way. All Might turns back to the mic with a start. He doesn't notice how some of the class eye him differently.